So good morning, everybody. It's wonderful to be here for the National Symposium today. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Margaret Sheil, and I'm here in my capacity as both an Academy Fellow but also Secretary for Science Policy. I begin by acknowledging and paying my respects to the traditional owners of the lands on which the Academy operates and where its fellows and employees live and work. The Academy recognises Australians' Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people as the first innovators and scientists in this land, honouring their connection to country from which we're committed to learn, and we pay our respects to elders past, present and future. I welcome everybody here on behalf of the Australian Academy of Science, and pay special mention of our guests who are joining us via the live stream around Australia and around the world. We ask you to put your phones and all mobile devices on silent, but we do encourage you to share the event on social media. To begin today's proceedings, I'd like to introduce the Honourable Dr. Andrew Charlton MP, Assistant Minister for Science, Technology and the Digital Economy. Andrew's, as well as his role as Minister, he's a federal member for Parramatta. Before entering Parliament in 2022, he was a prominent economist and entrepreneur, serving previously as Senior Economic Advisor to Prime Minister Rudd and a Managing Director of Accenture. He holds a PhD in Economics from Oxford, where he was a Rhodes Scholar. Please welcome Dr. Charlton.
Well, thank you, Professor Sheil, for that kind introduction. I want to acknowledge the Ngunnawal people and all First Nations people present and say what a pleasure it is to be with you this morning in this beautiful and historic building. Thank you to Professor Jagadish and Anna Maria and the Academy for the invitation to speak to you this morning. And thank you both for your distinguished service to science in this country. There are many brilliant people coming to speak today. Professor Stephen Garton, President of the Australian Academy of Humanities, Professor Ian Chubb and Robin Denholm, who no doubt talk to you about the important work they're doing on the review of R&D, Martin Wilder, who's leading the National Reconstruction Fund, and Barney Glover, who I've recently been engaging with on his important work and milestone report on artificial intelligence and its effects on jobs and skills. I'm sure you'll have another productive day. Last night, the Minister for Industry and Science, Tim Ayres, spoke at the Shine Dome Gala dinner, and in his speech, he detailed a vision for Australia that is independent in its industrial capabilities and ambitious for our future. An Australia with more economic opportunities and improved quality of life for all. That's not to say that we in government are starry-eyed about what's involved in realising this vision. We do recognise the many challenges that Australia faces. Some of the recent economic reports and roundtables and other events have highlighted a number of significant forces that are shaping Australia's economy over the coming decades. The challenge of population ageing, the challenges of the expanded use and realm of digital and data technology, climate change and the net zero transformation, rising demand for care and support services, increased geopolitical risk and fragmentation. These are themes that the Australian Government is working closely on, identifying solutions and, most importantly, working with our scientific community and experts to craft solutions. The CSIRO identified similar global megatrends in its 22 report, Our Future World. It was this document that highlighted the importance of science and innovation in responding to these great challenges and creating a better future. For many of these challenges, the costs and risks involved in dealing with them today without innovative breakthroughs will be very large. Our hopes in addressing these challenges rely on working with the scientific community on new breakthroughs, new innovations that make these solutions within our reach. At the centre of science is capable people, and they're also at the centre of our Future Made in Australia agenda. This agenda is about rebuilding capability, driving innovation, increasing labour productivity, and capturing new economic opportunities. It's about ensuring that Australian workers and businesses benefit from the global energy transition, rather than watching it unfold from the sidelines. I want to congratulate the Academy for releasing today's report, Australian Science, Australia's Future, Science 2035. This is an important document. It forecasts supply and demand with respect to our science workforce capabilities, and it identifies a number of challenges. Australia must uplift our critical science workforce to enable us to respond to these national and global challenges. I'm optimistic about Australia's ability to meet these challenges, but to do this we need the right capabilities in place, and this starts with the right people. The Science 2035 report put forward by this Academy highlights some troubling trends. In 2023, only a quarter of Year 12 students studied maths. That's a decline from 35% in 2008. And undergraduate commencements in the natural and physical sciences haven't returned to pre-COVID levels. That's a drop in just the last few years of 17%. It's an urgent challenge for us to bridge the gap between the skills we have now and the skills we need for the challenges that we know are coming. The students of today become the scientists working with us to solve these problems for tomorrow. But in order for them to take on these studies, they need to know that there's a future for them. They need to know that the skills they will learn will be valued and used. Despite these challenges, I'm optimistic about the future. We should not forget the great things that have been done and the opportunities that we can grasp, and we should celebrate those achievements. Indeed, even though Australia only has 0.3% of the world's population, about 1 in every 20 of the most highly cited researchers are based here. This is a national achievement of which we should be proud. National Science Week 2025 recently concluded. It was the biggest and most successful yet. Across the country, we saw a record-breaking 2,580 events take place, an incredible testament to the enthusiasm for science in Australia. And later this year, the Prime Minister's Prizes for Science will celebrate the achievements of recipients across a range of categories. Scientists, innovators, early to mid-career researchers, people practicing Indigenous knowledge systems, and teachers will be awarded for their contribution to Australia and the world. This is one small way that by shining a light on the success of these role models, we can recognise the importance of their work and give them the platform to inspire others to join them. As well as celebrating our role models in science, we have to celebrate and encourage our future stars in STEM. And this year we've had some remarkable achievements from some of Australia's brightest young minds. In July, we were proud to support the Australian Maths Trust in hosting the 66th Australian International Mathematical Olympiad on the Sunshine Coast in Queensland. Welcoming the world to our shores was a moment of pride, and our Australian team rose to the occasion, placing 15th out of 111 competing countries. An extraordinary result on the global stage. And earlier this year, the 2025 Australian team for the European Girls Olympiad in Informatics visited Germany, and they brought home 1 gold, 1 silver, and 2 bronze medals, with our top scoring student ranking 4th out of 226 overall. And I was particularly proud to see a talented young woman from my electorate bringing home a medal for Australia. I want to conclude by congratulating the Academy on the launch of its Science 2035 report. It has highlighted crucial issues. Some of these issues are being looked at closely by the expert members of the third panel, and we look forward to the outcomes of their work. The report released by the Academy and the discussions today will be key inputs into the government's thinking. Informed debate is essential to shaping effective policy. So thank you. Thank you for your valuable work and helping to build a better future for all Australians.
Thank you very much, Minister, and I know you have to get back to Parliament, so we'll be brief, but perhaps given your background in economics and our collective passion for research in this room, do you have a view of the importance of research or the role of research in raising productivity?
Fundamental research is the essential building block in lifting productivity. Productivity, as you know, is at a 60-year low in this country. And productivity, as you also know, is the essential ingredient in rising living standards. The essence of productivity growth, it can go up or down over time. It waxes and wanes in cycles of capital investment, of competition, of other factors. But the long-term trend in productivity growth is a function of technological progress. Technological progress, the essence of science, is that fundamental driver. And if we think about Australia's prosperity, think about how we make sure Australia remains in the top echelon of the most prosperous nations in the world, driving productivity through fundamental innovation, and the role of science in that is a top order consideration. I think from the government's perspective, working to encourage innovators, encourage scientists to continue to drive that technological growth that will ultimately feed through to productivity is one of the most important things we can do. Thank you.
Thank you, and if you can continue to convey that to your colleagues, we'll be much appreciated. So, I'm conscious that you do need to get back to Parliament, so we really appreciate the fact that you've made time for us this morning, and thank you for that great introduction. So, I don't think our next speaker needs any introduction, so I won't belabor the point, but it's a great honour to welcome our Academy President, to Professor Jagadish, to open our symposium today and officially launch the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. I also would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet, the Ngunnawal people. I pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. I also would like to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, those who are joining this morning. Good morning, everyone. The 2025 Edelman Trust Barometer reported that fewer than 1 in 5 surveyed Australians thought that the next generation will be better off. This may be shocking to some of us. It should be shocking to all of us. The challenges we face as Australians have been well documented, and has our remarkable casual and piecemeal approach to addressing them. Bit here, bit there, but too little anywhere. And even when we try, too often we pull back when change becomes discomforting for some of us. As Peter Harcher wrote in June 2025, can we, as a people, make big reforms to make our country better, even if it is hard? Are we too selfish, too myopic, too complacent? If you are not to let the pessimism of most of us becoming a destabilizing force affecting all of us, if we are to make big reforms, it is up to organizations like this academy to stand up and show leadership. We can and we will. Because we want an Australian future influenced by strategy and careful choices. Adopt an approach that will inspire confidence that we have wit and the will to build a better future. It is not something only for this academy to do. We are but one of many that need to walk the walk. Organizations, individuals with aspirations of leadership have to deliver their share of the obligation to shape a future characterized by strategy and careful choices, not by drift. The challenges we Australians face are clear. The intergenerational report identifies 5: population aging, expanded use of digital and data technology, climate change and the net zero transition, rising demand for care and support services, and increased geopolitical risk and fragmentation. Australia's future prosperity will be influenced by how we manage these shifts underway in the economy. The Treasurer, Dr. Jim Chalmers, expressed his view that we have an obligation to future generations to deliver a better standard of living than we enjoy today. In Australia, capable of meeting that obligation, need to identify what to do, work out how to do it, and then, above all, do what it must. That Australia needs knowledge. This academy is in the business of knowledge. Australia as a nation needs to be in the knowledge business. The Association of American University Professors spelled out why in 2019. Without knowledge, they wrote, no nation can govern its economy, manage its environment, sustain its public health, produce goods or services, understand its own history, or enable its citizens to understand the circumstances in which they live. We know that without research, we won't learn anything. We will not add to the bank of knowledge that draws on the past while creating the basis for the future. Without respecting, refreshing, regenerating, and creating knowledge, we'll have no capacity to design and respond to circumstances as they evolve. As Carl Sagan wrote, our passion for learning is our tool for survival. We know that Australians' learning serves the nation and the world. It contributes to the bank of knowledge we need to prosper. Its quality earns us a seat at the global table where big and impactful decisions are made. It builds sovereign capability to evaluate, adapt, and adopt knowledge, including from the roughly 97% produced elsewhere. It develops a culture in which curiosity, a hallmark of our species, is a value celebrated in an ambitious contemporary Australia. We also know that without science, No nation can grow the knowledge. It needs to solve the problems it must. We know that it could not build an economy to support its aspirations. It is science that provides the knowledge to develop new products and technology that provides the know-how to make them. It is knowledge that results in new services, new products, and new innovations that change the world. But we also know that to make this country and the world better, the benefits of science will only be exploited through a renewed compact between science and society based on a proper understanding of what science is trying to achieve. Accordingly, science will work with other disciplines to understand communities and circumstances in which they live to ensure that the compact is fit for purpose. It surely is a time for Australians and Australia to make real commitment to invest in a future for all Australians. 35 years ago, we might have thought we had. Prime Minister Hawke announced in 1990 that he wanted Australia to be, and I quote, "the clever country, one that must reduce its reliance on imported technology and borrowed research," unquote. In that same year, John Dawkins, one of Hawke's ministers, elaborated the theme. More than ever before, the reservoir of talent in our people will have to eclipse our great natural resources as the determinant of our success. We'll have to use our intelligence and our wit to cement the process of change and to secure and improve our place in the world. This involves working better and smarter, scuttling mediocrity for quality and distinction. We cannot enter the next century rollicking on the sheep's back or creaking and swaying in some coal truck. 26 years after Hawke, Prime Minister Turnbull wanted Australia to become the innovation nation. 35 years after Hawke, Dr. Chalmers noted that, quote, "our economy is not dynamic or innovative enough." So, notwithstanding the rhetoric, the exhortations and aspirations, we have barely moved the dial over the 35 years. Indeed, do we even still try? Since 2008, our investment in knowledge generation and its use, an outlay that is well understood to lead to dynamism and innovation, has dropped steadily. We are now so far behind the average of OECD countries as a percentage of GDP. For example, it would take around an additional $29 billion per annum just to get to parity. I want to repeat, $29 billion per annum just to get to parity. There is a pattern. We walk the path, and then again, and then once more, we lament the present, tell ourselves to get better, and sometimes even outline how. We make commitments and then slip back to the comfortable life that most of us lead, even though we know it remains overly dependent on what we have been fortunate to find rather than work to earn. And just 17% of us on the path think the next generation will be as lucky. Surely, it is time to change. And it is our time. I am pleased to launch today a report that is an investigation by the Australian Academy of Science, led by Professor Ian Chubb, and this has been a passion project for the last 18 months for Ian, and also Dr. Haley Teasdale and the rest of the team, into Australia's scientific capability that needs to be in place by 2035. It is a plan that has been developed using available data and based on multiple consultations. The results are clear. We have gaps, and they need to be filled, and the challenges of 2060 will not be met, nor the more immediate ones of the National Reconstruction Fund. We must act now. It takes time to develop the reservoir of talent in our people. It takes time to create knowledge. And it takes time to use that talent to apply that knowledge. You will see examples of that time frame attached to our report. But for the moment, just think of things we take for granted and how basic knowledge. My script has gone off, and I'll come back to it. But for the moment, just to think of things we take for granted, it's here, that's fine. And how basic knowledge from research led us to the quality of life for many of us to enjoy today. In 1996, it was corporate leaders in the US who banded together to ask their Congress to imagine what life would be like without polio vaccines and heart pacemakers, or digital computers, or disease-resistant grains and vegetables, or cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The intervening 30 years have added a lot more to our world. Wi-Fi, smartphones, even more advanced cancer therapies, better vaccines, drought-tolerant agriculture, development of lasers for use in industry and healthcare, and quantum computers, to name a few. And we know that since 1945, 75% of all global economic growth is a derivative of technological advance. And since 1990, 90% of the technical advance is derivative of technological advance. Fundamental knowledge, fundamental scientific understanding. What history tells us is that without scientific and technological advance, we will be battered by calamity. Real progress needs science and needs time, so it needs patience. In their letter, the corporate leaders describe how it is truly patient capital needed to carry out basic research that creates the environment for the inspired risk-taking that is essential to technological discovery. They describe how often these advances have no immediate practical usability, but open technology windows that can be pursued until viable applications emerge. This letter describes a culture that understands the importance of knowledge and its critical role in the way we use it to improve our lives. This is our chance, indeed our obligation. The next generation will not be better off if those who could change the outcome have neither the will to cope with the inconvenience nor the courage to stare it down. We must recognize that there is no entitlement. Nothing is our due because we are we. Instead, let us be careful, selective, strategic, and courageous. We can be better, but we have to make choices, work at them, and invest appropriately, carefully, and patiently. This report points to some of what we need to do. Thank you, and I commend the report to you.
Thank you, Jagadish. That's just a wonderful framing of both the importance of the report, what the work that needs to be done, and a great introduction to today's symposium. As Jagadish mentioned in his remarks, it's important that we work across all disciplines to advance Australia's future, and so it's appropriate now that I introduce our next speaker, Professor Stephen Garton. Stephen is Professor of History and Principal Advisor to the Vice-Chancellor at the University of Sydney, where he also served as Provost, Senior Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Interim Vice-Chancellor. He's currently President of the Australian Academy of the Humanities, and we invited him today to help us give context for today's discussion, looking back at turning points in our past, and in particular, he's got an incredibly knowledgeable and long background in many of the shifts in policy in higher education and research in this country. He was a valuable advisor to me as a member of this advisory council at the ARC. And we're pleased to have so many of our social sciences and humanities colleagues joining us today, reflecting of the many disciplines we need to address our challenges. Please welcome Professor Garton.
Thanks, Margaret. And before I begin, let me acknowledge that we're on the lands of the Ngunnawal people and pay my respects to elders past and present, and acknowledge all the First Peoples of Australia from whom we still have much to learn. So I've been asked to give you an account of the history of higher education research policy. It draws on a project led by Julia Horn with Kate Darian-Smith, President of FASSA, who's here, James Waghorn and myself. It's a large and complex topic, but my brief is to be brief. So let me start somewhere you mightn't expect, the Australian Constitution. As some may know, the founding document of Australia's Federation explicitly excluded education and thus aspects of university research from Section 51, which outlined the areas of responsibility for the new federal government. Universities were a state responsibility, not the Commonwealth's. So for 175 years of higher education in Australia, the Commonwealth has been in charge for less than half that time. And we can date the beginnings of formal Commonwealth control to the 10th of March 1943. Hold that thought. Well, I'm cheating a bit. There are a few ways round this constitutional constraint. The Commonwealth could establish Duntroon in 1915 because it was in a territory, not a state. It could use its health powers to establish and fund research at the Institute of Tropical Medicine at the University of Queensland in 1913, later coming to Sydney. Or it could give funds to state governments for them to establish research labs, such as Thomas Laby's X-ray lab at Melbourne Uni, or the Australian School of Forestry at Adelaide, or chairs in a number of disciplines of national priority around the country. The Constitution, however, meant that major research investment, Commonwealth research investment, sat outside the higher education system, most importantly in the Commonwealth Serum Laboratories from 1916 and the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, the CSIR, established in 1926. Universities were there for teaching, for professors to profess their discipline. Scholars engaged in research, and universities offered small amounts of research support. But most of those interested in research, or some of those interested in research, went overseas. William Bragg, Grafton Elliott Smith, Raymond Dart, Vere Gordon Child, who each had a major international impact in their field. Well, the Great Depression brought things to a head. There were significant university budget cuts. It was the CSIR who brought the appalling state of Australian research to the attention of the Commonwealth, complaining that they were unable to employ sufficient research workers because the universities were not producing them. So in 1937, the Commonwealth gave the CSIR £39,000 to decide which university researchers to support. The stipulation being that the funds were to support projects with a research training component that would help the CSIR. In the same year, it also established the National Health and Medical Research Council, using its health powers to allocate universities another £30,000. Well, as you will have guessed, the war changed everything. The Commonwealth could now invoke its war powers to assume control of universities, and did so. Key members of the Garton and Chifley government and major bureaucrats like Nugget Coombs, Douglas Copeland and E.R. Walker believed that Australia was woefully unprepared for modern warfare, requiring much greater scientific and industrial manpower. They acted quickly, establishing the Universities Commission, chaired by R.C. Mills, Dean of Economics at Sydney, to whip the sector into shape. And the results were remarkable. The Commonwealth directly funded research with military application, mandated the length of degrees, determined which disciplines were essential for the war effort, excusing students enrolled in those disciplines from enlistment, and created a scholarship system to ensure that students of merit, regardless of finances, could enrol in university. And generous scholarships continued after the war. And enrolments in Australian universities doubled between 1939 and 1948 and had trebled by 1958. The Labor government reforms of the 1940s essentially remained in place until Whitlam's reforms of the 1970s. This was an era of the long economic boom, underpinned by immigration and significant investment in technical and higher education. Coombs, Chifley and others were very clear. Australia had to remake its post-war economy, and universities were central to that transformation. We had to give up our addiction to the plough, in the colourful phrase of Sir David Rivett, chair of the CSIR, and move to an industrial economy. And key figures in the government and bureaucracy set about shaping higher education to deliver on this agenda. First, they had to move to ensure continuing post-war Commonwealth control over higher education, leading to one of our only successful referendums in 1946. What of research? Research workers remained a key priority. The ANU was essentially established in 1947 to produce more research workers to upskill the public service. And research funds began to grow, way too slowly for Vice-Chancellors, as always, but grow they did, up to £82,000 just after the war. But tellingly, 50 was for research training and only 32 directly for projects. Equally, the government invested heavily in university infrastructure. Hundreds of thousands of pounds, hundreds of millions, perhaps billions in today's dollars, were spent on new buildings, new campuses, Sandy Bay for Tasmania, labs, workshops, other research facilities, and equipment like microscopes, lathes, and the like. Menzies has claimed much of the credit for this Labor agenda, brilliant political strategist that he was. He had been inclined to leave universities to the states. And after he won the 1949 election, there were genuine fears that universities would wither without ongoing Commonwealth funding. John Medley, the Vice-Chancellor of Melbourne, took Menzies out for a long lunch at the Melbourne Club. Menzies had more than a few university lunches at this time. He rolled over the funding for a few years, until he had the very clever idea of instituting the Murray Report of 1957, which essentially cemented the scholarship reforms of Labor. More importantly, Murray proposed a block funding model for higher education, one previously developed by Mills under Labor. Historians have commonly seen the Murray Report as a signature initiative in the history of higher education. But it was actually the Curtin and Chifley reforms that set the post-war foundations. Menzies, however, to his credit, stumped up the cash, and thus began what some have seen as the golden age of expansion, the opening of new institutions, and more importantly, universities now had substantial funds to invest in research. Menzies was always suspicious of central government control, so his focus was on getting funds to each university to let the institution make the strategic decisions as to what to research. Government-funded competitive grant schemes were thus remarkably small. The forerunner of the ARC, the Australian Research Grants Committee, established in 1965, only had a fund of £7 million. And just before the major reforms of the 1980s, its grant budget was still a rather modest $25 million, while the NHMRC grant scheme was only around $50 million. This brings us to the second major reform of higher education and the nation's research system, the Dawkins reforms of the late 1980s. Now, I'm not going to rehash, much as I would love to, their history, even though they established the modern higher education system as we live in it today, with all its strengths and weaknesses. I'll keep the focus on research. Don Aitken was a member of Dawkins' Purple Circle, and he played a key role in reshaping research funding in Australia. For Don, the weakness of the university-based system was it spread the icing too thin, VCs gave a little to everyone, were vulnerable to supporting the best internal lobbyists, tempted to pick favourites, and constrained by those they had on staff. For Don, the sums available were insufficient and not necessarily allocated to the best projects or people. The answer was to create a much more extensive competitive grant system. As always, the question was how to fund it. The answer, all too predictably, was to top slice all university budgets by 2.5% to create an initial fund for the new ARC of $65 million. And NH&MRC funding also received a welcome burst, over $150 million it had in its coffers by the mid-1990s, and of course much more since. It was a significant reform of our research environment. Almost everyone in this room has been the beneficiary of Don's framework, and it has underpinned the significant achievement that in global research terms, Australia punches well above its weight. But it's showing its age. There is a need for a significant overhaul of the system to meet our changing national needs, as the Academy of Sciences report is outlining so clearly. In this context, I think it's confronting but important to outline some of the challenges this rethinking has to face. Flatlining budgets for granting bodies, rising application rates, falling success rates, trimmed and sometimes savagely trimmed project budgets to sustain paltry success rates. A sadly inadequate non-government sector investment in R&D, where generous R&D tax concessions, although they exclude whole areas of research, and grant schemes promoting industry collaboration for years haven't really shifted the dial. If business does most of its R&D overseas but reaps the benefit of publicly funded IP in Australia, why not an R&D levy as proposed by the Academy? It's a great idea. A vital emphasis on the importance of commercialisation and translation. This is fundamental. But the risk is we do that classic public policy thing of repackaging existing funding envelopes rather than in bringing in new money. And as Jagadish has argued so forcefully last night and today, we desperately need more investment in R&D. Because if we just repackage, we compromise the fundamental research that is the seedbed for translation. A massive escalation in the cost of infrastructure, matched by a decline and sometimes the closure of key government infrastructure funding schemes. A miserly RBG system, deliberately structured to fall well short of the desirable 50% of the costs of doing research. All this is very familiar to you. And all of this has meant a very significant cross-subsidy of university research from teaching revenues. Most of those revenues have come from increasing international student enrolments. Capping enrolments is capping research. Although I think there are creative ways to cap without damaging higher education teaching and research. So it's perhaps a trifle overdone to suggest that the private citizens of China are propping up Australia's research enterprise, but actually there's a kernel of truth here, and we should not be complacent about the sovereign risks. Let me add a couple of other issues into the mix. The unintended consequences and blind spots that bedevil research policy. There seems to be a view in Canberra that teaching and research are distinct domains, when in fact they are part of a single complex ecology. After all, it's teaching revenue that cross-subsidises research. But without an excellent research system, our best and brightest will go overseas as they did before the 1940s. Australian students will be poorer if they are not taught and supervised by the best. Our pipeline of early career researchers will start to dry up. Academics have come to see the road to success is only research. So get out of teaching, accept supervision to prosper. We need a system that better balances the needs of teaching, mentoring and research if we are to produce a robust pipeline of researchers for the future. A recent report on the ARC, chaired by Peter Shergold, I think represents an important shift of thinking, which I welcome. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to bring some excellent researchers here. Canada is snapping them up, China, United Arab Emirates, Japan, Singapore, snapping them up. In all disciplines, I hasten to add, even the humanities. So many of my humanities colleagues are getting offers from North American colleagues are getting offers from these countries. The Academy of Science has proposed an innovative program to bring great researchers here. But where is the targeted government support to assist in that opportunity? More to the point, if we don't sustain a wide range of disciplines through teaching, we won't produce the researchers of the future in key areas. The poor financial state of many universities underpins a significant loss of disciplines that compromises Australia's future sovereign capability. Russian, Indonesian, earth sciences, and others are on life support. There's only one university still teaching Russian, and that's down to one member of staff in the country. Australia as a whole only produced 2 PhDs in Chinese studies. Will we have to buy future expertise in, potentially further compromising our sovereign capability? The public discourse, and possibly the official view, is that our universities are adequately funded and that the desire for international students is largely driven by vice-chancellorial greed. But the data has been deliberately shaped to produce this outcome. The 2011 Lomax-Smith base funding inquiry, which actually underestimated the costs of having research active staff teaching our students, still found every discipline underfunded, some seriously so. And since then, successive governments have determined to take out a number of items deemed irrelevant to direct teaching costs, when actually many of them, like electricity, are essential, to prove that all disciplines are appropriately funded. They are clearly not. If they were, we wouldn't need international students to help fund the shortfall in educating Australian students, let alone prop up our research. We need robust investigations of the actual costs of teaching and the actual costs of research, free of a political agenda driving the methodology. Larger class sizes, closing disciplines of small enrolment, and using cheap casual labour to cover the research and teaching shortfall is exacerbating the risks to Australia's sovereign capabilities. Many academics are increasingly dispirited by larger class sizes, cuts, restructures, closures, insecurity of tenure, lack of research support, loss of sabbaticals, and massive increases in administrative loads and compliance requirements. University of Sydney is subject to 330 separate pieces of legislation, and we have to report on most of them. Some, especially women, tell me they are going to the pub after work not to talk about their research, but about career opportunities outside the sector. They want jobs where they do rather than be done to. And that's a canary in the coal mine, I think, for our stream of early career researchers. I meet so many brilliant young researchers, and they give me incredible hope for the future. But we are strangling some of their opportunities by the system that we've created. Why do we persist with the fiction that all universities do the same thing? Alan Pettigrew's fascinating analysis of RBG allocations since the year 2000, a proxy for research success, shows clearly that there are 20 universities producing nearly 90% of the system's research. Over time, some rise and some fall within that G20. But it's been exactly the same 20 universities for the last 25 years. Shouldn't we be reframing our research policy and funding in the light of facts like these? We're regularly told that the sector has very few, if any, friends in Canberra. Many of the political class and our public commentariat seem intent on eliminating the positive, accentuating the negative, and completely messing with Mr. In-Between. Yes, I did grow up on Bing Crosby. We need evidence and reasoned debate, not culture war. There's much more I could say, but I've probably strained your patience enough. The ecosystem is exhibiting signs of stress, held together by a robust, competitive grant system. The joy of doing research, which keeps many of us going. The extraordinary work of great academics doing their best to keep the system afloat. And dare I say, sometimes, university managements who have made the difficult trade-offs to keep the system functioning. We need a renewed Curtin Chifley ethos, an ethos of seeing research and education as the engine room of productivity. There is maybe some ambivalence about the proposed ATEC in certain quarters, but properly set up with appropriate independence, we might yet revive the policy creativity of RC Mills and be all the better for that. And a greater role and say for the chief scientists wouldn't go astray either, in my view. If the wars of the 20th century were industrial, as Curtin and Chifley discerned, the wars of the 21st century, as we know, will be around new forms of knowledge, ones to equip nations to better manage major challenges like the environment, pandemics, social cohesion, and the impact of the fourth industrial revolution. At this point, an astute punter would be wise to put their money on the short-priced favourites, like China, Singapore, UAE, Korea, and a few others. There's some hope for Europe, although demands to spend more on defence may erode their advantage. At this point, the Anglophone West is looking down the barrel of losing the knowledge war. Sooner rather than later, given recent developments, because of a failure to invest adequately in its research and education ecology. That is our great national challenge, and we have to hold our politicians to account, and the Academy's report is a great step in that direction. It is time for creative policy making, and creative investment is of the essence. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Stephen, for that wonderful overview. So much of what you said resonates with what we're experiencing today, so it shows we don't always learn the lessons of history. We're going to have a break now, morning tea's in the Jaeger room, and the Academy staff, a number of the people will be around standing by the screens, so you can access some of the information in the report. Hopefully that's working, I think. And we'll reconvene at 10:15. So thank you for your attention so far, and I look forward to the rest of the day. And is that how we do the panels? We move the chairs up? Yeah, okay, right. So welcome back, colleagues. As we've mentioned, no doubt, the report Australia's Science, Australia's Future has been underway for about 18 months now, and it's one of the most ambitious, if not the most ambitious policy project the Academy has ever embarked on. And we now have the great pleasure of hearing from the two driving forces behind this, Professor Ian Chubb, who needs no introduction, and Dr. Hayley Tearsdale, who's been an incredible support coordinator, all things happening behind the scenes and in front of the scenes in the report. And they're going to outline the key findings and set the context for the discussion to come. So over to you, Ian.
Thanks, Margaret. Colleagues, let me pay my respects to the Ngunnawal people and their elders past and present, and respect for their long culture and attachment to this land. Colleagues, my role this morning is to make a brief introduction, and for those of you who think that I can only speak under wet cement, it will arrive shortly, but I want to just summarise a little bit, a little differently from the two preceding speeches, which I think set the scene remarkably well. And I thank you, Stephen, and you, Jagadish, for your comments, because I think it highlights the challenge that we face as a country. What are we going to do about it? And our urging as an academy with our colleagues from other academies will be that it's not time to deliver a report and let it sit on a shelf and gather dust, and give people an opportunity to say, oh, this is a bit too hard, or, as I'll say later on when I summarise, oh, we already do it. Didn't they know that? But we do it at a micro scale rather than actually at a scale where we can change the nature of the country and its future. So I'll be focusing in particular on expertise. I think I might mention a discipline or two, but only a discipline or two, because I want to focus on expertise, because that's what a lot of the data that Hayley will reflect on and show you is to do with. So I'll give that. I'll talk about expertise and the need for breadth and for depth to give us the national capacity to respond to the predictable and, importantly, the unpredictable. And I'm going to use a couple of examples to illustrate that. But the unpredictable as the needs arise. And Hayley will take you through the work that she's led within the Secretariat of the Academy, and combined we will respond to questions and comments that may or probably will arise. I should tell you that within the Academy we are known as Batman and Robin. I'll leave it to you to decide which of us is which, and it's my abs that give it away. I'm Batman. And I'm going to use two of the many possibilities that I could have used to illustrate the importance of national capacity, expertise, and I will use them to illustrate how the response to those two examples was based on expertise and were the result of long-term investment. And they're both in the medical area. There are a lot that I could have chosen, but I chose those two because A, they were spaced in time, and B, because they were serious issues of public discussion and active engagement with the consequences of these two. So that's why they are there. So to start, by early in 2024, Australia had managed its way through several waves of COVID infections. Imported vaccines had been put into the arms from early 2021, and we learned about strength, weakness, determination and courage through what, for most of us, many of us, the country, was a pretty traumatic period. And what we learned from that was the value of expertise. We learnt about the value of having experts available to strategise and to plan. So we had that capacity and we had the courage to reassure a concerned public that what they faced could be difficult, could be discomforting, could be disconcerting and probably traumatising, but that we could manage our way forward to minimise harm in the face of the uncertainty that came in that particular case of a virus where we knew little about it, but we knew it was likely to be pretty ordinary for most Australians. And part of the lesson was that when we needed them, we had them. Experts able to advise political leaders as we faced a pandemic of unknown but scary possibilities. Experts able to advise on how to reduce, if never eliminate, risks to Australians. It was advice that was robust enough to stand against the new ways of throwing doubt on everything, what we call misinformation and disinformation, because sometimes we don't want to say it's just plain lying. It was expertise and it led to evidence-based public health options used by government and the community in effective partnership, but not uncontroversial. When we were thinking about it, I was reminded that we'd done it before, how Australia, decades of investment in virology and microbiology, medical research more generally, led Australia to develop a world-leading HIV/AIDS strategy that was strong, was bipartisan, and it was effective. And I was also reminded of courage and determination, because there had to be both to get that strategy in place. The Federal Minister of the day showed determination because he had the resolve to what was described as laundering money through a convent to get support into a jurisdiction that treated HIV/AIDS as a moral issue rather than a public health crisis. So courage, determination, expertise and strength. But a key message in our Australian story is how we patiently invested in the talent and built that expertise, and how it was able to be mobilised when we needed it, because it was there and it was ours. Nobody in Australia was particularly focused on HIV/AIDS until it was first reported in Australia in the 1980s, early 80s. Australia first grew the COVID-19 virus just 10 days after the first Australian came home with the infection. I'd be pretty sure that those researchers didn't grow up thinking when they were in primary school that one day there might be something called the SARS-CoV-2 virus and they could be the first in the world to grow it and make it available to researchers worldwide. But they did use their decades of training to produce what was described as, and I quote, a game changer for the international scientific community by making that available. And we also sequenced the nucleic acid at the same time. So building expertise, creating knowledge, growing understanding, and being citizens in a world of knowledge was seen as laudable in their own right. And Australian experts in a range of fields have been there when we needed them. About 18 months ago, several of us in the Academy were reflecting on how, at different stages of our history, and I offer peace pipe to Stephen because he outlined it much better than I ever could. So your job is quite safe, I'm not a competitor. But it's really interesting to think about how we took that journey over a long period of time. And there was a purpose to it. Build expertise, grow capacity, grow talent, and use it when we needed it. It was there to be called on. So we were thinking about that, and we thought of a time when the use of the so-called patient capital that Jagadish referred to was seen as an investment in that purposeful building of talent and knowledge, and it wasn't seen as a cost. But after 2008, in particular, the picture changed. Now, while we would never argue that we do not need to apply knowledge to find solutions to problems that Australia and indeed the world face, we asked whether we still invest in expertise that will give us the capacity should or when we need it. That same expertise is our entry to the Global Bank of Knowledge. We're a 3% depositor in that global bank, and I know that we say from 0.3% of the population and we punch above our weight, unquote. I don't know what it means because we don't define the weight class, but we punch above it anyway. 3% means 97% somewhere else. It's produced elsewhere, and we need the capacity to interrogate it, to work out what we should adopt, how we need to adapt before we can adopt if we want to, if we choose to. We need that talent to be able to access that. But in addition to that, it puts us, it's that same expertise that does help us argue that we punch above our weight. And incidentally, we're 3% depositors of the total knowledge bank, but we're about 2.1% of the science knowledge base. So we're still up there. And as Stephen said, that the proportion of the high site researchers from Australia is also very high. So there's no question about the talent. But the reality is that we're a 3% depositor. And so we need the capacity to be able to interact with, communicate with, understand, work with, contribute to work that's done to address the big pictures. And we need to be able to do that and get a seat at the table where the big decisions are made that have worldwide significance. Because if we're not there, they'll be made without us. And if they're made without us, our influence and our capacity to influence is obviously much diminished. So when we decided on Australian Science, Australia's future, the Academy did not want to add yet another glossy report full of slogans and good intentions. There have been a lot of those. And yes, it's true, some of you are thinking, but you were involved with some of those, weren't you? Why are you back again? I can hear it. I'll see you at lunch. But we didn't want to do that. We didn't want just to repeat that. Because less generously, we didn't want to add yet another way to gather dust on bookshelves, prop open doors, or take up space on your laptops. We wanted to use the available data to prepare the most comprehensive analysis of Australia's present science capability that we could. So we aim to answer an apparently simple question: does the science we have match the science we need, or the science that we might need? But then the question was how to link the science to what the nation aims to be. And as the President reminded us earlier, the Federal Treasurer has commented that we have an obligation to future generations to deliver a better standard of living than we enjoy today. And to me, that is a critical issue. We have the capacity, we have the talent, we need to grow the talent, and we need to improve the talents where the talent is distributed across the country in particular fields and so on. But at the end of the day, don't we have an obligation of the coming generations in this country to give them a fair chance to enjoy the standard of life that many of us, most of us, actually lead today? And I think to ignore that is reprehensible. To ignore that obligation is appalling. So we might be discomforted. We might say, oh, we already do it, even though we don't. We might say that. And I think denying responsibility to look after this place for those who follow us is not what I would want to be part of, or a generation that I would want to be part of, even though as I look around me, I'm a representative of a generation much later than most of you. So to look to inspiration, we turn to the intergenerational report produced by the Commonwealth Government in 2023. Minister Charlton referred to it this morning. It is, as it were, in a sense, the North Star. The challenges that it has articulated as challenges that we need to be able to resolve. And we need to work on them, and it's a long run. So we set 2035 as our agenda because if we haven't got it right within 10 years, it's not going to be right in time to meet those generational challenges, because we're starting talking to people, young people in schools and their teachers, and getting them to do some of the study, some of the interest, generate some of the interest that we need. And it'll take, if we're talking to Year 10 students today, then before they come out with a university degree, it's 2025 plus 6? Oh, 31. So we're getting, it takes that long to actually do this. And so we've got to be patient but persistent and not give up when we've made a few positive steps and say that'll do. She'll be right. The rest of it will look after itself. So the report refers to the 5 pressures that Minister Charlton referred to. And when we thought about those, we refined our question. We asked, what science capability would Australia need to meet those challenges and to build an economy that supports a better future for us all? We set out to complete a comprehensive analysis of Australian science system, not just to count what we have, but to test whether what we have is fit for purpose and what we need to do to make it fit for purpose. And Sheil is the world expert on that as I speak. We asked, if Australia is to lift its investment in R&D, where should that investment be directed? I think Minister Charlton's response to the question about fundamental research was actually very important. It's very important. As was the comment that Stephen made earlier about the fact that, where there's the political will in Australia to accommodate some of that understanding and that need. And we have to make that argument. And it's got to be a different argument, and I'll talk about it later after Sheil has presented. But to go in and ask for more money because we haven't got enough, because we could spend it if we got it, because we don't spend enough now, is not an argument that has succeeded since at least 2008. So for us, it was never, if we do lift the investment in R&D, where should it be directed? What capability do we need to strengthen, and what capability do we need to build, in some instances almost from scratch? One staff member in one university somewhere in Australia teaching Russian, to my way of thinking, is weird. It's a weird outcome. And it happens. And we've got to ask, should it happen? And not just there. Geology. There are a number of disciplines where, and we will talk about it, but there are a number of disciplines where we're seeing a slow, steady decline in our capacity. And it happens because it happens because it happens because of a funding model that was introduced 40 years ago and has barely changed over that time. Tinkered, but not changed. And we want to ask the question, is it adequate for a febrile world, a country seeking to exert its own sovereign capacity to secure its future for coming generations? Should it be left unchallenged? And maybe the answer is yes once we challenge it, but in order to get there you have to challenge it first and have the discussion that you need to have to work it out. So we didn't want to do just an accounting exercise. Science isn't separate from daily life, even if it can sometimes feel abstract or distant. It shapes the quality of the food we eat, the security of the jobs we hold, the safety of the medicines we take, and the reliability of the technologies we use. It's a challenge that much of it's invisible to the public until it's not there when we need it. So we have to demonstrate that science is not simply a cost. Creating knowledge is not simply a cost. As Jagadish said, the country's got to be in the knowledge business. And that's comprehensive. It's not just us for the reasons that were outlined by Stephen and Jagadish earlier. Not just science, the whole. And we've got to work to make that happen. So we've got to go further than just repeat what we think is a self-evident truth. Trust us, because it's good for you, because we tell you it is. It's not good enough. So we have to persuade that investment in knowledge, knowledge creation, research, is an investment in the future. Other nations already understand it. They invest not because they've got some spare cash lying around that they think they'd better get off the books before somebody else takes it away. They do it because they know they can't afford not to. And they're prepared to make choices, and they're prepared to make sacrifices, and they're prepared to live with discomfort so that not everybody is extremely happy. Some people are. But they understand that when you make choices and when you make strategic choices, that not everybody's going to be happy. But as long as you can articulate why you're prepared to do it and how you're prepared to do it and the consequences of doing it, then it takes courage but we've got to have it. So, if we continue to sit back and coast in Australia, and waiting to, as Jagadish remarked on Bob Hawke's comments about importing technology and borrowing and research, if we continue to do that at the scale that we do, if we continue to talk, not act, as we've done often, as Stephen indicated, then we'll fall further behind and import nearly all of what we need, including even our own resources, transformed into high-value goods at high cost. So, colleagues, I think the choice is clear. We can treat science as a nation, we can treat science as an optional extra, or we can treat it as the foundation for our future. We can repeat the rhetoric about being clever and innovative without backing it with substance. Or we can commit to building a system that will let us be both. Both. We can let economics cap our vision before we've even got one. Or we can use economics to shape or we can use the wisdom to shape the economy to get us to where we want to be. A much better outcome, in my view. So it takes time, it takes patience, and it takes persistence, and it takes courage. But to get to the end, you've got to start. And so now I'll hand over to Hayley, who will take us to the starting line and a fair bit beyond that too. Thank you. Robin.
Yes, you can call me Robin or Hayley. I go by either. So it's a pleasure to be with you all today. As you heard, I'm Dr. Hayley Teasdale. I'm the Head of Science Advice and Policy at the Australian Academy of Science. And as Ian has outlined, it's been about 18 months now since we set out on this initiative, Australian Science, Australia's Future, with that question: does the science Australia has match the science it's going to need for the decades to come, not just in 2035, but for the generations that will follow 2035? And is the system fit for purpose to be able to adapt to those challenges that lie ahead? So in my presentation today, I'm going to take you through how we measure and define science capability in Australia, some of the new analysis that we performed to fill those gaps in knowledge that we identified. And I'll then talk about how we establish demand for science capability. And then we'll look at some key trends at where we are and aren't on track to meet demand. I also want to highlight the role of the fundamental sciences today as they underpin all of our science capability. And then I'll talk about those underpinning shifts that impact all of science. Before, we'll break for questions, where you can ask questions of myself and Ian. So when we started to set out on this initiative, we were breaking apart the problem and we were trying to find the right method to do this. And in doing so, we spoke to many of our colleagues from learned academies and royal societies and others across the world to see if anyone had done this to measure science capability into the future against a country's ambitions. And in short, it had not been done before. So we consulted those colleagues, we scanned the literature to find the best possible methods that could form pieces of the puzzle that we were trying to put together. But in combination, this had never been done before. We used a combination of foresight techniques, so systematic methods for exploring potential futures, qualitative research techniques, as well as forecasting, using data from the past to predict what's going to happen in the future, so some quantitative research techniques as well. And in combination, like I said, this hadn't been done before, and I really do think it can only happen somewhere like the Academy of Science. The unique combination of expertise in our fellowship and our secretariat, in research methods, science policy, convening science advice, communicating science, and of course, the deep, deep expertise in science itself. We hope that what we're presenting today looks to raise the bar for the types of evidence that policymakers can seek to inform their decision-making. And we've made the method entirely transparent and we hope repeatable so that it can be repeated in other sectors. So as you've heard, we've talked a lot about these 5 forces of the intergenerational report published by Treasury. But what we needed to do was to figure out which parts of these forces we could map science capability against. So from here, we created 3 key challenges, and this is what our analysis is anchored to: technological transformation, demographic change, and climate change, decarbonisation, and the environment. And this is how we aimed to connect science capability with the forces shaping the Australian economy, to ensure that science capability that we're aiming to have provides Australians with a good quality of life and a resilient economy, with good jobs, affordable housing, abundant food, a healthcare system to support the ageing population and the growing burden of chronic disease, and of course, a thriving environment. And I know this can all get a little bit confusing. So to kick off, we had those 5 forces shaping the economy. Below that, we have 3 challenges that we've anchored our analysis to. And what you'll hear about later is the 8 science capabilities we've identified growing most in demand in response to those challenges. And underpinning all of our science capability will be 4 fundamental areas of science. So there's 2 key areas where we've identified gaps in knowledge that we tried to fill through this initiative. And that is in understanding demand side of science, figuring out what we would need more of, how much more and where, and predicting what our workforce would look like into the future. So looking at our profile of our scientific workforce in 2035. Today, I'm going to highlight key parts of our method. I think I could speak for the whole day on the method alone. We have published it in full in the appendices of the full report. So just so you know, there are many other parts of the method that I won't go into today, but I will highlight some of the key points. So once we'd identified the areas where we had gaps in information, we started the data collection process. And for this, we collated these Power BI dashboards using what was either publicly available data or was able to be requested from Australian government data sets. So these dashboards covered, for instance, in education and training, everything from primary school, secondary, vocational education and training, and university level education, as well as things like PISA scores, NAPLANs, and attitudes to STEM learning. We also then looked at workforce, what are the patterns in employment and skills that are in demand in the workforce, activities and outputs, so research publications, collaborations and citations, expenditure and funding across all sectors, and also challenge-specific data, which told us things like what's Australia importing and exporting, which medicines are in shortage, that could help us understand the science capability we were going to need. Our next step was to do what the Academy does best, which is to convene expertise. And we brought together Learned Academy Fellows, National Committees for Science members, and other leading experts across each of the 3 challenge areas. And the purpose here was to discuss the disciplines of science that would be needed to address these challenges. And that's what we spoke about in the first workshop, that and the collaborations between disciplines that would be critical to address the challenges. Then we took those data dashboards that I spoke about, visualised the relevant data and shared it with the workshop participants. So in the second workshop, they could have a bit more of an informed discussion about where there might be gaps in capability based on those areas of science they spoke about in the first workshop. But we didn't want to just be talking to scientists. So the next step was to go outside the science sector and talk to those at the demand side of science. So for this we used a 7 questions interview, which is a futures technique used to gather strategic insights about the future, particularly with senior leaders. And we spoke to senior leaders across industries, startups, relevant peak bodies, research agencies, and those within government to speak about where they saw trends in demand over the coming decade. We then used qualitative analysis of these interviews to confirm key areas of capability growing in demand. This validated what we'd heard earlier in the workshops and through our desktop and data analysis work. So a key feature of this project has been how we're able to cross-validate different pieces of qualitative and quantitative information in this certain way. So following these stages of data collection, we had quite a well-rounded perspective on where demand was heading, both inside and outside of science. So next, we looked to where supply was projected to land. And it was actually in one of our workshops where one of our fellows, Professor Rob Heinemann, noticed how much more useful it would be if we could look at what the workforce would look like in 2035 rather than using data from the past decade. And of course, we agreed. So he created this formula as his specialty is forecasting, to forecast the age structure of every scientific discipline in Australia in 2035. So using the data that we'd gathered, these became data input sources into this formula for forecasting. The first input was working population by discipline, which is Australian Bureau of Statistics data. The second was graduates by discipline and their age, which is Department of Education data. Deaths from the Human Mortality Database, and retirement intentions, which, yes, is based on the natural and physical sciences. As we know, scientists retire in their own time. And input 5 was estimated net migration. So based on a rearrangement of the original formula, it's essentially what's left after you take into account all of those other sources. And where that led was to 500 simulations of the future population for each scientific discipline in Australia. And there is much more about this in the report. I'm going to show some graphs now that might look a little small, but we will come back to them. So to begin with, these categories are under natural and physical sciences as the broad field of education code, which covers mathematical sciences, physics and astronomy, chemical sciences, earth sciences, biological sciences, and something called other natural and physical sciences, which actually includes subcategories: medical science, forensic science, food science, and biotechnology. There's also this other category called natural and physical sciences not further defined, and that's basically the bucket for anything that's left. So what you can see is an ageing workforce in physics and astronomy, earth sciences, and biological sciences, which means it's characterised by fewer people entering the field at the younger ages, and the ones who are in the field are obviously getting 10 years older. While this may not have immediate implications for 2035, it can create a cliff of expertise that may be lost in the following years if that pipeline is not feeding through new expertise. And there's one category of workforce profile that's not listed here, but is visible at some of the more detailed codes. And that's actually a declining workforce, where the number of people in the workforce in 2035 is actually fewer than the number of people in the workforce in 2025. And I'll show you one of those in just a moment. But as we were exploring some of the education data in particular, we started to notice this peculiar trend. And for this, I'm just showing the information technology postgraduate research student data. And that blue line going up there is the overseas students, and the red line going down is the domestic students. And that's interesting because it almost creates a mirror. And both of these are inputs into our workforce forecasting. So we wanted to see if there might be a masking effect that was happening when we were doing these projections that might tell us more about what's happening under the surface. So we repeated some of these projections of the graduate forecast that were an input into the workforce forecasting. And we looked at shifting trends between international graduate projections and domestic. Now, these projections use the last 10 years of graduation data and project forward. So that shaded area there is the 90% confidence interval. The projections show international student graduations rising across every discipline of the natural and physical sciences. This is really helpful for Australia as it means building a teaching and research workforce to teach these students, and therefore maintain our expertise pool that way. But it does not necessarily mean that these students will stay on in Australia and join the Australian workforce pipeline and the reservoir of expertise themselves. However, for domestic graduations, we're seeing falling projections in biological sciences, chemical sciences, and physics and astronomy. And if you look at the earth sciences here, there is a very wide confidence interval there. And that's because there's been so much change over that past decade. Now, we know that the closure and downsizing of the earth sciences schools across the country make it unlikely that we're going to see a nice peak like we did there in 2015 again. So we think that if we use the last 5 years of data, that would be a very different story for the earth sciences graduates. And this has implications for our workforce projections. Only 28% of international students use their post-study work rights, and 16% stay on to become permanent residents. So we rely heavily on domestic graduates to stay in Australia and maintain our expertise in areas of critical science capability. So when I'm presenting the age structure analysis throughout the day and you're reading it in the report, just take into account that this analysis draws on both international and domestic student graduations, and think about the implications of the downfall in the domestic graduation pipeline. So how we established demand for science was through using surveys against all the challenge areas growing in most demand, workshops with scientists to see what they thought would be needed, the fields of research and collaborations. We cross-referenced that with the interviews with the demand side stakeholders, and also cross-referenced with our data dashboards, which included things like jobs and skills forecasts and existing workforce shortages. And from all of this, we established 8 areas of science that would be most in demand over the coming decade. Those are agricultural science, artificial intelligence, climate science, biotechnology, data science, epidemiology, geoscience, and materials science. And how did we define each of these capabilities? I know it will be your first question. And for your reading pleasure, in the full report, we have listed every single learning area from the Australian curriculum, field of education code, field of research code, and occupation code relevant to each of these science capability areas. So you can see exactly how we're measuring each capability. We also, and this was one of the most heated discussions the project team had in the whole 18 months, was over how we define the rating scale. We developed this thumb rating scale, hoping that it would be an easy at-a-glance look at whether we were on track or not to meet demand for science. So green means we have no gap or are unlikely to have a gap in capability to 2035. Orange, that we have some gap already and a likely gap in capability to 2035. That downwards red thumb there means we have an existing gap in capability and a certain gap looking forward to 2035. But what I think is the most interesting symbol will always be the grey question mark, which means that we have insufficient data or codes to define this capability, which makes it more difficult to measure. And when you put it all together, it creates a really fun Tetris-inspired graph in science capability for our country. So once we had those 8 areas of science capabilities, we looked to supply in every single area of the pipeline that influences our country's science capability as a whole. So from school education all the way through to publications and patents. Now, this is on page 19 in the abridged report and page 31 of the long report if you'd like to explore it. And this actually includes public data as well as some of our novel analysis like the age structure analysis I mentioned earlier. Now I'd like to take you through some of the key trends in science capabilities that we noticed. Again, I do feel like a salesperson for this report, but it is free. Every single data indicator for each one of those codes for each science capability is detailed in Appendix C. So you could go through and see absolutely every trend that you might want to. But here today, I'm just going to highlight a few that help us better understand how we're tracking in these capabilities in Australia. So food and groceries are some of Australia's biggest exports and are driven by strong and growing demand in our region. Australian farmers rely heavily on international intellectual property for crop development. Agricultural science will help transition agriculture to reduce emissions, but also help in making Australian agriculture resilient and adapt to climate change. And it's critical to ensure Australia remains food secure in a changing environment, but that we can also continue to feed our changing and growing population, as well as maintaining and growing one of our biggest export industries. Agricultural science draws on fundamental chemistry, biology, and mathematics. And overall, if you have a look at those thumbs, they're looking quite orange across education, workforce, funding, and research output, indicating a likely gap in capability to 2035. Beginning with, in 2024, this occupation of agricultural research scientists already had a national shortage. Undergraduate enrolments and completions in agriculture, however, are increasing, such as undergraduate domestic enrolments being up 18% in the last decade, but student numbers remaining similar in vocational education courses in agriculture. This is orange, not green, because we're seeing a downturn in undergraduates in areas like horticulture and viticulture, which are very important to this capability. Temporary skilled migration for agricultural scientists increased 15% with only small numbers, and permanent migration for the same occupation code increased. Business spending on R&D has increased along with higher education and private not-for-profit spend in this area. But government spending has decreased by 27% over the past decade when normalised for CPI. In this field, Australia collaborates most with China, the US and India in relevant fields of research. Here, you can see that agricultural science is projected to have an expansive workforce. The green line indicates the profile of the 2025 workforce, and the blue line indicates the 2035 projected workforce distribution, with the shaded area being the 90% confidence interval. So we can see that it is expansive, it is growing, particularly between the ages of 25 to 35 there. But we're also seeing real growing demand for agriculture, measured in part by the existing job shortages. So even though this workforce is looking to be expansive, the wide confidence interval of that blue shaded area makes it not entirely conclusive as to whether it will be growing enough to meet the demand that it faces. So to conclude on agricultural science, there's positive signs, but really strong demand. Climate and weather patterns will continue to alter growing conditions in Australia, further adding to that demand. Research output remains strong, which is a proxy here for local expertise. There's some growth in the teaching and research workforce, however, it's limited. So this is a capability with a strong foundation that with support will be able to meet the challenges of 2035. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is incredibly important, not just for how it's transforming the economy and potential productivity benefits, but how it is impacting science. Without local capability in AI, we allow Australia to not only be shaped by the tools sold to us by large multinationals, but will fail to adapt and apply these tools to the Australian economy. With local capability in AI, we can uplift all science disciplines, be not just an adopter, but a creator of AI tools and have a seat at the table. The challenge with measuring our AI capability is the lack of direct occupation codes. It's also a field with low pre-existing numbers and high graduate inflows, making forecasts more uncertain. But there has been an increase in both domestic and international students at the undergraduate and postgraduate levels. But the increase in international students in both cases has been far greater. Where undergraduate domestic students are up 182%, for the same course, international students rose 622%. Interestingly, internationally, these increases in enrolments in artificial intelligence-related subjects have already started to drop off, due to generative AI beginning to make entry-level coding jobs more scarce. The most recent graduations data we have here is from 2023, so the data lags substantially when you think of when that person may have enrolled in that subject. This is why we include commencing students in the data indicators, as this is a more recent data point to indicate student choices and how they're changing. Our commencing students data, which is on page 92 of the full report, shows that between 2020 and 2023, domestic student commencements have fallen in undergraduate information systems by 29%, postgraduate computer science by 43%, and postgraduate information systems by 49%. While in all three of those, international student numbers continue to increase. R&D expenditure increased by a minimum 14% across all in-scope AI-related fields, and we're seeing business expenditure in particular rise, particularly from the Australian Bureau of Statistics data released a fortnight ago. And Australia is publishing more in every field relevant to AI, growing by 375% over the past decade in machine learning. And I wanted to have a closer look at our machine learning publications. For every science capability, we look at who Australia's top collaborators are. Broadly across science, the biggest three are the US, China, and the UK. However, in artificial intelligence and machine learning, we saw an interesting pattern emerging, with Australians publishing more and more with scientists from China over the past decade. Under the Code for Machine Learning, Australia's top collaborators are China, with 34% of Australian publications co-authored with Chinese scientists, compared to only 10% from the United States and 5% from the United Kingdom. And I think this is quite interesting. Now, aren't able to infer causation here, but to have a think about why this has happened. Is this driven by Australian scientists needing access to research infrastructure for AI? Is this a signal of needing to collaborate with other countries who have deeper expertise and greater computing capability? And perhaps has this been a way that Australia's been able to avoid investing in onshore AI infrastructure over the past decade by leaning on our collaborators? So to sum up on artificial intelligence, those university completions have increased, but we're starting to see signs of the downturn. We have that lack of occupation codes, so this is hard to track, and it will be an important one to track for the coming decade. We are starting to show signs of reliance in our international collaborations in this area. So it is moving quickly, and like I said, those codes will be very important to help us keep track of this capability going forward. Biotechnology is incredibly important to Australia's future, not just for its applications in medical technology, for medicines, diagnostics and therapies, including precision medicine. It's also used in agriculture, creating pest and disease-resistant crops, to create industrial bio-based materials and for waste management. Because of this multitude of applications, biotechnology capability is a little bit more complicated to measure. It draws on fundamental chemistry, biology, and mathematics. And if you start to look at those capability indicators, you see a lot of those grey question marks. That's because biotechnology is applied across so many disciplines, so it's very hard to track at the macro level. Currently, we don't have any existing shortages of biotechnologists when we look at occupations. University graduates, we can only measure by the code food science and biotechnology, but they increased by 27%. Migration numbers are relatively small, but skilled temporary migration for biotechnologists decreased by 45% over the past decade, with skilled permanent migrants increasing 61%. If we look at the field of research codes, they tend to be far more relevant to covering actual biotechnology fields. We've seen increases of 32 to 54% in the rate of publications in those 4-digit codes over the past decades. This indicates a growing amount of expertise, even though it's hard to measure the exact number of people. And like I said, biotechnology sits alongside medical sciences, forensic science, and food science in that other natural and physical sciences category. So we do see an expansive workforce with the blue line of 2035, much higher than our green line of 2025. However, we don't know which part of this workforce is related to biotechnology rather than medical science, for instance. So it doesn't give us the certainty that we will necessarily meet the demand that we've measured. So despite the uncertainty from the lack of occupation codes, there are positive signs here for biotechnology, particularly if we look at those publications. It's a good example of a modern science capability that's multidisciplinary and tests the existing system for how we measure science capability. And it's also perhaps an example of where we can build off expertise locally for economic diversification because of the many applications of biotechnologies. Australia requires expertise in climate science to undertake the climate transition effectively and manage risks, especially in areas like energy, water resource management, and agriculture. Climate science is needed in Australia to underpin our urban planning. And with our own unique ecology and hypervariable environment, we need our own models with good spatial accuracy to understand what the future is going to hold. Climate science is underpinned by all 4 of the fundamental sciences. And the trends here are somewhat clouded by the ones that are driven by earth sciences, which I'll come back to discuss more when we get to geoscience. Earth sciences tend to have far greater numbers than the more specific codes that are more relevant to climate science here. But university completions are similar or increasing in atmospheric sciences, oceanography, and soil science, which are all relevant to climate science. However, the numbers in these fields are small. For example, university graduates in oceanography increased by 63%, but that's only at going from 8 people to 13. So it sounds better, doesn't it, if I just say 63%. R&D expenditure under environment decreased by 18% by business. Government invests around the same amount as they did 10 years ago, and higher education spends about 24% more. So this highly varied spending pattern is why the funding thumb is orange here. Again, for climate science, our field of research codes tell us more than the field of education codes. We're seeing increases in publications across most fields of research relating to this capability, including a 42% increase in publications in climate change impacts and adaptation. So as you've seen, the education trends related to climate science are concerning. Those are very small numbers. We're unable to monitor the shifts in workforce created from that education pipeline easily because of the occupation code gap here. And funding trends across different parts of the sector are not consistent. So this is an indicator at risk of becoming a gap in capability to 2035. Data science is a key enabler for all disciplines of science. It's used across the economy, from the logistics of how groceries get from grower to store, population health surveys that inform our medical system, and for tracking carbon dioxide emissions. Data science draws primarily on the fundamental mathematical sciences. We already have state-based shortages for data analysts in Western Australia and the Northern Territory, data scientists in Victoria and Western Australia, and statisticians in the Northern Territory. Vocational education enrolments decreased in computer science and information systems over the past decade, and there's no data available on mathematical sciences. University graduates across all levels and citizenship status increased for statistics by 323%, data structures by 630%, and database management by 28%. And undergraduate domestic enrolments have risen 55% in the past decade. If you look at migration, both temporary and skilled migrants have grown over the past decade for statisticians, including by 91% for skilled permanent migrants. Research output is mixed. Publications remaining similar for statistics, but increasing by 67% for data management and data science. In terms of the workforce forecasts, computer science and mathematical sciences are both expected to have expansive workforces. Information systems is uncertain due to lower existing numbers and those high graduate inflows. Given the projection of jobs that will become available is double average employment growth in this field, it's not completely clear, particularly with that confidence interval, if, again, it will be enough expansion to meet demand. However, again, showing promising signs. The large graduate inflows may mean a very junior workforce. The maths projection shows younger entrants set to double over the next decade, with much smaller shifts in the older age ranges. So for data science, we see strong growth, but very, very strong demand across the economy, not just in science. We're still able to attract skilled migrants in these fields, but reinforcement is needed to ensure that we can meet demand for this science capability. And a failure or loss of data science expertise could cause disruption to all of science. Though it may have been in 2020 when you first noticed an epidemiologist on the TV, epidemiology is relevant to much more than just pandemics. Epidemiology investigates all factors that determine a presence or absence of a disease and a burden of chronic disorders. And this is so important for our ageing population and our growing burden of chronic disease in Australia. That is shaping our future economy. Epidemiology is one of those critical areas that no other country will do for us and we have to do for ourselves. And of course, when it does come to pandemics and outbreaks of disease, this capability is essential to prevent disease transmission and control any outbreaks. We heard in our workshops that clinical epidemiology was an ageing workforce with no contingency plan, but this is very hard to measure with the data, as the most relevant occupation code was specialist physicians not elsewhere classified, which does include public health physicians, but also includes occupations that we'd say are outside the scope of epidemiology, such as clinical pharmacologists and sleep medicine physicians. University graduates across all levels increased in epidemiology by 159% over the past decade, but decreased in undergraduate completions in public health by 11%. But we are seeing some recent downturns in domestic students, similar to other disciplines. Between 2021 and 2023, there was already a 15% decrease in domestic enrolments in postgraduate public health and a 250% increase in international enrolments. Again, the international student market appears to be recovering post-COVID, and the domestic enrolments lag in another area of critical national importance. While government investment in biomedical, clinical and health sciences has remained similar, business investment increased by 170% and higher education by 34%. Publications in this field have grown by 30%, indicating a strong base of expertise, again, hard to measure the actual headcount. So for epidemiology, we don't have those workforce forecasts because of the lack of relevant codes, but research activity is growing strongly. Demand is already not being met as we have some existing workforce shortages, so this capability needs more data to fully understand whether we are on track to meet demand in 2035. Expertise in geoscience can be seen as fossil fuel related, but this capability is so important for decarbonisation and transitioning those industries into new fields, such as geothermal energy, carbon management, and underground energy storage. Australia is heavily reliant on overseas sources to address these skill shortages. Understanding Australia's mineral resources is necessary to support the transition to net zero and achieve a clean energy future. The Future Made in Australia initiative has already invested $566 million over the next 10 years into Geoscience Australia to deliver data, maps and other tools for use by the resources industry. But we actually already have a national skills shortage. There are decreases in university graduates of 42% in geology and decreases for geophysics, hydrology and mapping science. What may be related to those lagging student numbers is the drop in publications, as this can indicate a shrinking teaching and research workforce employed to teach those students, and therefore loss of expertise for Australia. This capability shows compounding effects. R&D expenditure across all sectors is stagnant, and decreasing numbers of permanent skilled migrants in geology, so down 79%. And just to add to the hurt, geoscience has an ageing workforce. You can see that the green line there of 2035 sees about half the students entering the workforce between the ages of 20 and 30 years of age. And the ones that remain in the field are ageing, and this is not a sustainable state for a discipline. In short, this capability will see certain gaps to 2035 and requires support at nearly every stage of that pipeline. Australia needs materials science expertise for the challenges we'll face in the coming decades, such as materials to build climate resilient housing, make homes more energy efficient, and to reduce the risk of mould, to create batteries that work for the distances and climates relevant for Australian homes and cars. We currently have a national shortage of both chemical and materials engineers, a sign of strong demand already. Enrolments are also looking a bit concerning, with a 69% decrease in process and resources engineering. Chemical and materials engineers' jobs are projected to increase by 20% over the coming decade, which is higher than predicted average employment growth of around 13.7%. On top of a poor outlook from graduates, we also see a decrease in skilled permanent migration in chemical engineers, chemists and materials engineers, with materials engineers down 32%. And again, to add more pain, process and resources engineering is where we're actually projected to have the declining workforce that I mentioned earlier. Fewer people in the discipline in 2035 compared to the current workforce of 2025. This is a concerning workforce decline in an area of critical importance to Australia for materials that underpin new technologies in space science, defence, health, quantum and AI. So those are some deeply concerning compounding effects, an existing gap in capability that is likely to become far worse looking forward to 2035. So I'd quickly like to talk about the state of our fundamental sciences in Australia. These fundamental sciences underpin all of our science capability. So what are they? Physics, maths, biology, and chemistry. They underpin our 8 science capabilities most in demand, but all of our science capability across the country. So how are they going in Australia? For biology, Year 12 enrolments have increased 9% over the past decade, but the workforce is ageing and domestic student forecast, as you can see, is in decline. We have 12% fewer patents than a decade ago, And expenditure by business is up 144%, but government spending is down by 19%. I should note, biology is important for science capabilities, agricultural science, biotechnology, climate science, epidemiology, and material science. For chemistry, Year 12 enrolments have decreased 6% over the past decade, with a stationary workforce, so the same profile in 2035 as the profile of 2025. But you can see there is a strong decline there in the domestic student forecast. And I'm not great at maths, but a confidence interval that overlaps with 0 is never a good sign for graduate projections. Publications have increased 27% over the past decade, and expenditure decreased in all sectors between 11 and 27% overall. And chemistry is important for agricultural science, biotechnology, climate science, geoscience, and material science. It indicates strong existing expertise, but a very weak pipeline. For mathematics, Year 12 enrolments decreased in intermediate and higher mathematics. We have existing state-level shortages of people in this workforce, but an expansive workforce. So again, like in data science, strong growth but strong demand. Publications, however, have decreased by 19% over the past decade. R&D expenditure has increased by government by 255%, but has fallen for business and higher education. So anyone that can explain that, I'd love to hear it, because I'm not sure what's going on there. For physics, Year 12 enrolments have decreased 15% over the past decade. We have an existing workforce shortage, an ageing workforce, and a projected decline in domestic student graduations. Publications are up 10%, and research expenditure has increased across all sectors. So now I'd like to quickly talk about some of the key enablers shaping the undercurrent of all of Australia's science capability, beginning with the first and most important, science literacy and education. The capability and capacity of Australians to make informed decisions starts with the education system. STEM content, knowledge and skills are fundamental foundations in our lives and our future. Scientific literacy, the ability to understand and apply scientific concepts and processes to make informed decisions, is at the heart of almost everything we do and how we advance as a nation, from solving major problems to creating new businesses and jobs we didn't even know existed. STEM education capability should be framed as the foundation for a nation's science capability. There should be stronger support for out-of-field teachers who often carry the responsibility of delivering STEM content without adequate subject training. And sustained investment in teacher capability and professional support is needed to develop the skills required in problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, and digital literacy. Framing careers outside the linear STEM trajectory is a skills loss is limiting and outdated, and instead, STEM skills should be recognised as valuable across all sectors and roles. If Australia really wants to be ready for what's next, it needs to invest in the people who will shape it. Australia's first PhD was only awarded in 1948. Our science capability is young and has long relied on the research strengths of other countries to enrich our own. Australia's scientific research has deep ties with the United States, China, and the United Kingdom. These three partners dominate our collaborative output, accounting for a significant share of Australia's co-authored scientific research publications and shared infrastructure access. Yet despite this clear alliance, there is a striking lack of system-level visibility into the nature of the partnerships, including what capabilities they build, what vulnerabilities they expose, and how the science capabilities they support align with our strategic interests. In today's contested global landscape, understanding the depth and character of these partnerships is no longer a luxury, it's a strategic necessity. These activities provide opportunities to deepen knowledge sharing and facilitate access to research infrastructure, talent and technologies, expanding our domestic science capabilities and ability to navigate complex challenges. And of course, AI is already transforming science. By 2035, AI will redefine science by automating routine tasks, accelerating discovery, and enabling new forms of analysis. AI is already freeing up scientists' time, predicting high-impact research, transforming data into discoveries. From fast-tracking antibiotic development to climate modelling, AI delivers speed and scale. Without sovereign AI capability, high-performance computing and clear policy guidance, we risk falling behind. We need to maintain and build computing infrastructure to secure our scientific productivity, to strengthen our sovereignty, and to keep Australia at the forefront of global science. Building our science capability has to start now. We can build the science capability Australians need to ensure future generations enjoy the quality of life we've all benefited from today. The lack of codes in some areas of science that are highly relevant to Australia's future will make it difficult to monitor these capabilities, but it's really low-hanging fruit in terms of things we can change to better understand our science system. You are all part of our method that continues today with this symposium. Today was designed so we could present to you all of this evidence and then bring together the right people in this room to discuss opportunities for reform, and I look forward to those discussions this afternoon. The method that we've developed means this is not just a one-off measurement of science. It's a method to ensure we can measure how science will change over time, and we look forward to continuing to monitor these capabilities. We are pleased to share interactive data displays in the breaks of today's symposium for those of you who are joining us in the Shine Dome. We've visualised some of the novel analysis that we've created and some of the less accessible data sets so that you can interact with them and explore them. And if you haven't already, we encourage you to do so and say hello to our policy analysts who will guide you through that data. So I've got a few people to thank because this was a pretty mammoth effort of work. To our advisory panel members for Australian Science, Australia's Future. Your guidance from all your different fields of expertise was so useful in shaping a product that could be applied to a wide audience. There's a lot of Academy staff who made this possible. We had an internal working group, and this initiative needed every single part of our Academy. So thank you to the staff that served on that internal working group, but to every staff member who made this possible, especially the science policy and advice team, the ones who took this idea and brought it to life. They impressed me time and time again with their creativity, attention to detail, and persistence. We kept moving the bar higher, and they kept clearing it every time. To our Chief Executive, Anna Maria Arabia, and our Chief Operating Officer, Melissa Aberton, thank you for having the foresight and the vision to invest our time and capability in such an important project, and for all of your guidance and advice. We're so lucky to have such outstanding leadership for our staff, and we certainly wouldn't be here without you. I'd like to thank participants in every stage of this project, many of whom are here with us today. This project touched so many parts of the science system and beyond. We're grateful to every person who completed a survey, took part in the workshops, maybe did an interview. Your insights and experience brought the data to life and showed us science capability gaps the data never could. Our gratitude especially to all of the fellows of our Academy who contributed your time and expertise, whether it was through the leadership of council or any fellow who offered their expertise to shape the report. And there's always fellows who go above and beyond the call of duty, like Professor Rob Heinemann, who contributed so much time to support the age structure forecasting work. I'd like to particularly thank our National Committees for Science, and the chairs are with us today. You have been our advisors from beginning to end, telling us what's happening in your disciplines, checking codes, suggesting experts, suggesting case studies. I know we've leaned heavily on your committees, and I really want to thank you, and we're very grateful to have you as the voice of our science disciplines. And of course, I need to thank Professor Ian William Chubb. Now, when this project came about, are you listening again? He had 2 coffees that morning, and he came into the Academy punching the air and telling me he wanted a decadal plan for all of science. I thought it was the beginning of his slow decline. But he knew what was possible, and he knew what our team was capable of. And he was by our side every single step of the way. So you may have heard Ian refer to me as the Robin to his Batman. It's a good joke, but at the heart of it, truth. 2 people with different skills and experience, and in combination, an unstoppable team. And it's been the highlight of my career to be your sidekick. This project was made possible thanks to a bequest from the late Professor Michael Doppeder, one of our esteemed fellows. Mike left a binding bequest to the Academy, wishing that his gift would help build a healthier, more literate, rational, science-driven future for all Australians. This project represents a meaningful step towards achieving the Academy's goals while honouring Mike's vision. And without this generous bequest, dedicating the time and resources required to deliver this work would not have been possible. Bequests and philanthropic support like this enable the Academy to provide the highest quality advice and analysis while maintaining our independence. So we now have the evidence to build the science capability that will serve Australia for generations to come. And we still have time to get our house in order by 2035. So the question stands, where do we want to be in 2035 or in 2060? Together, I think we can build that science capability that will get Australia to where it needs to be. Thank you.
So, sidekick. Now we take questions, eh? And you'll see that I used to play AFL in my early days because I'll handball everything to Hayley very quickly. But thanks, Hayley. I think you've summarised it well. I think the issues are multiple. There's some disappointing data that you'd really think that we would collect better than we do and better than we have, and perhaps we've got to start some of that now to be able to answer some of the questions that Hayley raised as we head off into the future. But for the moment, I think it paints a picture, particularly towards the latter stages of Hayley's talk, that some of the problems that we have here are pretty significant, and it's all very well to rhetorically commit to this priority or that priority, or national capability or sovereign capability or resilience or mitigating risk, and not actually worry about the foundations on which you build your house. And what this is pointing to here is that some of those foundations are pretty rubbery. And I also want to add that this is the Academy of Science. We focused on science, but I think along the path, probably earlier, but certainly along the path, it's particularly clear that we just can't talk to scientists. We have to get the community wanting to act, wanting the people who make the decisions that influence what we do, such as the minister we heard from this morning and again last night, or the other one last night, that the pressure from that community, many of whom vote, will be the one that begins to shift things and change the momentum. And so I think the message, and I'll reflect on this because you've got to hear from me again. If somebody brings up my notes, you will. But but we really do have to begin to think through how we sell the message. And I think in the old days, we used to be quite happy with a press release. Thanks, Jagadish. With the press release and forget about the fact that it was wrapping up fish and chips when you were allowed to use newspaper to wrap up fish and chips back in the day, and the need to continue. And I'm reminded of when I was Chief Scientist, we had, in my 4 Prime Ministers in my 5 years in that position, one of them was frequently using 3-word mantras. My 3-word mantra was passion, patience and persistence. If you didn't have passion, it wasn't worth doing. If you thought it would happen tomorrow, it wasn't going to happen. So you had to be persistent, and you had to make sure that you kept pushing the momentum to get the change that you thought was the right change. And of course you debate it and you modify it and so on. But nevertheless, you've got to be able to do that. And we've got to be able to relate it back to the benefits to people. It's not tough scientists talking to scientists. That's important. Of course it's important. But in terms of getting the change we're talking about, it goes beyond that. It includes that, but goes beyond that. And that's what we're about, and I'll summarise some of that when Hayley lets me talk again.
We'll now take some questions.
Now we'll take some questions. So we've got some runners somewhere with microphones. Yep, and if you put up your hand. So we'll do Ian.
Thanks very much. Thank you both very much for your presentations and for all the hard work of the last couple of years. I'm particularly interested in the emphasis that Hayley just placed on scientific literacy, and Ian's been talking about that as well. If we can't change the public's view about the societal value of science, we're not going to succeed in this effort. And yet the Academy has been working on this for a long time. I remember in the 70s and 80s, the Academy sponsored the development of high school textbooks in biology and earth sciences, for example. And more recently, there have been the primary connections and science by doing efforts from the Academy. So it's already an area in which the Academy has made a substantial investment of effort. What more should we do?
She played AFL too. Wrong team, of course. So Ian, I think it's, so my answer is a general answer. My answer is, and I quote my science hero, who's a bloke named Carl Sagan, who I could give you 3 hours of quotes from Carl Sagan, every one of which is relevant to what we talk about. But he said, people are born curious and the education system knocks it out of them. And I think that we've got to learn from that simple quote and we've got to change the way we do it. So back in the day, I remember we recommended that there be a science specialist in primary schools. We have music, we have art, but we don't have science. And that got knocked off by one of the 4 Prime Ministers that I had the pleasure to serve. And I mean that literally in many respects. But in that particular one, it was seen as a cost. And how did you do it? And the states and the jurisdictions and, you know, all of that all came to bear to say it's too hard. And so my argument is that we can't continue to say that something is too hard if it's the right thing to do. We've got to do it. And so I would start there. I would offer much better support to the secondary teaching, so that people come out of a secondary school knowing that 1 in a 100-year flood doesn't mean 99 years till the next one. And that's what happens. I went to schools in one of my various jobs, and I remember going to schools, particularly in rural and regional, but not only, where they'd put on a morning tea or something, somebody would come up and say, I'm the reserve science teacher, but they would actually be the history teacher. So we've got a lot of teaching out of field, and we need to support those teachers better and pay the teaching profession more respect than we do, collectively. I don't think we do that well. So I think we've got to put the story in and build the scale. So primary connections is good, of course, and those who take that program benefit from that program. But it's about scale as much as it is about anything else. So when something works, we've got to build scale, and we've tended not to do that. We've tended to then divert it. Well, that works, so we know we'll go and do this. And we don't build the scale to get the change that we need, and that's one of the things we've got to do.
May I just speak to the Academy's education programs who have been critical advisors of this project and will be a critical point of implementation of the findings here. And I know that they are around and in the room, so I do hope that you get a chance to speak to some of our education team who provide those wonderful resources to support teachers in teaching STEM subjects. And I know for a fact that they are looking into how they can inspire more high school students to be studying in the earth sciences right now.
Bob was next, I think, and then... Who's that? I can't see.
Kylie.
Oh, Kylie, yeah. So Bob, then Kylie. Put my glasses on so I can see you.
Piece of work. I just wanted to clarify in the formula you showed where you looked at the population and what's going to change. Maybe I missed it. I didn't see immigration of people, and a lot of us have been impressed here as how many people who are contributing such a major amount to science today have been born overseas. and it's a contentious issue at the moment, as seen by the people complaining about immigration, but it's so important for Australia. Was that considered in the formula?
Yes, migration was considered in the formula. It is a much smaller number than the education projections. However, migration was taken into account in the workforce forecasts. Of course, that data shifts dramatically over time. So there's quite a bit of uncertainty in the migration forecasting forward, but it was taken into account. As you say, a huge proportion of our workforce are born overseas and a very important and critical part of our workforce.
Yep, Kylie, up there.
Thanks so much. So I'm Kylie Brass. I'm the Policy and Research Director at the Academy of the Humanities, and I've had some insight into the project so far, thanks to Hayley. So I love that you've taken a capability lens to this, because I think that's sort of where it's at, and I think Stephen Garton, our president, spoke to that agenda this morning, and we are taking that argument into ATEC and obviously into CERD as well, and absolutely going to be diving into the methodology in all shape and form. I've got a bit of a two-parter. So taking that national capability lens, one is what keeps you awake at night? Is this, having done this report, are there some really things that are really keeping you awake at night? And the second part of the question is around, I guess, where I see the full system come into view. You talk about multidisciplinary capability in the sciences, but I think about multidisciplinarity in the humanities, arts, social sciences and Indigenous research coming into frame as well. So we were taking a really big landscape view. So obviously the job our academy has to do in learning from what you've done and adapting what you've done. But what do you see as, are you seeing disciplines reinvent themselves or having to reinvent themselves? So in the case of AI capability, looking through the prism of a field of research code tells you so much, but what you can think about the types of capability that you're going to need in data science and in AI are not where we're at now, and how you see that expanding out. So I guess it's, what keeps you awake at night, and then where's the kind of future of some of these disciplines and these knowledge formations in multidisciplinary array?
I can answer the first
You
one.
can do Kylie's 15 questions.
I think what keeps me awake at night when I look at this and see such clear gaps in capability in areas that Australia needs onshore expertise in those areas, and jobs available, job shortages right now, and yet the patterns of education don't change. And it makes me wonder, what's the visibility for young people, for their parents to understand what the jobs are going to be of the future that will support our country, that gives them a good employment as well. So I think it's a lack of flexibility in that system, lack of responsiveness, that makes me worry that we then won't have the capability there when we need it. I think that's what keeps me up at night.
And what I got particularly focused on was the shift in domestic participation. It seems to me that over the years we've used total participation to mask the fact that domestic participation in the key areas is dropping, and substantially. And I think, Kylie, the other thing that I probably, I've got better at over time is to recognise that just telling people what the problem with science is not telling you what the issue is with a nation and a community and a national community, which is one of the reasons why we wanted to hear from Stephen this morning about the perspective that somebody with his background would bring to bear on this. Because if we don't work together, we're not going to get anywhere, because we haven't got anywhere because we haven't worked together, probably. And so there are particular issues that each of the academies will present its own particular expertise and interests. But underneath all that has got to be a systematic approach to how we change the dial. And that'll be relatively new for the country if we do it at scale. So we can do it on a little bit here and a little bit there. But generally speaking, we don't lift it up by doing that more comprehensively, and we need a better approach to that than we have so far. And the declining interest in the basic sciences, to me, is really concerning, because I don't think you can do any of the agricultural data or whatever it is, geo, without having people who know physics, chemistry, maths or biology in some balance and some proportion to underpin how they come together to focus on plants or animals or humans or whatever it is. And I think that is a really serious issue for us. And it's sort of what Ian was talking about earlier. We've just got to get on top of that.
I have a question from someone online. Mia Hugenboom from James Cook University in Townsville asks, what areas of investment do you think will deliver the greatest benefits for building the capability we need? Is it in R&D funding, early education, tertiary education, incentivising industry and university collaboration, or something else?
It's like picking a favourite child.
Or your favourite grandfather.
I mean, I'll give an answer, you might give a different one. For me, it has to start with fundamental science. It's the foundation. There's no D without the R. If we have a growing pot of fundamental research to draw upon, our country will benefit from that for years to come. But I'm very tempted to say education. Do you have a different answer?
No.
Okay. Where are we going? Jackie? Sorry, so many hands. We'll be available at lunch as well if you'd like to talk.
Thank you. My name's Jackie Ramage. I'm the president of the Australian Council of Deans of Science. Thank you so much, firstly, for providing so much data for data-informed decision-making, because I think that's so important. I have a question which is related to your question about the apparent discrepancy in the data on the mathematical sciences, which, if I understood correctly, is seeing an apparent increase in graduations, but an apparent decrease in publications. And I wonder to what extent you have the data on the way that universities have been differentiating the workforce. So over the last 20-odd years, there's been a growth in teaching-focused academics, whereas previously we would have appointed teaching and research academics overwhelmingly, with some research-focused. There's been a tendency to appoint teaching-focused academics who do less research, more scholarship of learning and teaching, which is very valuable. And so a potential decoupling of the production of graduates from the production of research. Did that data appear in your analysis at all? Because my feeling is that it is not, those instructors are not uniformly distributed across all of the disciplines, and mathematical sciences, with its heavy service teaching load, is likely to have more of those than other disciplines.
This is a wonderful question, and one of the biggest data gaps in measuring our science capability and being able to do that effectively is because we do not measure our teaching and research workforce effectively. We don't have long-term data measuring our teaching and research workforce, and it is such high levels that it does not tell us any information that would answer those exact questions that you and I both have. So I think, unfortunately, no, we don't have the data to give us an answer here, which is why I'm asking the question. Because we do want to unpack what is the expertise that we have. And at the moment, for many fields, the best metric is still publication rates. And unfortunately, that's what we've got. Yeah. Okay.
And the publication rate is better than the 255% increase in R&D expenditure by government, because that might be from a small number of dollars to a 2.5 times bigger number of dollars, but not still small. And so one of the issues, I think, for some of the data where we've expressed it as percentage is what is the actual amount. Like oceanography.
It's all in the report.
It's all in the report, yeah. But like oceanography, didn't we say 8 to 15 or 13?
63% increase.
63% increase. And for an island nation, that's a lot of oceanographers, 8 a year.
Kerry, yep.
Okay. Hi, I'm Kerry Wilson, Queensland Chief Scientist. Ian, I was struck by your comment before about the science literacy education and scaling what works. And you were focused particularly on the education system activities of the Academy. Another area of opportunity potentially could be in the extracurricular science engagement activities that we run. And in Queensland, we run hundreds of them. I've just recently pulled together kind of a list of what we do, and I've also pulled together a best practice guideline set so that we can inform our programs going forward. But nationally, we have CSIRO running stuff, STA running stuff, ATSE running stuff, the Academy running stuff, Questacon running stuff, universities. And I wonder if there's an opportunity for a national conversation about those extracurricular engagement programs, because they take time from our scientists, they take time from our communities as well, and are we leveraging them and coordinating them to the best of our abilities as a nation in order to kind of drive that awareness that's kind of out of people out of school, parents, people, influencers, and can we utilise them better? Welcome your thoughts on that.
Oh, well, I think the short answer to that is yes, we could. I think I really don't know what it's like as of today. But when I did know, what I knew was that we would send somebody to a school, they'd give a one-off talk to a year 11 or 12 class or 10 or 9 or whatever. They'd go away again and they wouldn't see somebody else for a while, a year, 2 years, whatever. And so it took their time to go and do that, but the impact was relatively small. And never quantified, but the presumption is relatively small. And so I think that we've got to do two things quite differently. And sadly, this is going to be in my summary, but you'll hear it twice. But one of them is we've got to worry about reskilling, because the knowledge in a particular discipline is changing quite rapidly. So how do we prepare somebody or get somebody the expertise they need to operate, maybe even in a closely related field to their own, at a high level? And I think there is an issue about how we support that and how we subsidise it, where we have a system that is basically limited or focused on quanta. So, a year X certificate, a degree certificate, a master's certificate or whatever. And there is, and of course I will be told, but don't you understand that we do that differently here or there? But we're talking a lot here about scale and about national effort and coordination to get the best value for that effort, rather than to say nothing gets done that's positive, because stuff does get done that's positive. But how we bring it together, get the scale, get the impact, where we need it to be, and actually worry about people who are in a job, whatever the job might be, based on whatever they did, when they were 21, and they're 29, and the circumstances change, and at scale, what we presently do, say, oh, well, you should go and enrol in a master's degree. It'll only cost you 50 grand, but that'll be all right. And you could do this one or that one or that one. And I mean, I think how that system operates to support that transition from an educational program through continuing education into workforce demands at the time they're in the workforce is an important question that comes out of this.
I think it's also important not to place everything on primary and secondary school teachers, and that we do provide resources and tools for parents, like you've outlined here. So I think it's an important consideration.
10 minutes to go.
We might just take two more questions, and then Ian will deliver his closing remarks.
Hey, I've prepared them. I have to use them.
You can skip it.
Oh, no.
Sorry.
Hayley and Ian, thank you very much for the presentation. I understand why you've primarily focused on the data information and presenting that today. I think there's an important area that's in Australian science, Australia's future, that you haven't talked about at all. And that is the yarning circle discussions that are trying to build connections between Indigenous science and Indigenous knowledge with more traditional, what I will call colonial science. And it is a really important aspect. It is something that the Academy has been trying to do very well, but it's tough and it takes time. And there isn't much data in the report yet, but there is aspiration to do that. And I hope you can explain how that's going on.
Absolutely. So, like I said, there's many parts of our method that we didn't get a chance to talk about today, and I'm so glad that you brought this up. So at every stage of our method, of course, we invited Indigenous scientists to participate, but we really wanted to ensure that we heard perspectives from Indigenous scientists. So Academy Fellows led yarns on country in the last few months, which we do hope is the beginning of a reciprocal relationship of shared expertise and knowledge that has gone on to inform this report with consent. You will see throughout the report that we have case studies of areas of science that are working with traditional knowledges. But like you say, it's certainly the beginning of a journey. But we're really grateful to our fellows in particular who have led those yarns with Indigenous scientists across the country.
Rachel Webster. So first of all, Hayley and Ian, thank you very much for the work that you've done putting this together. I mean, the line of sight here is critical, I think. I do a lot of work in schools, and the critical time for kids to decide whether or not they're going to do science or something else is years 9 and 10, particularly years 10, and it's their parents very often who influence that. So it seems to me that targeting that area is critical, both for the voting import of their parents, but also for the selections that the children make. And one point that you haven't actually mentioned is in the physical sciences, less than 25% of girls go into the hardcore sciences. And so this is a really huge untapped potential that we could target. Thank you.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep. One of my tasks is to be patron of the Australian Science Olympiad thing. You get to a certain stage of life and you be a patron. I thought it was a zinc bar and a dirty rag and a piece of nice glass of white wine, but it's more than that. But when I go there to talk to the students who are in the program, there are a lot of young girls in there. And, you know, these are secondary school students. And it's really interesting to talk to them and to talk about their enthusiasm. Then a lot of them go and do law or something. And so it's really retaining that interest and that curiosity. And I guess that comes down to what they perceive to be career options and things and their enthusiasm for that. And I would say, quite frankly, colleagues, that, you know, over the years, you talk to employers about their need for STEM-related skills in their particular area of work, but they don't employ them in the numbers that we could produce them if we collected that pipeline and put it together and said, if you do this, not only is it wonderful and you know about the world and you talk to interesting people, but there are options out here that will change the way Australian companies operate or industry operates in particular areas. And I think it's getting that together that's been a challenge for a long time.
Could I suggest we hear the questions, those three collectively, seek to answer them, and then use the last few minutes.
Let's hear them all.
Thank you both for your incredible presentation. My name's James Avanatakis. I'm from the Forest Research Foundation. 3 quick comments that will lead to a question. In 2012, I won the Prime Minister's University Teacher of the Award, which came with about $100,000 for being the best university teacher in the country. My mentor, my colleagues at the time at the university I worked with, came to me and said to me, "Fantastic, James, now you can buy yourself out of teaching." The second thing is a mentor of mine said the problem with ethics committees is that they're so stringent in their approval process that they will force you to act unethically. The third point was we used to have an organised, the university I worked for, where you went and got a new subject approved. It was called, the committee was called APCAC, and it was where hope went to die. Because if you wanted to change a subject or introduce a new subject, it was a 14-month process from when you went. I raised these three issues because maybe part of what we're trying to, part of the solution here is also to look a bit internally about where we're making mistakes and errors. How can we marry research and teaching in a way that really does free it up to make it exciting? Medical teaching is problem-based teaching, and it's incredible. We tie up the curriculum with these things. What can we learn from, what can teaching learn from research, and what can research learn from teaching to create a much more exciting journey through the learning process so we don't lose people, we don't go through what Charles Sagan said, and how do we then not lose people on the outcome so we can continue to encourage people to join that journey.
Thank you very much for that insightful report. I'm also the president of I don't know where the future of geoscience is headed. My question is, we're obviously going to communicate as an employee of the university to the universities where the gaps are and where we could contribute. Is there a plan by the academy to also communicate that to the top echelons of the universities?
With pleasure.
And a geoscience-related question. So I'm also a geoscientist. And so can you comment as to why you think that the geosciences and material sciences are the two capabilities that don't have any green categories, yet they are both fundamental for addressing both net zero and for climate change mitigation technologies? Thank you.
So what are we going to do now? Answer those?
Just quickly speak to those.
Go to it.
So on inspiring students and how we can change the way we do things, I encourage you to talk to our academy education colleagues who think about this absolutely every single day in the lunch break, and that's my way to get out of answering that one. On geoscience, why is geoscience and material science have these big gaps, even though we know they're fundamental, and they're actually kind of at the opposite ends of the value chain, right, with critical minerals through to new materials. And the only reasoning we've figured out so far from looking at the data comes back again to education. The interest of students in chemistry, which, as you saw, domestic students' graduation rates in chemistry are diving down to zero. And for geoscience, we have this big gap between when you learn about plate tectonics until you go to start figuring out what you want to study at university, where there are very, very few high school teachers who have geoscience expertise, who are able to teach it with enthusiasm and knowledge. And so the support for out of field teaching to encourage more students to take up the earth sciences, I think there's a big gap there, as well as students to take up chemistry, which, as I've heard, can be quite hard to make exciting for high school students. So I think there's more to do there about how we're teaching and engaging those students in high school. And yes, we will be communicating the findings very broadly, and we look forward to the discussions this afternoon of potential opportunities for reform, including in universities, from our panellists.
Okay, so me? Righto. So I will truncate these because you're all probably hungry. But I wanted to start off by reminding you that back in 1891, Stephen, peace, there was, for reasons that are lost in the midst of time, I had to read up a lot about Henry Parkes. And he, as you know, was described as the father of our federation, and he was a particularly intriguing character on many dimensions. But he gave a speech in 1891 in Sydney when they were having a convention about whether or not Australia would federate. And he proposed a toast about the possibilities of our federation. And in that toast, he said that the Federation should, and I quote, embrace the power which is conferred by bringing science as a harness steed into our service. And he went on to talk about the abundance of our nation, that we could both invest in it and by implication, benefit from it. And I don't know whether that would stand close scrutiny today, except in the sense that he had the view that we had to bring science as a harnessed steed into the service of our nation. So Peter Archer asked the question, can we as a people make big reforms to make our country better, even if it's hard? I'd suggest to you that the answer to that has to be that we can't afford not to this time, and we've ducked it a lot of times. His follow-up question in the same article was, or are we too selfish, too myopic and too complacent? And it would be hard to argue that we're not at least one of those three, or all of the three, I would suggest. So we can't possibly argue that that there is no need to change. So we've got to corral the harness steed and to make it, get it to play its part in making the country better. And we must be sure that we have the science we need and so on, and we've talked about that. So skipping a lot of this remarkably articulate prose that I've written here, I will say that what this represents to you is that the Academy has taken a different step. Instead of going and doing what I used to do with my colleagues at the time and say, give us more money because we could spend more because we haven't got enough and it'd be good if we had more, what would you spend it on? Well, you know, what we'd want to do. And so we've tried to shift the way that we approach that issue. We can argue endlessly that there's not enough money, and I reckon that the chances of getting a lot more money in the short term are not high, unless we say why and on what and how, and what would come from that. And that's an approach that we have not systematically or uniformly taken for as long as I can remember, and as long as I've been one of those, beating my chest saying give us more money because we could spend it, or arguing for the price of success because you get a research grant, you only get 60 or 70% of what it takes to prosecute the work. So you've got to find a mechanism to top it up to change, and you do that because you want your staff to get the research grants. But the nub of it is that it's an inefficient and not particularly useful, sensible way to proceed. Yeah, we do produce 3% of the world's knowledge, and as the Minister said earlier, you know, well, I forget the number he used, but a high proportion of the high sites come out of Australia. And I think that's to be applauded. But it does mean all the rest comes from somewhere else. And we've got to have the capacity to use, to embrace, to do whatever we want to do with that, but to acknowledge that no matter how good our 3% is, that there's a lot more that needs to be within our capacity to use. I want to say that capability doesn't appear by accident. It's got to be cultivated. It means investing in teachers. It means investing in curricula, in research infrastructure. It means aligning education with demand, but also keeping an eye on the horizon because we can't always predict the demand. So we have to have the capability, and it goes a bit to what I was saying earlier about reskilling, where you actually produce people in one particular area, but the demands, the circumstances change, and their education system has produced people who will always be willing to learn and not think that when they produce whatever it is to get the certificate that they've got, that that's the end of the story. And if ever it was, which it wasn't, but if ever it was, it isn't anymore. So it means that we've got to create a system flexible enough to respond and to adapt. A system that's bold enough to stop doing some things so that we can do other things better. It means not just skilling but reskilling, not relaxing when we're told, oh, we already do that, as we were told too often. We have to stop atomising our funding schemes and spreading resources thinly just to get a half a smile on a lot of more faces than we would otherwise. It's an approach that lets us do a bit of a lot, but not enough of too much. And when we say there are more than 150 Commonwealth programs supporting research, we're told that there are only 5 big ones, so it doesn't matter. It does. Everything seems to be okay, but it isn't. In fact, I speak on behalf of my 2 CERD colleagues who are in the room, but I'll take responsibility for it in case they disagree with me. But I think that during our consultations, they've shown, at least me, that there's not very much that's truly okay. And if the CERD report comes out and recommends a lot of changes, Some will be relatively small, some very significant. I think that will make the system better, otherwise we wouldn't recommend it. But the reality is the only people who think some of the programs are good is if they got a grant from it. The ones who tried and didn't get one think it's horrible. And given the success rate, there's a lot more of the latter. I think the point that I've made a couple of times, and Hayley too, is that we've got to act at scale, but in a patient but determined way, and to invest in the base to build the capacity to embrace knowledge, to create it, to adapt it, and adopt it where, how, and when we want to. And I could talk about AI, but Hayley does that better than me, so I'll leave that to her. But what I want to leave you with is the notion that for science to serve the nation effectively, to be that harness steed, surely we must be brutally honest about where our capability is weak and where it's drying up. We must build systems that can respond to fill those gaps before they become crises. And it will mean choices. It will mean choices based on evidence, or it should mean choices based on evidence, because that'll deliver better outcomes than leaving our professional skill base so dependent on the funding that's allocated to universities on the basis of what young people choose to study. So I know we live in a democracy and they're allowed to choose. But surely there has to be a mechanism to make sure that we don't let disciplines die or become so small in scale that that capacity, that expertise is not there when we need it, because people, for whatever reason, have chosen not to study in that, and when the university income is based on students and where they're distributed very substantially. And surely we've got to be more subtle and more nuanced than that. I want to emphasise the social licence. It's no good to tell a community that's vulnerable to social media that science is good for you. Tony Blair once wrote in a speech that he gave to the Royal Society that science lets you do more, but it doesn't tell you whether doing more is right or wrong. He talks about the social licence, he talks about the social compact with the community, where scientists have to engage from the beginning through the path, and not just come in at the end and say, oh, we've just discovered this, it's good for you, so just go and do it. It's not happening like that, and it probably never did, but it certainly isn't now. And so it's important that we work with the disciplines in the humanities and social sciences particularly. I'm talking about all the academies, so FTSE and health and medical, but in terms of the community, particularly those disciplines where they have much more expertise than we do about how you engage with people who are in essence not interested until they need it. And that's the fate of much of the science, I think, for a whole host of reasons we could talk about. So we've got to change our tactics so that the enduring values and evidence of science can be made real in policy and practice, and we won't simply presume we'll have what we need when we need it, even if we've done nothing about making sure that we've got it. So the question is how, not by asking for more money because we could spend it again. Instead, argue for expertise, take the data, take the evidence, and try to turn it into support and into policy by the rules that apply. Kim Carr was an effective science minister in his time. The 2008 peak is due to Kim and Kevin Rudd, really. A lot of homework from a person who wanted to be in this portfolio, wanted to be the minister, spent 10 years learning it. And I know what's in his book because he asked me to launch it. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. He said it's because you're not a politician. I don't know whether that was good or bad, but I did launch it. But there's a particular paragraph I want to leave you with before you go and have lunch. And he wrote, when I say that we've got to learn to play by the rules, he wrote a rule in this paragraph in his book. It's a good read. I'm not on a retainer. I don't get royalties, but there are bits in it that are really relevant to how we engage with the people who make decisions that influence what we can do. And Kim wrote often, and I quote, often when I spoke to scientists, it was clear they believed that in politics, all you had to do was whisper the solution to a problem in the appropriate person's ear, and instantly the merits of it would become evident and be transformed into effective political action. I would shock them by telling them that this had no connection with reality. Politics is essentially an emotional process, not a rational one. There is always a connection between policy and the personal. We've got to remember that. So we in the Academy we believe that we've got to link our case to the lives and futures of Australians and their place in the world. Their security, their safety, the resilience of the country to support them in a way that the coming generations have at least as good a quality of life, standard of living as most of us enjoy. We've got to get it understood that science and knowledge generally is not a luxury but a necessity, because it will lead to more of us enjoying the opportunities a prosperous Australia can provide. So we have to show the benefits from the Australian contribution of the world of knowledge through our connections and sharing knowledge with international peers. Theirs plus ours will be better than ours alone. So I've said it before, you've heard it 4 times or 5 times already today, but so this is probably the last time. Can we as a people make big reforms to make our country better even if it's hard, said Peter Archer. And surely the answer must be yes, we have to. We need a Curtin Chifley approach, and I look forward to the discussions after lunch. Thanks.
Thank you, Ian. I have to keep being reminded to move the microphones down to my level. Thank you. That was a fabulous interaction. It's an extraordinary piece of work from Hayley and Ian and the team, and I know it's going to generate a really rich discussion this afternoon where we'll pick up a number of themes from the questions, and that'll be just the start of the work that we need to do. So thank you again, both. It's an extraordinary piece of work, and now we'll allow you to all go for lunch. That there is the team around again in to interact with on the data, and we have to be back here at 1 o'clock sharp. So, thank you.
It's the age we live in, you know, Mark.
So do you want me?
It's all right. There's questions at the end anyway. He can make a spectacular entrance.
There's a reason I'm Vice
Okay, I think we're ready to reconvene. We have one of our panel members who will be joining us very shortly. So welcome back. We now have two high-level panel sessions, and which will give you further opportunity to ask questions, and we got a great array of questions in the last session. And so I'm going to, Professor Peter Shergold, Chair of the Australian Research Council, is going to facilitate this first panel discussion, and joining Peter are panel members Professor Kate Derran-Smith, President of the Academy of Social Sciences of Australia, Professor Barney Glover, Commissioner of Jobs and Skills Australia, former Vice-Chancellor of Western Sydney, Joseph Mitchell, from the Assistant Secretary from the ACTU, Australian Council of Trade Unions, Dr Carolyn Smith, Head of the Centre for Education and Training at the Oz Industry Group, and just in time, Martine Wilder, Chair of the National Reconstruction Fund. And I'm also joining this panel. I would also like to acknowledge that Professor Lynette Russell from Monash Indigenous Studies Centre was not able to attend at the last minute, and she sends her sincere apologies, and we will miss her perspectives today. Over to you, Peter.
Well, thank you very much for that. We've got an hour and a half, which is a great amount of time, and I'll make sure there's plenty of time for questions from the floor. So as you've heard, I'm Peter Shergold. I am very proud to be the chair of the ARC, and I'm delighted to get to chair this important session. It's entitled, I think, Practical Implications of Australian Science, Australia's Future. But here's the thing. Like in Chubb, I'm getting a bit old in the tooth. I'm not yet in God's waiting room, but I do get that sense that time is running out. And I think back to the late 1990s, the early 2000s. I was then the Secretary of the Department of Employment and then the Department of Education, Science and Training. And of course, we were still inspired by the Hawke government's clever country. And since then, the world has changed profoundly. But frustratingly, as we know, funding support for research and development has actually declined since there. Absolutely, and of course, relative to many other countries. And yet, many of the challenges, many of the implications that have been brought to us so clearly this morning remained remarkably similar to the challenges I was facing in the late 90s and early 2000s when I was on the board of CSIRO. So with provocation in mind, I have retitled this session WTF. Can we really shift the dial on science and technology? Can we, in Ian's words this morning, actually move beyond slogans and good intentions and space in your laptops? Can we take seriously the fact that we need science in all its manifestations to underpin our sovereign capability in a world in which our system of global trading, our structure of international alliances, even democratic governance itself, sometimes now seems to be crumbling before our eyes. You know, Andrew Charlton this morning, in his great introductory address, reminded us of the government's commitment to the Made in Australia agenda. It's a good agenda. But in this room, maybe we can imagine something a little bit different. Maybe we can think of an imagined, developed and created in Australia agenda, with science obviously as one of the key components. So, I'm going to ask the first couple of questions to our panellists. They will answer astutely and succinctly, and hopefully provocatively, and then we will have a great session. And at the end of it, so you're all aware, I'm going to give you the lovely question. If you could do just one thing, panel, to address the issues that are raised in this important report, what would it be? So that's how we'll conclude. Margaret, as you introduced me, I'm going to start with you, Vice-Chancellor, obviously at QUT. Far more important to me personally, the person who wrote the report that created a more independent, hopefully better governed ARC. Thank you for doing that. It's great now to have an independent board, many of whom are here today. Thank you because I now, as chair of the ARC, get to be rung up by the Daily Telegraph to explain why we're giving money to research on Asterisk the Gaul, who is fending off the Romans, and it's important to French culture. So let me provoke you, because one of the roles you mentioned this morning, important role, is you're the Secretary of Science Policy at the Australian Academy of Science. I look at the challenges that face science in this report. Challenges in teaching, challenges in research, challenges in labour force development. I can see the red flag of danger waving. But here's the thing. I got to say, I worry a bit that the broad science academy with a small a, cannot address these vital questions on their own. Don't we, you think, need a more sort of whole of research approach that might emphasise cross-disciplinary advocacy?
Thank you, Peter. It's just a small question. So it's picking up actually something that was in the last session that James highlighted is, I think the thing that worries me and would keep me up at night and is that for a long time we've tried to support the earth sciences disciplines who've suffered from being the fourth science. There's just not enough room in the school curricula or when they get to university for students without a lot of persistence to choose earth science, and so we've seen that decline. Chemistry's next. Right, and so I'm a chemist. It will fall into that category very quickly too, I think. And if we look at the enrolments in sciences in high school in Queensland, the science that's growing is psychology, and it's now crowding out chemistry, biology, and physics. And I think we have to, and this is provocative for the home of all the science disciplines, to start thinking about whether we need as much disciplinary depth in individual areas of science because we're sacrificing the breadth in the curriculum. And if you look at, and the reason why I mentioned James's comment, if we look at the way medicine moved to problem-based learning, engineering is approaching from problem-based learning, that science needs to think about the curriculum starting with the problems that will engage students and then building the disciplinary depth back from that. And I think it means that to create this space in the school curricula and also in the university curriculum to engage students in different problems. I know that's radical where we've all been trained in a sort of a linear approach to science. You know, we do Chemistry 101 and so on up through the year levels. But unless we do something like that, and it was actually an engineering dean who mentioned it to me when I was a science dean, that we needed to think differently. I don't think we're going to address the problem. It doesn't matter how much support you have from the Vice-Chancellor for earth sciences as a school or a discipline, it won't change the dial unless we start thinking about how we do, sort of inverting the curriculum, I guess, to be broader at the beginning and more depth later on, and build those skills out that way. That's my radical thought for the day. Peter?
Margaret, we are all radicals now. So I'm going to follow on and come back to you if I may. I'm going to go to Kate, though, Kate Darrian-Smith, who's, as you'll all know, PVC at the University of Tasmania, also President of the Academy of Social Sciences in Australia, of which I'm proud to be a fellow. So, Kate, you are a very fine social historian. I once, long ago, in a faraway place, was an economic historian. There's two questions I want to ask you, but we might go to Barney in between. But the first one is really about math. Obviously, as the chair of the New South Wales Education Standards Authority, I've seen the 2019 commitment to make maths mandatory for years 11 and 12 scrapped, taken off the agenda. Only English is now compulsory, as is the case in many jurisdictions. You do not have to do maths to get your 8R score, although, of course, many universities and university disciplines set their own requirements for maths for those particular subjects. Now, to come back to your present life and my past life, when I was a historian, I taught and used to apply applied statistics in history. I was derogatory called a cleometrician in those days. That's a real sign of the 1970s, I think, because I took that quantitative approach to much of my history. I wonder if we in the social sciences should be as concerned about what seems to be the apparent decline in maths education as the Academy of Sciences clearly is.
Yeah, look, thank you. Thanks very much for the question. And it's coming to someone who really struggled with Year 12 maths, but I did pass with 51%. I think that maths is very important, and I do want to just perhaps broaden this out a little bit, because some of the really key challenges that are in this report about fundamental science knowledge can be rolled over to the social sciences as well. So that declines in areas in high schools such as economics, and we certainly need maths for economics, but other areas such as history, we can just really see those occurring. And in fact, the Academy of Social Sciences is doing a deep investigation and a report on capacity for social sciences disciplines, which I think will sit as a companion to this particular report. But maths, decline in maths, I think, is something we need to look at right across our disciplines. It's not just for science. It's about ways in which we want the next generation to be literate, and that's literate in numeracy, to understand the world, to be able just to do quite simple things with mathematics. It doesn't have to be at a high level. I think that is of concern, but it also needs to be, if we could rethink curriculum, and I do take Margaret's radical idea of rethinking curriculum. I'd like to rethink curriculum so that it wasn't divided between STEM over here and HASS over here, but a much more integrated approach so that our social sciences disciplines, many of which rely on quantitative methodologies can be more numerate, but also so that those in science can pick up those skills such as critical thinking, how to analyse deeply, picking up on information, disinformation, and so on.
I couldn't agree more. And I think all of us, as we watch some of the public debates going on, get frustrated at how difficult it is to explain to the public what so many of these statistics actually mean. Barney, you're a mathematician. What's your view on this?
Thank you, Peter. I have a couple of things I want to reinforce. Rethinking the curriculum, I think, should be a thematic we pick up on in this context. I'm not sure we need to clutter our curriculum, but we do need to rethink our curriculum. It's as true in mathematics as I'm sure it will be in other disciplines. I wanted to start, though, other point is this concept of national response. Peter, I think, is going to be a theme we need to pick up on here, because some of these challenges will remain conversations in the Shine Dome unless we can push the envelope on national response to the challenge. I think this report from the Academy highlights that. But I wanted to start with an OECD report that I ran through Copilot the other day. That's the only way I read OECD reports now, is after I've Gen AI'd them, and hopefully we'll be Gen AIing a few things today. One of the really interesting things about this OECD report, which was on career aspirations of 15-year-olds, so it was PISA data, 750,000 15-year-olds across 17 OECD countries, and there were some really staggeringly challenging things in this report. First of all, they've done this for many years, of course, the OECD. So the first thing that they noticed is the career aspirations, the top 10 career aspirations of 15-year-old girls or boys has not changed in 30 years. What makes it worse is the actual list of occupations that 15-year-olds are suggesting has contracted. And if you look at the exciting career opportunities we have in the world at the moment, they're not appearing. More than that, if you look at disadvantaged students as they define them and advantaged students, we see quite a difference in those that have had some sort of careers advice to help guide them. So we have both a problem with equity and we have a problem with career aspiration, and we also have declining numbers of young people completing Year 12. We need to address these fundamental challenges. And I'm both surprised at one end of the spectrum and pleased at another end that this conversation around careers, advice and schools, and let me think, Peter, pretty sure you said something about this with David Gonski in the context of your report on on education in New South Wales. We have got to be better at it, and we need a national response to it. And I know one of the conversations, I was privileged to spend a bit of time with the Economic Reform Roundtable and survived and came out the other end of that experience. But it was a point that was discussed by that panel extensively in the conversation about skills, upskilling and reskilling. So yes, Peter, we need a national response. Yes, we need to rethink curriculum. That's absolutely critical. Tony and I, Chief Scientist of Australia, Tony Hayman and I were talking about the importance of getting, and by the way, the report speaks directly to this, underqualified or non-qualified teachers who are teaching mathematics. We need to do something about this at the national level. We need to recognise that it's in fact a challenge. We need to step into it. We don't necessarily need to lift those teachers to become specialists in mathematics. Let's be serious about it. We need them to be incredibly competent. And we need them to have a way of seeking advice when they need advice. And we'll need micro-credentials. And again, I know Ian Chubb has been talking to the ATEC about that as well. So we need a national response to address that, and mathematics is a crucial part of that. I'll draw your attention to a couple of really, last thing I'll say before others step in, a couple of really interesting YouTube videos I've watched lately, one by Akshay Venkatesh and the other by Terry Tao, two of our wonderful Fields medalists. Both of them talking about the impact AI will have on mathematical research. This is a very interesting conversation. Akshay's lecture, and I hope Sveta's watching,
from Victoria. Akshay's lecture was an incredibly insightful way of looking at the transformation of mathematics research and the role AI will play as a collaborator in mathematical research and the challenge to the educational system by virtue of what AI is capable of doing. Put aside the great progress we've made with computational systems and computer algebra systems and other things that have really revolutionised a lot of the learning of mathematics, or should have. So I'd suggest to people have a look at that, because this is not just about reinvigorating high school and uplifting the aspirations of young people, big tick, critical. It's also about understanding the bigger picture of the way our research is changing because of AI.
But I couldn't agree more. You talked about Copilot. So one of the interesting little things that you can do on ChatGPT, which I recommend to all teachers and their students, you can go on there now and say, what is the chance of my team halfway through the season of being top of the league, or in English soccer case, being demoted? And it will give you statistical probabilities, but more than that, it will explain how they're coming to that. It's a great introduction to apply stats. Anyway, you're on a roll. Kate and Margaret have already started to talk about some of the demarcations we've got to be aware of here between STEM subjects and disciplines, research disciplines more broadly. One of the ones, when you were at Western Sydney University as the Vice-Chancellor, and I was there with Chancellor, and now you've moved on to become Commissioner of Jobs and Skills, is it seems to me that you're the person I'm relying on to put the T in ATEC, because we've discussed a lot about the challenges of the demarcations we've drawn for 30 years now between higher education on the one side and vocational education on the other. It's one of the dangerous things that happens in years 11 and 12, where people are asked, do you want to do ATAR or not at 17? I know you're starting to do work on that, but when you look at the demands for these STEM skills in 2035, I mean, do you see these having to come out of higher education, or are there ways that we can have a genuinely integrated tertiary education system?
Thanks, Peter. No, there is work going on around what we're calling tertiary harmonisation, and I know Mary O'Kane is online, keeping track of anything I say about the ATEC with Larissa Brent. And yes, we do want to put the T very strongly in the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, and we can talk more about that over the course of the discussion today. I think it is important to imagine that on all of the projections we have, and by the way, we could spend some time talking about population projections in this country, because that's an important part of imagining our future and questioning some of those. But no matter which way you look at it, we need to uplift more students from disadvantaged equity backgrounds into our tertiary education system. We estimate, 94% of all jobs by the end of this decade will require a post-secondary qualification, so we can no longer imagine that coming out of year 12 is enough. Even with some training and reskilling along the way, we need to accept and acknowledge we need tertiary education skills, so that's going to be a crucial part of the future. But one of the challenges to students, often from an equity background, is that if there's a barrier, if there's any inertia, if there's any challenge in the tertiary system, that will be a signal to get out of it rather than to pursue it and persist with it. So one thing we're looking at around tertiary harmonisation is how can we get rid of those barriers, that inertia, that drag that might stop someone getting a proper level of credit transfer from one system to the next, or even within the system. I would hope that universities will start thinking about how do we make cross-institutional enrolments and credit transfer and advanced standing within our higher education system better and saner than it is at the moment, and certainly between our systems, so that we can see easier flows through. We need to get on top of recognition of prior learning. We need to ensure that we support the STEM subjects. I'm glad the report calls this out from the Academy. That's a really important focus here. It's not only about higher ed pathways, it's about vet pathways as well. I think the Digital Compact in New South Wales is a strong signal here 20% of jobs in the in the tech sector should be vet qualified jobs as a target set in New South Wales, coming on the top of one of the things, again, Peter, you recommended with David Gonski, Institutes of Applied Technology, and one of the ones that is booming is the IAT Digital, with micro skills and micro credentials between universities and TAFE working strongly together. When it works, it is extraordinarily powerful. We need more of it, and we need, let me think, I'm going to say it again, we need a national approach to this, because if we don't think of the tertiary system as a system and not think, in fact, about higher ed as a system in itself, we're going to hold back a lot of the things we're going to try and achieve around not just uplifting our STEM subjects, but generally speaking, getting more young people and those reskilling and upskilling into the labour market with the skills they need, matched to the jobs of the future. Good quality work matched with skills. Do you want me to talk more about tertiary harmonisation? But I could.
You could later, if it comes up, Barney. You've done well, but I'm going to go to Joseph for the moment, who has been Assistant Secretary at the ACT since, I think, about the middle of 23, and who I know is really interested in this area in terms of shaping the world of work going forward to 2035. Joseph, I just wouldn't mind getting your views on, here we are, we're trying to post-secondary education in the tertiary sector, get more people engaging, want to be in STEM-based, research-based careers in this world of AI. I'm just interested from you about, do you think we can do it and what we need to do it, whilst in a sense protecting ourselves from creating a sort of a precarious part of the labour market of people who don't have the skills that are needed?
Yeah, I think that when we're thinking about the future of work, there is just absolutely so much that goes. I'll just talk really loud instead. It's the union town hall voice instead. It's really important, I think, that Barney and Muddy, you talked about inequality and careers, because I think that central to all of this and all of these challenges around workforce, around attraction, around growing their ideas and innovation is going to be the security, stability and nature of well-paid jobs in the tertiary sector and in research and development. And we know that there's just been this steady progressive decline of funding. We know that there has been a steady progressive decline in private sector investment in research and development. And that has driven so much of the insecurity in work that we have across the university sector and across the workforce in general. And as you sort of outlined, Peter, we're not going to get this innovation nation, this ideas that are developed, imagined, and then built here unless we do start really clearly identifying the barriers to participating in research. Because if there are more attractive jobs elsewhere, we're just going to lose really talented people who should be producing our ideas and who should be producing our industries of the future to other parts of the economy. And so when we think about the big challenges that are ahead of us, we're thinking about obviously a massive technological transition that we're all going to be undergoing through the implementation of AI, but the automation of a lot more systems. We're thinking about climate change and how the decarbonisation strategy is going to fundamentally reshape what we produce and how we produce it in our economy. There's also a lot of potential in both of those things, but central to both of those, us taking advantage of those potential, is workers having a say and having a voice in the system and in the society that they build afterwards. And to us, that means fair and equitable access to skills. So actually achieving fair funding for public schools this year that the government committed to is an enormous redistribution of wealth. Like, we need to think about it in a way that shows that getting high quality, fully funded public education to disadvantaged kids is going to be such a game changer to improving access to tertiary pathways for kids like me, who was the first in my family to go to uni, and kids in even worse positions than mine when I was growing up. I was lucky to have a family with a stable job. And you're entirely right, Barney. As soon as you hit a barrier, that imposter syndrome hits really hard. I shouldn't be here. I should do what my family normally does. And that's a real barrier that we need to overcome. And that improving our foundational education is just so important. But then actually seeing a pathway to a career is so important. Like having examples to go after about what does a secure, stable job look like in the tertiary sector? What does secure research look like? And seeing that vision become a reality is just so important to imagining yourself going there, because if you live and grow up with economic anxiety as a permanent part of your formative years, then taking risks like a career risk is just so hard to do.
Yeah.
When the rock bottom is really rock bottom. I've got more to say about intergenerational equality. We'll go to more people. We'll keep it succinct.
Well, no. I really do want to follow up, because Barney was good enough to mention the report that I did with David Gonski in New South Wales on vocational education. And one of the things that's not in the report you need to know, in my view, is the level of pastoral care in our schools has significantly improved over the last generation. Conversely, the level of career advice in our schools has declined, I think, quite precipitously. And New South Wales, to its credit, took some of that and is putting more money now into career advice. But we didn't stop there, because in our report, we said you've got to understand to government, and I think you're right, a national approach, Barney, is there's got to be lifelong career support. It can be done. You look at somewhere like Denmark is a good example, where from 15 to 65, you've got a publicly funded scheme with employer contributions, which helps people to continually get career advice, reskill, upskill, see the sorts of jobs and opening up in the STEM areas, for example. We don't have anything like that. We have a system, a national system, to help people find employment, to look for jobs, but we don't have anything to match it in terms of people providing career advice at school and throughout their lives. And this in a society where people are having to will have to constantly shift their career options. I don't know, I don't want to set you on the spot, Joseph, but is something like that you think would be a useful idea?
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot more developed thought on career advice, particularly when it comes to apprentices.
Yep.
And I think it's a useful model for us to think about when we're looking at apprentice completion ratios. And Barney knows this better than anyone, but we've got declining apprentice completion ratios across the country. And a lot of that is driven by the same kind of barriers that people have to tertiary education, where something comes up, it's hard, and we don't know a pathway through. And we spend hundreds of millions of dollars, by the way, of government money on apparent pastoral care for apprentices, but it doesn't appear that any apprentice actually gets that, any sort of really good pastoral care. It's a system in urgent need of reform to actually lift people's pathway through.
Yep.
It also goes to something, though, again, which is the quality of jobs. Like, there are two very divergent, there are two extremes of being an apprentice. There is where you're in a good employer that has supported workplace that allows you to be trained well, you get meaningful work to contribute to, and then you get to express yourself creatively through that work all the time. Both my brothers are chefs. They had that really lovely development approach where giving employers provided them time and gave them opportunity to demonstrate skill. But there's also the really bad ones, where you get to a workplace, you're bullied immediately because there is a cycle of bullying and abuse. You've got some really bad outcomes where you, instead of spending the first year of your apprenticeship learning how to be an electrician, you are sweeping up refuse instead and not learning anything. And I think that there is something for us to grab onto here when it comes to pastoral care at every stage. The second part about it, though, as well, is that really good teachers are extremely important for students to figure out what's good. Careers advice doesn't just come from formal programs, it comes from really good experience, public school teachers and obviously private school teachers too. But our retention rates for teachers is really bad, and it's going through the toilet. And that's hopefully going to be addressed by fair funding. But it's something that we need to pay a lot of attention to, because if we can't keep good teachers in our schools, then our students are not going to be able to also realise just what's possible.
Thanks, Joseph. Caroline Smith, I wouldn't mind coming to you now as the head of the Centre for Education and Training at the Australian Industry Group. And obviously I've read with great interest the recommendations you've put to the third review, which will be coming next on our next panel. I can only tell you that I and other board members of the ARC are absolutely with the recommendations that you're making on the need for better collaboration and cooperation across research institutions in Australia in the national interest. But I want to focus on the recommendations that you were making in terms of addressing STEM skills through education. So, you know, you're saying you need, for example, more industry experts as teachers. We need to make it better, easier for expats to return, to continue to recruit skilled workers from overseas. I suppose my question is, you know, what strategies are you seeing to help align the learning outcomes that we want with the employer needs, including, as this report shows so graphically, in the STEMs area?
Thanks, Peter. So, look, I think there's a lot of what's been talked about already on in the conversation that I really agree with, and you know, our members tell us that their skill needs, they operate across the vocational and higher education systems, and so the concept of you know, a more connected and cohesive tertiary system, like Barney's talking about, tertiary harmonisation, that's something that Australian Industry Group has been advocating for quite some time now. So, and I think we've seen in the last 2 or 3 years, national architecture that's been developed, that's really positive, Jobs and Skills Australia, Jobs and Skills Councils, you know, reports like the Accord, the National Skills Agreement. So there's a lot that's been developed in the last few years, and I think those are really positive directions, and you know, we need to stay the course and you know, keep going with a lot of that. So I'd sort of say that from the outset. But particularly to one thing I wanted to talk about was in that connection between learning outcomes and industry need. You know, one of the things I really wanted to emphasise was the importance of collaboration as a starting point. So that collaboration between industry, between universities. We see lots of great examples, but the challenge is how to achieve that at a greater scale. Vocational education and training, and I have to say I was, you know, it was really great to see in the report the strong emphasis on the importance of vocational education and training. It was perhaps the thing that surprised me was to see such a strong emphasis, and I thought that was great that that is really in there. So, but yeah, so vocational education and training, there is you know, a long and strong tradition of that deeper engagement. So that's definitely one of the strengths of VET, and I think you know, it is, as part of tertiary harmonisation, something that we want to see more of. But it's not, you know, it's not always easy. It needs sort of the right settings. It needs, you know, particularly for smaller businesses, it's a really hard thing to do. So some incentivisation would definitely help. And what's also really interesting at the moment, there are some really fantastic and interesting examples, a couple that I wanted to highlight, around where universities are working closely with employers. And so Universities Australia at their Future Builder Awards last year awarded a degree apprenticeship. Australia's first degree apprenticeship was acknowledged there as a leading example, and so that was the University of South Australia working with Australian Industry Group and employers, including BAE Systems. And I understand that University of South Australia sat down with those employers and said, what is it that you need and how can we work with you to achieve it? And from there, we've seen a fantastic collaboration and, you know, and stakeholders sitting down, working through from both an employment and a training perspective, what are the things that we need to work through to get this program up and running. And it's been a really fantastic example of that collaboration. there's a range of other work integrated learning examples out there. Really keen to see more of that. I mean, in terms of the degree apprenticeship type program, you know, there's a number of barriers in place to some of that being created at scale, but I think it's a really important area to continue to look at and see how we can continue to build.
I want to join that call out on this report because I too didn't expect acknowledgement of the importance of vocational education in providing the STEM skills we need. And it's great, we've already talked about things like Institutes of Applied Technology, degree apprenticeships, much more enhanced career advice going out. Look, one issue, Caroline, and then maybe Barney, is we haven't talked enough about, but young people talk to me about all the time, which is micro-credentials, which they tend to love and collect. Take something like, you know, prompt engineering for generative AI. It's a good modern example, I think. So I know the University of Newcastle has introduced something in this area. TAFE New South Wales has. But when I looked this morning about where I could go and do something like this, nearly it was always in boot camps or micro-credentials, to a very large extent being offered by industry itself. I mean, do you think those sort of micro-credentials, which then may be linked back to universities or vocational education, could provide a significant role, particularly, I suppose, for those who are seeking to change careers?
Micro-credentials definitely have a role to play, not necessarily at the exclusion of qualifications. So, so I think that's an important point to make. But you know, one of the challenges that we have is just the pace of change, and you know, and it takes time to change curricula. It takes time to change a training package. For example, when you're thinking about vocational education and training, you know, sometimes it can take a couple of years or longer. Yeah. So, and just, you know, we've seen such change even, you know, as we know in the last couple of years. So we've got a real sort of structural challenge about how to keep up, and so I think micro-credentials have a really important place to be helping in that. But, you know, I think where there's the opportunity for those to be accredited, those to connect back into our overarching architecture, you know, the opportunity for that kind of training to be appropriately recognised is an important part of the conversation too.
Joseph, you wanted to add on this, and now I'm going to come to Martine.
Yeah, I mean, Carolyn addressed it really, is that, like, we see micro-credentials, you know, they may have a role to play in the future, but the most important part of it is going to be that they feed into a qualification and a career advancement framework, and that those credentials that you acquire are part of a recognised pathway for your career. We don't want to see an atomisation of skills acquisition and learning and accredited qualifications, as Caroline acknowledged, and so that's just our only pause button on the micro-credentials conversation.
So let me just add one thing, because I understand those concerns, but one of the things I do is I chair a company, Opal Healthcare, runs 150 residential aged care areas. I can't tell you the value of small micro-credentials in convincing people in our workplace to want to go further. It's a starting place to encourage them to then go Cert 3, Cert 4, even now go on to do a degree at Western Sydney University. But getting them to think that they can do those things, can enhance their careers, particularly if they're coming from non-English speaking backgrounds, which many do, is really quite powerful. And of course, to the extent that universities are engaged in that, that can often give a help, because very often those credentials can start to open opportunities to go on to university. Martine, you were the one who rushed in a bit late, but everybody forgave you because they knew you had $15 billion in your pocket, because you're the chair of the National Reconstruction Fund, and you are getting to invest in projects that transform nations' industry and economy, which is absolutely at the heart of this report. You're focused on 7 priority areas, and that includes low emissions technologies, medical science, defence capability. Now, as I understand it, you invest in debt, equity, support startups, provide guarantees, but do not provide grants. So from your perspective, having looked at this report, how can the Academy of the Sciences act to ensure that the projects of national significance based on scientific research that they want to promote, how can, in a sense, they can get on your radar for consideration?
So thanks for that question. So I think, first of all, I guess I just start off by saying that the National Reconstruction Fund, which is under an Act of Parliament and is set up very similar to the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, as was said, is really there to take Australia from being a country that largely has historically dug things out of the ground, grown things and shipped them overseas, to doing more value add in Australia. Secondly, it's also designed to, I would argue often, we're 107 on the Innovation Index in the world, bring us right down to be a much more innovative country, and to also support those new industries in those 7 priority areas that are emerging, and how do we play a role in that. I think at the moment in Australia, we're facing 3 quite interesting dynamics. And I'm going to answer the question in a second, but I just want to give some background here. The first is that we have a lot of industries that are actually dying or that are in real trouble for various reasons, whether it be geopolitical issues, whether it be because we can't compete any longer, and a lot of those have been in the news lately. Steelmaking, Whyalla, Mount Isa, other industries, all of which, which are about doing a process which basically now needs to be updated, and with new science and new technology can be updated, but there are industries that we arguably can maybe no longer compete in, and we now need to find a way through science and technology to make those industries more competitive. And what can we do through better productivity, through new energy, etc. The second set of industries, I think, the second situation that the government and the country is facing is there are industries that are very happy to switch from being, I would say, dirty industries to cleaner industries. So whether you go from taking out coal power to putting it in an electric arc furnace, you're basically using new technology to do what you've historically done. And then thirdly, and most importantly, there's a whole suite of industries which are across our 7 priority areas, and many of which are in the report here, which are new industries that Australia can excel at. So the government has identified for the NRF 7 priority areas, and some of those areas, as things develop, and I think when those priority areas were set, they were what the government thought at the time were the key areas of the economy. I think they still are, but the ones that will be more successful are now being increasingly influenced by geopolitics, and what's happening in the US and elsewhere will affect those industries. So so there is a debate about what are the industries of the future that we should focus on. And so when we're doing research and development and we're doing science, there's a couple of questions that arise to why someone like the NRF would invest. So I think historically we've had a university system in Australia and an R&D system in Australia which has been fairly liberal and fairly open, and you can do a lot of science for science sake. I think increasingly over the years there has been, when there's more pressure on universities and university funding to do those areas in the economy which will make money for universities, contract overseas students to pick up some of that funding. So I think in one sense there is a bit of there's increasingly sometimes a mismatch between what people want to do, because I think they'll get a great career in it, and we talked about psychology was raised before, which I'm afraid to say my daughter's off to do masters in psychology, but anyway, I put that aside. And then you have areas which are basically people might research because they're interesting to do. So you have sort of science for science sake, you have science because we're trying to solve problems, and you have science because we're trying to build new industries. Those are quite different, and not all of them are attractive to investors. And so when you look at the NRF, ultimately we are seeing a lot of incredible innovation come through universities, which then get into a company, and a startup company, and they want to raise money, seed funding, Series A, Series B. But I would say of the many, many, many innovations that come through the R&D system, only a very few are actually bankable by an investor. And so that's your challenge. So one of the key things that needs to be done is that funders and investors need to work very closely with innovation and industry to pull that through. And I mean, I want to give you one interesting example. So recently I went to to a graduation ceremony at the University of New South Wales because a friend of mine was getting an honorary doctorate. UNSW has pioneered solar cells, as many of you would know. And for 20 years they've been doing that. That IP is used around the world in solar manufacturing. At that graduation ceremony, 20% of the engineers had done their 50% of the engineers had done their PhDs on solar cell technology and things that would advance that industry. And if you think back 20 years, what would those PhDs been on? They would have been on things that were quite different. So I think what's really important is as universities and our education system start to develop really good innovations in different sectors, how do they work with the finance industry to pull that through and to actually say, okay, these can be funded? And I think often, people who fund things have no idea about research and what is good and what is bad. And often people who research don't have much idea about business. So we need to have better synergies between that. And so the NRF to date, when you look at some of the stuff we have funded, we have done some really good innovations that have come out of the university system. We're doing diagnostics, we're doing artificial intelligence for diagnostics in the health sector. We're doing stuff in the satellite field, which helps quite broadly. We're doing things with ophthalmology. There's a lot of medical areas. But again, one of the challenges you face is there's so much out there. And one of the things I have learnt with the NRF is the innovation in Australia is unbelievable. And there is so much innovation, but how do you pick winners? And so I think at the Prime Minister's Science Awards the year before last, someone said to me, you should just throw $500 million at every single medical idea in Australia, and that'll be money well spent because at least 5 of them will work. And 5 of them will make you quite a lot of money. And that actually is a venture capital approach to doing many things, and that's not necessarily wrong. But I guess the constraints of the NRF are that we can't, as we said, we can't give grants, but we can give debt and equity. And so we have to make a decision at what point do we think an innovation has got past the grant stage and is now at the investment stage. And how early and how much risk do we want to go? And I'm quite pro taking quite early risk and big bets. Others, and I think that's fine to do that, but you can't do that with everything you do. You have to have a portfolio approach. And so I think, working together, I think the academic community, the science community have to work with investors to say these are areas of innovation where we can either solve problems or we are trying to build new industries. This is the trajectory, this is what you need to understand. If we do invest in this, here's where it can go and here's why it's a benefit to Australia. The other thing is the NRF has a public objective, so we are there to help build industries for the future of Australia, as opposed to a venture fund or an Australian super fund who quite frankly are not that focused on that topic. And many of the super funds, you would have seen the head of, I think it was Aussie Super in the Fin Review 2 days ago, was saying, why should we be investing in those priorities of the government? Why should we be investing in renewable energy and housing? Whereas I would have thought, when the government changes the mandate of the Future Fund, our own sovereign wealth fund, and says you should be doing more in this area, I would have thought that those funds would want to back the future of Australia, particularly if it was profitable. And so another thing that I think is really important is we have the 3rd largest pool of superannuation money in the world, and getting access to that pool and saying it's really important that you start to fund the innovations that are pulled through the system. And so I think, all in all, for us, understanding where those areas are, how they're important. But unfortunately, because we do live in this sort of capitalist system, people like the NRF are sort of relied on to fund everything. And I'm having a lot of debate at the moment about the role of the NRF in funding R&D. And the NRF could fund R&D if our mandate was changed, but that's not the purpose of the organisation. But what we can do is when we see people coming with good ideas, help pull them through the system to make sure they get those grants and then they get funded by us as they become successful.
That's great. Thank you, Martin Wilder. Now, we're going to go to questions from the floor. And if you've got a preferred answerer, please let us know. So we'll take the first question is down here on the left. And the second one will be over here on the right.
Afternoon, everyone. Thanks to all the panellists. My name's Gemma Parandere. I'm from one of the co-chairs of Future Earth Australia. And also I work in local government and industry, so I'm a bit of an anomaly quite often in these spaces. I'm really interested to hear from the panel. Actually, Joseph, what you said really struck a chord with me personally as well. My husband is a trades he's an electrician. He was in defence, he had to discharge. He can no longer work as an electrician. He's in his first year of engineering at the age of 41. We are navigating that as a family. And I think it's important to recognise that a lot of people don't have those opportunities when they're at high school. Certainly for him, he went straight into a trade. His family didn't go to university. And I think looking at the cost of living situation in Australia at the moment, university just isn't an option for a lot of Australian families. And I'm really interested to hear from the panel what your thoughts are around the cost of education, the barriers of, and personally I believe that's a huge barrier for a lot of people, and that coming from a time I was educated in the UK where university was quite cheap, that actually I feel that that would change the landscape a lot for STEM and STEM professions. So how would the panel see the ability to reduce those financial barriers as an option?
So everyone on the panel will have an answer, but we won't be enough questions. So I'm going to go to Joseph and then Barney on that one, and we'll take the second question down here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really sorry for what happened to your husband with the injury at work, but it's phenomenal that you're able to help him find a new career. You've really hit on a point which is a problem that we need to solve for us collectively, which is how do we invest really well in lifelong learning and reducing the barriers to lifelong learning as well, because, we're going through two massive economic transitions at the moment, and that's going to mean that industries that have been around, like, coal-fired power stations, like businesses like coal-fired power stations, we're going to have, apparently, according to Tech Bros, massive job displacement from AI. We're going to need to find a way to make sure that people can be reskilled into careers that are going to be productive and go forward. So addressing things like the cost of education is going to be really important. Addressing things like really poor apprentice pay is really important as well, because not everyone should go from what they are to a degree. They might be able to go to a trade as well. All of that's really, really important. The cost of degrees is way too high. When you're going to go out into the workforce and have HECS payments that eat up 8% of your salary while you're already struggling to get by, is just going to be really tough as well. So we need to do as much as we can to lower those barriers and to make it really seamless as well.
And of course, there's that opportunity cost of not getting income while you're changing career. Barney?
I first of all, I think it's great to reskill into engineering. That's wonderful. It'd be great if we had more recognition of the skills people have that's acknowledged in the higher education program that we're entering into. So I think that would be helpful. Lowers the debt burden that is one of the causes of concern. A couple of things. I do think that mature age workers reskilling and upskilling is a really important part of Australia's future. We could have a long conversation, as I mentioned before, about our population dynamics in Australia and an ageing population, and increasingly we will be reliant on a reskilling and upskilling of our mature age workers in the workforce. And we have to do that in a way that doesn't take them out of the workforce for a prolonged period for all the reasons we've touched on. And coming back to the previous conversation around other forms of flexible, stackable credentials, they will form part of that future. One of the recommendations in the Accord that hasn't been picked up by government yet, but I'm sure it's something that we hope they'll consider in the future, is how do you come up with a financial model to support micro skills, micro credentials, and using some form of income contingent loan to assist in that regard. So that's an interesting concept, so that people, one of the great things about income contingent loans and the work that Bruce Chapman did is it is allowed access to higher education for a massive number of people, and in many cases into vocational education and training. So, and that's been wonderful and important. It's going through a process of change, and we've seen that with the government paying off some debt recently. One of the functions that the ATEC will have is to provide advice to government on the costing and pricing around higher education. And I think more broadly, we'll move into broader concepts of funding in tertiary education, but certainly around higher ed. That's an opportunity for, and Mary O'Kane and Larissa and I have commissioned that work now to start that conversation around truly what the costing looks like, and then to advise government on the pricing side. So that work's underway. I know it's not an immediate response, but I do think there are some elements of the architecture that we have in Australia that we can work on to give more affordable access to reskilling and upskilling for mature age workers, and particularly those who are displaced because of injury or redundancy or for other reasons. We're about to, at JSA, do some work over the next 12 months on displaced workers, see if we can really understand more of the barriers and challenges, and you're touching on them, and to see what recommendations we can make to government.
Thanks, Barney. Yes, question here.
Hi, Valeria from QUT. I'm a research fellow. I guess mine is more of a very quick comment, personal point of view, and touches a little bit of what Margaret mentioned before about the supposedly radical change in curriculum. I did my studies mainly in Italy, and in high school I was doing classical studies, so Greek literature and Latin, and yet I had biology, mathematics, physics, geometry and algebra, and I actually went on to do ecology. And while doing ecology, we had mathematics, biology, molecular biology, and chemistry and physics. So I feel like having this compulsory open up opportunity, and instead of cluttering the curriculum, as Joseph maybe suggested, to me, it provided a well-rounded education and the possibility of now pursuing cross-disciplinary and multidisciplinary research, which is another of those points that seems to be so important today. And we can't all be expert in math, but we need to know at least something about it.
Anyone on the panel like to take that one? Karen.
Thanks very much for that. I'd just like to bring to the discussion some research that was World Economic Forum Future of Jobs report, and Australian Industry Group is the local partner for that. And the key sort of findings around, globally what is in demand from employers. The fastest growing was AI and data related skills, but actually the most in demand was critical thinking, leadership, adaptability. So I think that feeds in really well to the conversation that we've been having about the potential for breadth, because it's really those skills that are supporting that adaptive capacity that is really important.
If I could jump in, I think it's a very important point. And I wanted to mention a couple of global trends, so we just have this in context. One of them is exactly what Carolyn has said. We're seeing increasingly those cognitive skills being much more highly valued by employers than technical skills in a whole raft of ways. And AI is driving some of that thinking on behalf of companies. And there's an obligation on our education system to reflect that. Now, our universities, I'm sure our schools, our vocational education training system is responding to that. We need to do more and deeper. We need to ensure that those emerging from our tertiary system learn to learn as much as to adapt in the workplace. The second global trend that is a bit like AI, some of us might like to prefer that AI went away, but it won't, and so it will be transformational to the economy and to our lives. But the skills first movement is another very important global trend. And what that means is increasingly, again, run it through ChatGPT, but the OECD released a big skills first report just a few weeks ago, including data on the 1 million micro-credentials that the United States awarded in various forms in 2022. But what that's saying is increasingly when you scan job adverts and recruitment practices by industry and business around the world, they're moving away from credentials to skills. Some of them are those cognitive skills we just talked about, critical thinking, and increasingly other skills. If they want a Python programmer, they don't necessarily care where they got their skill set. And that's a big trend. And we need to adapt to that trend. We need quality language around skills. So a national skills taxonomy is an important part of that. And we need to ensure that our education and training system is fit for purpose if that's what employers are looking for. So in talking about how we want to transform education, we've got to place it in the context of a very different and adaptive 2025 than what might have been the case when we think about what I went through and the skills I had going into university. I mean, I know how to do a Laplace transform. I think it's really important. Pretty sure I don't really need that skill any longer. And I'd say, what are our electrical engineering faculty doing? We need a new paradigm around some of our education and training.
That's quite right, Barney. Yeah, so I think there's a question on this side.
We have James, then Aidan. Then
We go here first, and then James on this side.
Then Aidan, and then the person in the middle. Then Karen,
Okay, and then I think that's probably it.
And I think that's it, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think I've
Go.
got you.
I'm going to speak because it's dead air. Rob Gill, Royal Society of Victoria. Question for Martine. You talk about science for science sake, science for investment and science for development, I think. One of the staggering statistics in the report is 0.89% of investment from business in science in Australia, which is less than half the OECD average. We like to be gold medalists in the pool in Australia. What's going on with business? Why can't we make this an attractive part for them? Because it would be to their benefit.
Martin? Yep. To James.
So I think the first thing is we've got to be, what disappoints me is that Australian business and Australian investors are pretty, I'd say at the moment, are not very focused on R&D. They're not a lot of the tax incentives for R&D is gone. They're also just generally focused on making as much profit as quickly as they can in 3-month reporting cycles, and they don't think about the long term. There's very few Australian businesses, I would argue, that have a long-term vision about R&D and building, except in areas that are, like in this report, AI and other areas that are really, in some of the medical areas. But as a general rule, we just don't have that sort of investment, I guess, approach that you see in other countries like the US. I think secondly, we're also, it's quite interesting at the moment that when we talk about skills and what we need, again, let's not just focus on universities. So if we're looking at the solar sector, so you've got universities producing incredible new solar cells, better efficiency. You've got new ways to mine materials that go into that. You've got artificial intelligence that does time of day stuff on how they rotate and all that sort of stuff. But we've got a massive shortage of people who can go out and actually build, fix, install, repair those as well. And then you look at things like in South Australia, AUKUS, what we're trying to do there with shipbuilding and other things there. You need 5,000 jobs very fast. So where are those people going to come from? So in some cases, we're building skills for future industries. In some cases, those industries are here and we need the skills and we actually haven't got them. And so there's a dual problem that we're facing, I think, at the moment. But I think, we just don't really, we have a very sort of poor venture sector here. I know many of the universities, and I've spoken to Brian about this before, have good VC funds, but they then go to the super funds and say, hey, we've been really successful in our first fund, we'd like to top that up. And they say, well, that's fine, but we're not going to pay you fees. And so then how is the VC fund meant to actually pay the team? So you have those sorts of problems. And, it is a real challenge in Australia. Maybe one thought which has been raised is that I know the Australian Academy of Science has put out its proposal on R&D taxing. Another thought is that you just require all Australian companies to invest a certain amount of money in R&D and science, or you require the super funds to invest a certain amount of their allocation, 2 or 5% in Australian-based industry development. So there are things, those might seem radical, but basically they're not really, and they're about the future of our country. And we should be sort of trying to think of more innovative ways to get that money from the private sector and from our institutions to flow, because ultimately it is all of our superannuation. The other problem you do have, though, is they will argue that they need to put, as our population gets older, those super funds need to have more liquid assets. They need to be able to monetize that very fast to give the older generation the superannuation they need. And therefore, there's this argument, there's a reluctance to put into assets that are long-term and venture style. But look, I think that really we have so much money coming through that system that we really got to support the country. And if you do that and we have more successes, then the reality is we'll generate more wealth for the country anyway.
I'm going to take 2 more questions. Yep.
Oh, thank you. I'm Aidan Sims. I'm the president of the Australian Maths Society. And I guess I'm looking around and I'm thinking if you wanted to build a physical manifestation of the modern metaphor of an echo chamber, we're all in violent agreement here about this. How do we recruit? Because it's very difficult for the academy or for universities to communicate to the public, and after all, that's where the social licence comes from, the importance of what we're talking about here. How do we recruit the people that can convince the public? How do we recruit the people who can get the message out there?
Yeah, okay.
I think that that's a great question, and that really comes back to the broader, I think it was something Professor Jagadish said earlier about science has to renew its social contract. So it's, you know, we can have great scientific and technological discoveries and mathematical significance as well, but it's really about how does society value those things, and that's where the social sciences and the humanities come in, not just as a form of communication, you know, they're not just added on to I suppose sweeten it, but actually to really look at the research. I mean, there were serious questions about why maths, for instance, students aren't doing maths. It may have to do with career and with teaching, but there are broader issues as well. And I think if we're really talking at the very big level about how do we improve the quality of life and future generations, we have to come back to the social and the research that sits around ensuring that maths is valued. And I think it's that social licence and question of value there. I'm not quite sure how easy, it's a complicated question, but it is one that's actually core to making those big shifts.
Yeah.
Thanks, James Vanatakis from the Forest Research Foundation. Quick comment, picking up on Kate's point about the curriculum and Margaret's point. You know, under Barney's guise, I set up a cross-disciplinary program at Western Sydney University, and not only was it incredibly popular with the students, one of the unintended consequences was the educators, who were mathematicians, artists, engineers, they just turned around and said to me, I've re-found my love of teaching. So there's actually something else here about the curriculum that's not only alienating students that you touched on, but it's actually alienating our peers, pardon me. So that's, I think, something else to think about. My question is probably directed mostly to you, Peter, if I may be cheeky, but also probably to Barney. So picking up on that point about who do we talk to, we're all on the same page, government's on the same page, hearing Caroline's points on the same page, but there's inflexibility in the system. So why is change so hard? Why can't we get, I mean, since industry's on side, universities on side, government's on side, we've got all the ideas, why isn't it the system changing faster? Why can't we implement reform? So maybe for you and Barney.
Barney?
I'm an independent statutory officer of the Commonwealth. I probably have a fairly careful comment on it. Look, I am, James, a little more optimistic at the moment for a range of reasons, right? And if you take the tertiary harmonisation conversation we had earlier, we've been having this conversation for 30 years. I think that right now there is an appetite to actually get on with it and bring about change, and we have a roadmap to try and achieve that, and there is a groundswell from all aspects of all the interested parties to make progress with it, and a government that's looking for its next reform agenda. So I think there is a moment to get that right. My earlier comments about national responses is important here. So we do need to have a conversation with the Commonwealth about their stewardship capability and their convening power so that we can move ahead. I mean, AI will be a very good example of this. We need to uplift, we need to give agency to all Australians to uplift them, to participate in an AI transformed future. That's a priority that only the Commonwealth can really help to bring together, with the great support of industry and with a reinvigorated approach to skills. There's no doubt about it. And I think there are, although this report highlights many of the challenges, I also think the ATEC will have a role to play in its stewardship of higher education, because there's an interesting opportunity here to have a system view of higher education and universities for the first time in a long time, so we can encourage greater collaboration, we can identify priorities. I know that this week Mary, Larissa and I have been meeting with a number of academies, including humanities and social sciences, FTSE, and in every case, the learned academies recognise the power of a system and the power of collaboration across the system, and possibly having a tertiary education commission with the appropriate levers and the right legislation, the right governance, is actually going to be able to bring about some change. It's very hard when you've got 39 universities and you've got a political context to operate in a federation. So I'm a little more positive we can bring about some change.
Me too. Yeah, last question I think is here.
Yeah, thanks for the discussion. My name's James Hudson. I'm a bioengineer from QIMR in Queensland. I've got a comment and then a question. Through my career, I've seen certain labs in the United States, MIT, etc. Bob Langer's lab is a perfect example where people in his lab have made discoveries and maybe translated that into 60 to 100 startup companies, which then get the technology out there. And there's a lot of discussion here about trying to get the science into developed businesses and things for use cases. But in places like the US, that's not just done through that pathway, it's done through creation of new companies because the existing ones aren't ready for that technology yet. Also, the people from those labs are the ones that go and start those companies because they have the best expertise within that technology. So in this discussion around training, where does training of people with that skill set who are trained in both the science and the ability to take that out into industry, how are we training those people and have we looked into that?
So I think the US is exceptional, right? So the US is really, really good at identifying phenomenal things emerging out of universities and getting VC funds into them, and also they've got so much money sloshing around the system that they're very, very good at it. I think there are one or two universities here who I think are becoming exceptional at that, and others that are starting on the journey. But as a general rule, a scientific, I mean, I'm not going to try not to offend anybody here, but as a general rule, a scientific founder who's brilliant in building something is not necessarily good at running a company, right? And nor should they be, right? So, and someone who's running a company is no good at inventing an idea generally. They are different skill sets, and it's okay for those skill sets to be recognised. Occasionally you'll have someone who's a fantastic inventor and also a fantastic CEO, but we need to basically match people together to bring that skill set through. And one of the universities that I'm working with, not my NRF hat, my other hat, is very, very clear on having many programs. They've brought in many VC people into the university to work with founders to do that, to bring them through. And I think that's really important. So I think, there is a lot more room for that. The NRF is very focused on that. We want to make sure we can do more of that. And I think you have to remember that out of the 1,000 startups that come out, or the hundreds of thousands of startups that will come out, not that many will actually succeed. A lot of them will be great ideas, and they will actually, some of the ideas will be fantastic, but there's not a market for them. Some of them will be great, but there may be 7 people with a similar idea and only 2 will succeed. So not everything is going to work anyway. And that's okay as well. And so I think, and then some of those may come together and make the original idea better. Just on the comment about the echo chamber, because it's a good comment. So I think that, number one, where there is a really good success story, you have to actually celebrate it and go and educate people about it. I think we don't do enough of that. And so if you asked how many people know that some of the great inventions out of Australia, internet, etc., Bluetooth, came from here, most people wouldn't know. So I'm a big believer in when there is something that we've succeeded in, making sure that everybody knows about it. So I think in many of these areas that we're in, if we can be, and a good example of this was the large-scale battery in which Cannon Brooks and Elon Musk did in South Australia. Everyone said it was impossible. They just went and did it in 3 days. And it was done, and then everyone who said it was impossible stopped saying it was impossible. So every time there is a major success or a breakthrough that we have in science or research or development in any area, we need to go for broke to say how important that is, how successful it is. And then the other point is that on some of these successes, if you take them away, people then actually realise, we take so much for granted here. So in Australia, we take it for granted that the electricity is on all the time. But in many countries, that is not the case. There's often blackouts. But I mean, the fact that where we have incredible science or services that are provided through everything and the people that are in this report, we need to remind people that if you don't have that, you won't actually have that service as well. So I think, it's almost, it sounds trite, but getting an incredibly good marketing person that can really shout out our successes is really, really important.
Martin, I'm going to take that as your one practical suggestion to bring this report to life and make it real. I'm going to ask the other 5 pillars of wisdom along here for their one, starting with you, Barney. The one thing you would do having read this report.
Peter, that's a hard question. What I would like to see us do is to have a national response around AI.
Yep. Thank you. Caroline, that's a great one.
Very hard just to make it one. I think the focus on schools was actually really important in the report because that really is about our pipeline, into science, into other areas. So I'd start with schools.
I think that there's a lot of really good things in the report, but I think that, the most important thing for you guys to do is organise, to build alliances, to build allies, to work with people who are like-minded, because, we are in a literal echo chamber. But actually, the only way to make change is to increase the urgency with which other people want to make change with you. And the only way to do that is to build allies, to cultivate relationships, to actually make the case over and over and over again until you're extremely tired of repeating the same words over and over and over again, so that you can convince people that what you're doing is important, because it is important.
Kate?
I would build on that a bit by saying I think it's very important. The report is a bit of a crisis call. So let's look at the change and how that can happen in a unified and national response across our disciplines, our science, our technology, our social sciences, our humanities, our medical sciences, because they have to be joined up, I think, to make that change. And that's within curriculum in universities, but it's also within our research funding, because innovation comes from many different sources, and one of those, of course, is imagination, and another one is creativity.
Margaret?
I think when we're thinking about innovating in curricula and doing things differently, and the things that hold us back are regulation. So the big change I think I've seen throughout my career is that the extent to which we've and appropriately responded to concerns about misrepresentation to students and so on, but with a level of regulation of change in the curriculum, both internally in universities, driven by TEXA to some extent, but also with the professions. So there's a level of influx, professions that don't recognise that most of our students are no longer studying full-time, but require, places are governed on a full-time basis, for example. So we need to get everybody in the room, and it's the employers, the professional accrediting agencies, the university accrediting agencies, and then think about that and how then that feeds back into school choice and what should happen in the school system.
Martin, I was a bit cheeky cutting you off, so Martin, if you'd
I thought that was pretty appropriate, so that was fine. I would go back to that comment I made. Just one final comment. It's interesting because a lot of people in this room are probably, none of us are at university anymore. My son is doing science at UTS, and he went to be a school teacher. And having done it, he turned around to me the other day and said, Dad, how do I make money? Because, being a school teacher I'm not going to make any money. And then I said to him after last night, I'm at this phenomenal dinner last night, the Australian Academy of Science, with all these wonderful scientists, and you have to stick to STEM. You can't go off and make, and think about making lots of money. Maybe you can do a startup that makes money, but just focus on being a really great scientist because it's a really wonderful thing to do. So I think we need to remind ourselves just how important this is. Because I think the comment that was made about the younger generation are often thinking about housing crisis, the point was made over here, how do I make money? Where do I go? I think we've got to make science really cool. We've got to celebrate our successes, and we've really got to say we can build phenomenal industries and believe that we can do it. And the one thing in the chair of the NRF role that I constantly hear is why we can't do it. I think we just have to keep saying why we can do it.
I think that was really... So, to sum up, I think what we're really saying is, number one, champion success in these areas, both individual and corporate. And do so on the basis of saying really loudly, this is important to our future. The second is taking a national approach. A national approach, of course, to research and development innovation, but as Barney says, a national approach to AI. Third, obviously, to do with education at all levels, secondary, tertiary levels, and getting the curriculum right and the opportunity to develop and reskill as one goes. A unified national response across disciplines, across areas of research, across research institutions, with employers, with industry, with professions, a very good segue into what is going to be the next session. And they've all had one go, so I'll add my one thing I would like to see in this area, and I do so recognising that, of course, we are sitting here on Ngunnawal land. I have to say I'm really excited about the proposed changes to the National Competitive Grants Programme that the ARC is going to shortly present to government. There's lots of content addressing issues here, but the thing I would like to see is that the recommendations on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander researchers and research get picked up, because we do want to see early career Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander scholars given greater access to financial support in all areas of intellectual endeavour, including, and I think in particular, science, medicine, technology, engineering. Second, we want to see within our system greater recognition and acknowledgement of Aboriginal scientific knowledge, ecology, of course, astronomy, traditional medicines. And finally, we want to see that research, important research, on Aboriginal people and Aboriginal communities is developed in sensitive areas, scientific areas such as health, genomics in particular, is developed with Aboriginal people in consultation, in discussion, and in negotiation. I do want us to finish on a bit of a high. As you read this report, you think these problems are almost insurmountable. As Ian said, we've been talking about them so long. As James said, why is it so difficult to make progress? And I'm with Barney. I think there is an opportunity to do so. But, you know, we talk about education in this country, and every year we focus on the Project for International Student Assessment, compare Australia with elsewhere. And in fact, one of the interesting things is the challenges that we're facing in STEM here in Australia, in many countries, are similar, which is why in the last assessment we still rated 9th and 10th internationally out of 82 in terms of our ability of school students in science and maths. But that always gets the news. Interesting, PISA introduced one new assessment in the last year. It was the assessment of indications of creativity in the classroom. It may surprise you because it didn't become headlines, but it should, that it's actually Australia ranked 4th out of 82 countries. We were only beaten in these stakes by Singapore, Canada, and South Korea. South Korea, I understand, because I was taken to a sing-along of K-pop Demon Hunters, so I see the creativity at first hand. But compared with that, I think we're doing well to come in fourth. But it is worth reminding ourselves that in our education system, we have high levels of creativity by international standards, if only we can grab it and harness it and support it and direct it. That is our future. So thank you very much. It's been a great panel. I look forward to the next one.
So thank you, Peter. Very well chaired, and got us right to the end, right on time. We now have a 10-minute break and we reconvene here at 2:45.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, I need you to sit down so we can keep to time and get to the airport and do all those things. Okay, so we're now moving. Thank you for that. It was an incredibly useful panel with some great panellists, and we're going to move on to an equally distinguished panel. Unfortunately, Robin Denham, who's chair of the CERD, can't be with us today for personal reasons, but we've got an incredibly good stand-in in Dr. Kate Cornick, who's also part of the panel member and a member of the panel, and she's got a very broad background in technology, innovation, startups and government. And I know my experience of that when I was in Victoria. We also have with us today Tony Cook, Secretary of the Department of Education, Professor Susan Dodds, Deputy Chair of the ARC and Policy Lead at the Australian Academy of the Humanities, Rosemary Huxtable, Chair of the National Health and Medical Research Strategy, Megan Quinn, Secretary of the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, and Adjunct Professor Peter, I knew I was going to muck that up, sorry, Peter Ross-Deutscher, Chair of the Industry, Innovation and Science Australia. And joining us online is, from Ireland, is Professor Mark Ferguson, Chair of the European Innovation Council and former Chief Scientific Advisor to the Government of Ireland. So I'm going to hand over to Kate, and I'll come back to join you, Kate, to help with the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret, and it's a great pleasure to be here. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the Ngunnawal people and pay my respects to elders past and present. A huge vote of thanks to the Australian Academy of Science for convening this fabulous symposium and for their work on the Science 2035 report. The symposium could not come at a more poignant time for the strategic examination of R&D, which is certainly getting to the pointy end of the review. I'd like to acknowledge Professor Ian Chubb's work. Professor Chubb is now forever known as Batman, for those that were here earlier, not only for his work leading this symposium, but also as a valued member of the CERD panel. And I'd also like to acknowledge Professor Fiona Wood, who's also here today, also a member of the CERD panel. Unfortunately, Robin, as mentioned before, can't be with us today, and I'm afraid I'm the stand-in. But I'm really looking forward to chairing this session, and in particular, calling out what's going to happen in 2035. I'm joined by an esteemed panel who've been driving research, education, industry and innovation policy throughout their careers in private sectors. And I'm no doubt that this panel is going to help us as a CERD panel think deeply about some of the many challenges that we're grappling with. So as I mentioned before, the work of the panel is coming to its final stages. We will be handing down our report before the end of the year. We have recently documented our progress through the summary of our submissions, nearly 500, as well as an issue paper, and these are both available through the CERD website. It's clear that Australia's research, development and innovation system is fragmented. We heard some very positive views in the previous panel about how we have so many of the right ingredients, and I think that is the case. But there's an enormous potential for Australia to make its R&D system more efficient and impactful, and this has to be something that we focus on. Today, we have the opportunity to explore this, and in particular, explore the end destination of not only this report, but also our timeline for CERD with our distinguished panel. And so I'm going to start by asking the Secretary of the Department of Education, Tony Cook, to imagine it's 2035. The CERD report's been delivered, and we've had this wonderful Science 2035 report handed down today. What does the R&D innovation ecosystem look like? And specifically, what has changed about the research sector?
Well, thanks for the question. No, it's on. Thank you. Whoever pressed that button for me, thank you. And I guess there's a range of things I want to talk about. Of course, in my department, the University's Accord is a key component of some of the work that we are doing at the moment. And as you would be aware, the interim ATEC has been established with Mary O'Kane, and Barney was here, I think, just a little while ago, and Larissa Brent. And remembering out of that report, there was originally a recommendation about a kind of cross-portfolio strategic examination of research and development. And that's been a very powerful thing in terms of the discussions, I think, and leading into where CERT is and where CERT is heading. And I want to talk a little bit about, I won't ignore the question entirely, but I will talk a little bit about kind of the basis of the Accord and how that feeds into the work that's happening around CERT. I want to start with the research and development workforce to start with. And in 2035, on the basis of both the combination probably of CERT, but also the Accord, one of the things that the Accord was very strong about, which the government looked at, and as our minister has said, Minister Clare, the Accord is a generational report. And so there's some recommendations that have been accepted and are being implemented by government, but there are more recommendations that the government will consider in time. Part of that is about the workforce itself, about how we treat PhD students, how they are funded, how they survive, and all the issues around stipends and things like that as well. So in a perfect world, leading into 2035, a lot of those issues have been addressed. So we give a lot of support in early research careers, and I see Peter here, hey Peter, in terms of the work that ARC is now doing in that space and some of the changes they're recommending, or have recommended and are implementing. But that whole linkage around what often people talk about in terms of the movement of researchers in and out of universities and industry and not being punished effectively through some sort of system that doesn't recognise the contribution that researchers have made in both areas, both industry and research. To say the bleeding obvious, the alignment between research, universities, industry is much tighter, much more defined, much more coherent, much more obvious, and supported on both sides, and all sides, dare I say, both government and also industry and research foundations and research organisations to be successful, which includes funding from all sides as well. And so better alignment around that, better role and better deliberate involvement by industry to support that research going forward. There's, from a government perspective, long-term investment, i.e. try and get out of a cycle of 1, 2, 3 year funding cycles. Let's look at 5 and 10 year funding cycles. What does that look like? How do you actually ensure that that can be implemented and implemented properly would be something that we'd have solved by 2035. Part of that is about, and Brian, thanks Brian, NCRIS, our favourite topic, that's sitting in my department, but interactions with Megan's department as well. So much more stability in terms of not just funding, but the roadmaps, and thank you, Brian, anyone else here who's involved in the roadmap for NCRIS into the future, and being able to be much more certain around some of those things going forward will be important, and I'd like to have that achieved as well. Before 2035, that'd be nice, actually. In fact, a lot of these things I'd like to have done by 2026, if that's okay. That's some of the broad side of it. The other part for me is that, certainly in terms of the work that I do, that research is recognised and valued. And again, thank you, Peter and ARC and Uta, I think I saw, did I see Uta? Oh, yeah. Maybe not. In terms of, we often talk about teaching and learning and research, pause in the work that we do around things like funding. And I haven't really focused strongly on funding, but I'll go there. In terms of what is it, we will have recognised through the funding system that we have, and again, I'm talking about universities, through universities, the value of research, the true cost of research, and have a model that actually recognises that going forward. Now, of course, this is me being Nirvana. Government makes these decisions, not me. But part of what we will do, and part of what ATEC will do, of course, in terms of their remit around costing and pricing for not only teaching and learning, but also research, is unpacking that and coming up with advice to governments as to what that looks like going forward. I'd better stop there, otherwise I'll keep going.
Thank you very much. So I'm actually going to ask Megan, Secretary of Department of Industry, Science and Resources, the same question. It's 2035, so it's been delivered. What does the research, development and innovation ecosystem look like?
So I'm going to do this in two parts, like what does success look like? And then I'm going to just focus on how, in theory, we've got there. So we're in 2035, and I think the R&D system is clearly aligned around a set of priorities. That's easy to say. Whose priorities and what are those priorities is the difficulty that the system has faced over the last entire life of its system. But those priorities are broad, have got broad community support. So government supports them, industry supports them, academia supports them, but also importantly the general population. So we mentioned earlier in the earlier session about how do you get out of the echo chamber and into the broader recognition. So I think the R&D system is clearly aligned, and the priorities are clear and they're supported. Everyone in the system is focused on the outcomes of the system, and within their segment of the system, they're really clear what they're driving to. So what outcomes are they getting? As opposed to at the moment, we spend a lot of time on our inputs. 2035, our outcomes are measurable, they're actionable, and they're evaluated publicly. The priorities are adapted over time, but within a system that supports 10-year or longer vision. And this is a difficult thing to do, because if you had a plan 5 years ago, you'd be halfway through your 10-year plan. Now you need to be adjusting for AI right now. So we need a longer-term horizon, but is adaptable to things that happen out of left field. And the R&D system is connected, the Australian R&D system is connected to the global system, and the global system is connected to the Australian system. And so that's what success looks like, and I think most people here would sign up to those things: strongly aligned, focused on outcomes, measurable and evaluated, adaptable, transparent, good governance, and strongly aligned, strongly connected and benefiting from the globe. So that's what I think we need to aim for, and there is a lot in the system for reform at the moment. Tony's talked about the higher education system. The third process is thinking about the broader system. Rosemary will talk about things in a particular segment of the system in terms of health system. Now, there was a really good question in the earlier session about why is it so hard to change? So I'll go to some things that need to happen, in my view, having observed reform from a government perspective and advising governments across a lot of different spectrums. My background is in Treasury, and I got to see a lot of reforms in a lot of different parts of the economy over 30 years. So what do you need to do to get a system to change? And this is probably the more controversial aspect of my contribution. So you need broad recognition that change is needed. The burning platform people talk about. I think today's contribution sets that challenge from the science perspective. I think the productivity challenge that the Treasurer is talking about sets it from an economic perspective. I think the geopolitical tensions and the national security concerns sets the challenge from an international and threat perspective. And I think the diversity and complexity of industrial capability sets it from a business perspective. But there has to be a recognition that people need to work together to change, because change is really difficult in a really complex system. Importantly, to get change, someone has to lose. Not everybody can be a winner. We are facing genuine constraints on the fiscal budget from the Commonwealth. It's in structural deficit. It cannot fund all the current asks, let alone future asks on defence, aged care, healthcare and the like. So someone is going to have to lose, which means priorities mean taking things off people and giving it to someone else. And so everybody in the reform journey needs to focus on how to make Australia better off, accepting there might be some losses in individual components. There needs to be an agreement that the R&D system is not just about scientists. It's not just about making a profit, and it's not just about near-term political messaging from our politicians. So all the different decision makers need to be focused on the bigger picture as well. To move a system, you need things to stop. You can't just add new things on top. One reason why we have the many complexity in smaller programs is because people don't stop things. They just add new things into the system because they don't want to pull things out. So to get a system to change, to get alignment and to get focus, things need to stop, and we need to be able to transition to a new set of outcome-based, evidence-based programs. The transition is going to need very strong leadership from the top down, but all the institutions in the system. So that's government, that's the public service, it's universities, it's science institutions, it's deans of science in the universities, it's industry, business leaders and the like. And I just want to make a key point here, and I know it's a concern for this audience, especially if you've got someone like me saying you're going to have to give something up in order to get something. But I think it's fundamentally important that we keep the core of our science system strong while we build our adaptation and transition and translation capability. We do really well relative to our population through our fundamental science, and that is incredibly important going forward given the challenges, and that case is made pretty clear in the Academy's work. And we need to hang on to that, but we are going to have to change other parts of our system to be able to focus on the adoption and the translation elements to get it into solutions that our community are willing to fund. So success, I think we're all aligned on pretty much, maybe a little quibbles, how many angels on the head of a pin really about what priorities. I think the focus really needs to be on how we're all going to support the system changing over time. And to get to 2035 and a successful outcome, they're the things that we need to work on, and that includes forums like this, having hard conversations, governance structures to be able to have contested ideas and come to a kind of collaboration. And I'll just note that collaboration is defined by two people giving up something in order to get something greater together. So giving up something is at the core of collaboration to be able to achieve a common outcome. So I'll pass to the next person.
Thank you very much, and some very wise words there. And I have to say, it's the weight of this review is certainly on the shoulders of the third panel. We talk about that frequently. And we certainly see we've got the right ingredients to bake the cake. How we pull that cake together is going to be really challenging, and it's not easy, and there are going to be winners and losers. And so making sure we take the whole sector, not just the research sector, but industry as well on the journey is incredibly important, and something that we as a panel talk about regularly. But back to our panel, I'm now going to ask Professor Susan Johns to imagine you're a researcher in 2035. What does that mean? What does that look like?
I will be the demographic of researchers that will be joining me, frankly. But I think, here's what I would expect, the CERD being implemented. We would have a much more robust RD&I system that's built on better coordination of government support and strategic planning, all of those things that, involve focusing of effort, which is giving up on some things, not letting a million flowers bloom, but actually identifying areas we want to grow, reducing friction, reducing duplication, and one in which one can hope that Commonwealth and state priorities could somehow be coordinated, but federation. But I'd also expect to see a well-designed coordinated mechanism that will connect early-stage foundational research, such as the kind of research supported by the NCGP of the Australian Research Council, which can be more readily applied and can find ways to industry, find ways to government and other forms of support, so that there's actually clearer pathways and pull-through, as well as being able to support the foundational research, which is essential for that productivity, as we heard earlier today. So I would think we'd have, therefore, a more investable RD&I system built on robust early-stage research. And as Peter has suggested earlier, we're at the point where the NCGP review, the National Competitive Grants Review, is getting prepared to go to government. And that emphasis on early-stage research, on First Nations researchers, and on First Nations research in every discipline is really important. the capacity to support collaboration between researchers in multidisciplinary groups, with industry, with community partners and internationally are things that we're keen to support. And we'll by 2035 see the outcomes of that. And the ARC will, rather than focusing on its inputs into research, these are the things we funded, we'll be able to say these are the things that have come out as a result of the research that the ARC has funded. And therefore, what I would hope is that we'd be able to give more confidence to industry for it to invest in research. And I think that's one of the key things for an effective RD&I system. It can't just be university research and government doing the work. There needs to be the government, there needs to be the industry piece. And especially in Australia, I think getting the ambition of its many, many SMEs to be a little bit greater and to be a little bit more curious about the ways in which research can enhance their areas. I would hope that there will be teams of early career researchers who have multidisciplinarity and end users baked into their thinking. Not that every research has to be working towards an immediate market, but rather that we've got people who are very comfortable working with people from a diversity of research areas, that we don't build the new technology and then find out whether or not there's a social license for it. We don't ask about whether or not there are any regulatory challenges after we've got the new tech. We ask at the beginning, and that requires curiosity and a translational capacity within research teams. I'd hope that Australians are more generally can see the value of the research that they fund through their tax dollars, and that, you know, whether that comes out of higher education from publicly funded research bodies or from collaboration with industry, but that people can see the value of the world-class research that gets done here. And that the third recommendations and work undertaken by the ARC, the NHMRC, ATEC, Jobs and Skills Australia, that they talk to each other. That would be my greatest hope. She said looking at Tony, meaningfully. That the researchers, teachers, trainers are there to support a well-qualified workforce for these newer transformed industries, and that we are able to address the sovereign knowledge capabilities gaps that were identified both in the Academy's report, but also in early reports such as the work on Australia's China knowledge capability by the Academy of the Humanities, just saying, well, look, if we want to be a global partner, we need to have the capacity to talk to our neighbours. So what I fear is that, in fact, the world out there is going to make a very difficult environment for many of the ambitions that we've been talking about today to be realised easily. Combination of global economic ructions or uncertainties, very uncertain in some quarters, and strategic challenges and defence challenges are such that deep thinking and research need to be there to ensure that we've got a secure Australia into the future, but also that we have the skills to talk to our neighbours, to play a role as a democratic nation in the region to actually establish a more secure environment. And I'm not sure we've been thinking about that piece effectively. So I think we may miss the mark for a few reasons. I mean, we've got a tendency to bring in questions about regulation, about ethics, about society late in the piece in our research, and so we'll need to find ways of connecting those pieces earlier. Work on AI has certainly made it clear that community appetite for adopting AI more broadly depends on having confidence in those governance systems. Or if we think about justice and moving to a carbon neutral economy, how do we make sure that that transition doesn't leave the least advantaged in the worst position? So where's the work being done on the future regulatory models? Where's the work being done to support the social work? I know that in NHMRC's work with MRFF, there's a lot of emphasis that's been put on to end user buy-in in the very design of the research. I'm not so sure that's been more broadly adopted, even though the social sciences and humanities have been doing this all along. More darkly, I fear that we have 2035 is very soon. As we heard from Stephen this morning, our capability in knowledge in our region is very, very limited. We've been watching universities making really tough decisions, but they are reducing our national capability. Between 2017 and 2021, there were a total of 5 students who completed honours, no more than 5 students who completed honours in Australia in a China Studies course that required Chinese language. So by 2035, the people who are currently the senior academics in China Studies with China language capability will have retired. We won't have the capacity to reduce it. So we've got that challenge. That global economic and geopolitical instability, I think, is a big risk. We won't have the people with the deep knowledge, experience, and skills to build the global collaboration to engage meaningfully in intellectual, strategic, or economic dialogues, and these challenges will risk and make Australia more isolated and vulnerable. Some of the reasons why we're going to be in that dire state is, unless by 2035 we've really looked holistically at the national capability and knowledge, the purpose of university education, the question about whether or not we have sovereign capability in the knowledge areas we need to function as a democracy, we're going to be in a difficult situation. We don't fund universities coherently. I don't think that's too radical a thought. We need to think about what the relationship is between the function of universities in its educational role and the function of universities in supporting a research workforce. And we need to think about how we support what that future workforce may be able to do into the future. So the education and research system, from school participation to the evolution of new industries, needs to be connected end to end. So the CERD has said it's looking at the whole of the research, development and innovation ecosystem. It actually sits within a broader ecosystem that it needs to connect to. So complex problems are not amenable to simple solutions, and so understanding the range of complexity and contributors will be necessary in order to be able to get the benefits of a CERD. But I think it's doable. I just think that we need to do the broader work as well as the focused work. So I'm optimistic that we do have the right pieces, but we just need to keep on working on it.
Thank you, Susan. And I mean, there is absolutely a momentum that we as a sector have to build to land this and create the change that we want to see over the next decade and beyond. And we're certainly hearing that today. One of the issues that we've been thinking about, and our first discussion paper from the CERD panel focused on this, was our national focus strategies, to really think about where can we prioritise, where can we have pillars of excellence, particularly focusing on national significance and emerging needs. Megan touched on this and some of the challenges of actually identifying where those challenges are. I'm going to throw to Rosemary, because Rosemary, you're leading the National Health and Medical Research Strategy, and everyone will be pleased to hear that we are coordinating. We see a great potential in the work that Rosemary's doing to help us lead a strategy around a particular sector and particular priority. So I'd like to get your perspective specifically on that, and how do you see that priorities in the context of health and medical science can be created within a national framework?
Thanks very much, Kate, and thanks for inviting me here today. It's great to be here. So my first thing is to plug our draft national strategy, which was released last Wednesday for consultation, and we're on a mission to have this finalised by the end of the year. Just to sort of draw attention, this is a unique strategy because its intent is to be truly national. So it's not an NH and MRC strategy or a Medical Research Future Fund strategy. It really goes across Commonwealth effort, state and territory effort, the role of industry, the role of philanthropy, where academia fits within that broader framework. And it looks at every part of the research ecosystem. It's got a bold vision, which is the healthiest nation, driven by research, delivering for all. So a focus on equity, a focus on research impact, and really aspiring to deliver those health outcomes. There's many areas, I mean, a lot of what everyone has said on the panel, we've really found very similar challenges in the work that we've been doing over the last 8 months. So there's been a lot of consultation that's underpinned the release of the draft strategy. But I think from my perspective, and I think one of the early discussions I had with Robin and the panel was that health it's a very significant part of research and development in this country. It attracts the largest share of expenditure by socioeconomic objective around government funding, private not-for-profit funding and higher education funding. It's a big part of the national prosperity and productivity agenda. You know, the reason that the health research agenda is so important is because how it can make a difference to people's lives, how it can drive health outcomes, how it can enable people to remain productive members of society for longer periods. So it employs a big workforce. We did a workforce audit as part of this work. There's 40,000 researchers identified through that audit. And it attracts significant funding. So while it's actually quite hard to know exactly how much, because you know one of the challenges we've faced is being able to do those apples-to-apples comparisons around where money flows into health and medical research. We've got a pretty good handle on the level of Commonwealth funding, and it's very significant. And I've been very keen to work with the panel, and you know we've done that very openly, because many of the areas that we're looking at are also areas that the panel and the Academy in the publication that it has put out as part of this event are also looking at. Some of the things that maybe we haven't quite touched on that I'd just like to draw some attention to. Around where we've got 5 focus areas in the draft strategy, and there's specific actions. There's 16 actions that relate to those. They go to a level of detail around what you would expect over the next 10 years. It's got to be supported by implementation planning, but we're kind of getting into the actions to drive some of that quite early. One is around how you set priorities, and you know I've heard that coming up from others as well. How do you set priorities at a national level, so it's not you know individual programs or individual jurisdictions setting their own priorities? You know, we can do this so much better where there's much stronger coordination, a much better sense of roles and responsibilities, and how you can build partnerships across jurisdictions on significant priority areas to get that sort of scale that you need to be able to drive change. States and territories are very much part of the development of this strategy, and I'm working with them very closely, so I've got some optimism in that regard. I think the next thing is around horizon scanning. You know, we need to have an approach to health and medical research that is fit for purpose for the future. So we need to be really active in terms of thinking what's coming down the pipe. I often feel like we lag behind, or we're running after innovations that are already occurring in real time, and we don't, I think as Susan said, we don't have the regulatory systems kind of able to address those things, so doing that in a very deliberate way. We need to be providing research funding in a way that is as efficient and effective as possible. And so the research process, we really have to look at that. Are these individual competitive grants programs, you know, the best way for us to take forward future ideas? Do we need to focus more on collaborative platforms and networks in that regard? Are there ways to better organise the Commonwealth? I mean, it's said to me many times when I'm out consulting that people have to deal with 9 different Commonwealth agencies, and often it seems like the Commonwealth agencies aren't really talking to each other. You know, I think there are significant opportunities for improvement. Clinical trials and how we enable a vibrant clinical trials sector. We've had some success. I know Ian's doing work on this with the one-stop shop. But really, you know, pushing through that and focusing on access, particularly geographic access, demographic access to clinical trials. And I would focus there on not wishing to suggest there aren't others, but a couple of you know, very disadvantaged groups in the health and medical research world. One, the regional, rural and remote sector. You know, we know there are much poorer health outcomes. We have to be designing systems, workforce, trials, translation that embrace rural and remote reality, and that involve rural and remote-based researchers and consumers. And we call out very specifically and deliberately Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander health research. We often know what works. There's plenty of research done, are we translating it, and how do we work, and how do we allow ownership of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities in setting research, in conducting research, in really driving the sort of research agenda in that regard, and working toward closing the gap objectives. I'll just finish by saying there's two other focus areas I haven't really touched on particularly. One is around being ready for future challenges, but with a focus on global partnerships and our role in the Indo-Pacific, so our regional responsibilities. And the other very much around translation, innovation and commercial solutions, and looking to break down some of the barriers that have already been discussed around industry exchange, how industry and science works as effectively as possible together, and what are the barriers to capital investment and commercialisation. And then my final point is that we also call out enablers, and I think these are very consistent with the work that the CERD is also doing across four main areas. Workforce, so we call for a health and medical research workforce plan, really from the beginning of the pipeline, taking in horizon scanning. Funding, really better understanding funding, where it goes, where it sits in the pipeline, where are the gaps, where's the duplication, and what's the opportunity for streamlining. Emerging technologies and data, you've already talked about AI. AI can and it will be transformative of research, and we need to understand that. And finally, infrastructure. How do we plan and map our research infrastructure? How do you have open access to sharing the assets that are available? As a country, we have limited capacity to be reproducing assets and keeping them locked up. We need to really unlock those and have a much clearer sense of a sort of shared agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Rosemary, I'm going to pick up on what you said about industry. I'm going to throw to Peter next. Peter, you're leading ISA. You've had an esteemed career in and around the R&D sector, including in industry. What do you think it looks like in 2035, and what do we need to do to get there, to create the vision that Megan and Tony painted at the beginning?
Thanks for that, Kate. It's quite interesting being an industry person in a room full of researchers and government. So I've got notes here. I've got to follow these notes. I think there's a few things. I've heard a lot throughout the week about demand and supply, and I think one of the challenges is we need to move to the win-win in the middle. And so a lot of what I look as a former industry and entrepreneur I look at the friction points. So I heard a couple of questions today about why doesn't industry invest? So I think if we take forward a lot of the wonderful recommendations in CERD, in 10 years, I think a lot of those challenges will be tackled. So the view really is, how do we make the system bigger and the system of systems bigger? So start looking at, yes, we have some great industry involvement. Why do they invest? But there's a whole chunk that don't. And it varies whether you're a large industry or whether you're small or medium. So I think if we can tackle those friction points, that will unlock a lot of capital. So as Kate mentioned, that the ingredients are there. We need to get them involved. So if we look at the priorities which have been recommended, so one of the key friction points is industry doesn't have confidence and they're not involved early enough. So if we put on our industry hat, our CEO hat, or our business owner hat, I've got to have confidence in my investment. And that investment's got to be solving my problem, because that's what I'm responsible for. And so if we can get industry involved early in the co-design, then they can co-invest and they can also help with translation. They can help ideas move through all the TRL levels rather than calling them in at the end and saying, hey, I think this fits. So I think that's a very important point, is to get in early. Also, by having those clear priority sectors and projects, we create pathways for SMEs. It's quite hard for an SME to navigate the research world because they're limited resources, limited time. So I think those pathways are really critical because they open the doorways. Private capital flowing. The key thing with private capital is government capital de-risks, private capital scales. So again, giving confidence in what is the research working on, how do we unlock the super funds, for example, what are the outcomes and are they clear? That's something I can back, that's something I can invest upon. So those structures I think were recommended in CERT are really valuable. If we talk about skills and ambitions, which we have, skills have to be there to match ambitions. So where does industry go? They go the same place as skills, they go the same place as projects. It's where I can get the best outcome for my company's investment. So that demand will actually pull through the skills. The portable credentials with mobility, we don't know what we don't know. 10 years is going to be very different. My early career was in the dot-com era. We didn't know what we didn't know, and AI, again, we just don't know where it's going to go. So I think those skills have to be portable. So we've got mobility, paid transition pathways, internships, and exciting jobs. So I did a trade career, and then I did a computer science degree, and then I left Australia for 10 years because the cool jobs were somewhere else. So we've got to have the exciting jobs, and industry has a role to play in that, and that's what pulls talent through and keeps them on our shores. And then I think the final point for me is alignment across jurisdictions. So unless we can get all levels of government working together and industry signed up with that, I think we're going to be challenged to move it through, and then we're not going to attract the capital. So one of the things we talk about a lot with AASA is an innovation accord. So some sort of mechanism like an innovation accord where we can all sign up to the same goals, the same challenges, and we can work in the same direction. If we get those things together, I think funding will come in because the confidence is there, the pathways are there, and industry is involved very early. So I think those are the sort of key ingredients for me.
Fantastic, thank you. And I can say a lot of that is things that we definitely think about on a regular basis at CERD. In particular, how do we align the Commonwealth with federal and with state and territories is a real challenge, and something that we need to make sure there is alignment so that we're not spreading the Vegemite too thin, in Fiona Wood's words. I'm now going to bring in our final speaker, Professor Mark Ferguson. Mark is the chair of the European Innovation Council Board. He's also been Director General of the Science Foundation in Ireland, where he's really led the Irish government on a transformation journey and is a little bit further down the track than we are. So we're looking to you, Mark, for some words of wisdom. What are the learnings that you've gathered along the way, and what are the responses to the comments you've heard so far?
Okay, thank you very much. So,
We can't hear you just yet. Is there
can you hear me
volume
now?
coming on?
Can you hear me now?
Is there someone from the Academy that can help with volume?
Hello, can you hear me now? Hello,
No.
can you hear me?
The magic
Hello,
box
can
is
you
up.
hear me now?
Can it make it happen?
Hello, can you hear me?
All right, well, we'll come back. I'll
Can
just
you hear me
ask
now?
a very rapid fire question then, if I may. Give Mark some time to respond once we do get the sound, and then can throw to the audience. I wanted to throw out about, talking about alignment between governments. There's also the importance of bipartisanship in this, and I want to throw back to our first two speakers, pick on the two secretaries. How do we achieve that? How do you get bipartisanship over a 10-year time frame, not across one government, but across many governments? How would you advise that happen?
Online they can hear Mark apparently, because my staff are watching me. They'll rate me probably, but my staff are telling me they can hear Mark online. Look, sure, that's a challenge, but part of that is about the responsibility of senior officials and also senior government leaders to develop that. If you see what's happening at the moment in my portfolio, Minister Clare is particularly talking about, and you would have heard that at AFR, for those people at the AFR summit, trying to address some of the challenges we've got in the higher education, including research space, through a bipartisan approach. I've got to say, what are we in, 4 months since the government was elected, I personally, as a secretary, have not briefed the opposition as many times in my career as I have in the last 4 months. So I have sat down with the Shadow Minister around many, many things and briefed him on the request of government. And it's those sort of things that actually will make a difference. To be honest with you, a lot of this is personality driven. I'll just be blunt. For some ministers and politicians, the notion of bipartisan isn't what they're in for. It's about, this is about the government, on we go.
and I've worked across state and federal, so it's not about this government necessarily. But when you can bring that together, and when you can make that happen, that makes a huge difference, as it does around the points that I think Rosemary and Megan and probably everyone's made about the responsibility that senior public servants have to ensure that across not just the Federation, but start the Commonwealth alone, that we are working together in a much better way than we do. When I was Dep Sec of Higher Ed in the department, one of the activities we did was we did a desktop review of every Commonwealth department, what their science objectives / strategies / goals are. Sorry, not science, research, strategies, goals, whatever it is. We ended up with a product that was an A3 sheet in 2-point font that listed every Commonwealth department and every single, guess what? Everyone had a slightly different kind of set of objectives, goals, research. This won't surprise you. Every researcher had to come in a very different way to every department to access that money in any particular way. And so CERD's going to fix that for me, which is great, which is, everyone's talked about the nirvana. It's a single point of entry for researchers and, it shouldn't be your problem. It's how we deal with it when it enters that single point to enable you to get access to whatever sort of dollars it may look like, the $15 billion, whatever it is that the government does annually. So...
can you hear me now?
I can say to you from my portfolio...
Can you hear me now, Ian?
...efforts at the moment to get bipartisan support, both at a Commonwealth level, but also at a state level. The Ministerial Council for Education Ministers includes higher education, and we bring the higher education state ministers together in a regular way to talk about some of the issues about how do we actually be a bit more comparable and a bit more strategic at a state and Commonwealth level around some of the issues around higher education and research as well.
Yeah, fantastic. Now, Megan, I'm going to very quickly throw to you before we test the sound again. We had a number of submissions calling for ministerial councils, roundtables, mechanisms through the CERD review around innovation in particular. Where do you think we need to go in order to achieve the bipartisanship across different levels of government?
So 2 points. So the first point is that all elected officials respond to the will of the people, and they genuinely do. So genuine bipartisanship means that there has to be a consensus.
Can you hear me, Ian? I'm speaking now. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. That's fabulous.
I'll be quick so you can come back to you, Mark. So sustained bipartisanship occurs in Australia where there's a solid middle ground in the community and not a fracturing of the debate in the community. And so I think the work needs to be to bring the community along on the importance of research, the importance of developing that research in Australia, and the importance of choosing some priorities as opposed to trying to do everything. And because otherwise you'll always get pressure if there's an ability to swing one way or the other to a particular group. So genuine bipartisanship means working with a really broad sector of the community. We've talked about industry, we've talked about academia, we've talked about not-for-profit, but we also, and it was great to see a union official on the previous discussion, but it's also getting into all the different parts of the community that you wouldn't necessarily think about, and having the conversation about research and the importance of priorities. And the second thing about ministerial councils and all the like, these are very much, what you don't want is activity for activity's sake. And you don't want formulaic discussions, which has generally been my experience in a lot of intergovernmental arrangements that are there as standing bodies, because they kind of very quickly, you all work in institutions. Institutional bureaucracy is a place that good ideas go to die. And so whatever we need to do is we need to think about dynamic, adaptable relationships between people that are going to deliver outcomes. And so you can't define that over a long period of time because, like, for example, who's the innovation minister in Australia and in different states? It moves around an enormous lot. That is part of the problem. There's a lot of diversity and change. So I think that we need to be very focused at any point in time on what's the outcome and what is it going to deliver, rather than thinking about the edifice or the naming convention, which means that it does come down to trusting people like me in my position and my minister to deliver what's going to work in the current 3-year cycle. And so that's when I say leadership is incredibly important, and building the strength and capability and support for leaders through change. And it's something we're not great at in Australia, to be honest. We often kind of say, off you go, leader, out there on the front, and if you succeed, you've got some friends, but we don't move as a pack as much as we need to. So I'll stop there.
And that's a great rallying cry, because I think all of us in the room recognise the importance of the various reviews that are underway, and there are going to be winners and losers, as was said multiple times through the panel, and making sure that as a sector we are supporting the change that is coming, that's going to be for the greater good, is really critically important, no matter which review we're looking at. Making sure the sector really rallies behind the change and sees the long-term benefit will be critical. Mark, I heard a voice.
Can you hear me?
We do,
Can you hear me
yes,
now?
fantastic. We'd love to hear
Very
your
good.
experience.
Okay, so thank you very much, and thank you for asking me to join. Obviously, in the European Union, we face similar issues to you face in Australia. It's 27 countries trying to coordinate national budgets together. So the plan for the next European Framework Programme is outlined in a report from an expert group called Align, Act, Accelerate. And those are the 3 key things we need to do, which I was privileged to co-author. So let me just give you some vignettes that might actually be of value as you consider where you're going. So there are 2 key elements. The first is the budget, and the second is how you allocate the budget. So the budget is pretty simple. We need a bigger budget. And we need a bigger budget from industry, and we need a bigger budget from government. The big success of the US has been to increase significantly the industrial investment in R&I. The tech companies in the United States now invest in basic fundamental research almost the same amount as the combined federal agencies, meaning the NIH, the NSF, etc. That's remarkable, remarkable. And we come nowhere close to that in Europe. So increasing the budget, people often talk about from the public sector. That's true for the Commission, and the plan is for the European Commission budget to double in the next framework programme. And that will not be new money. No country is going to pay more tax, and no country is going to pay a bigger contribution. It's going to come from reallocation, and that speaks to some of what Megan was saying earlier. Now let me say a few words about allocation of the budget. There are some really quite fundamental principles. The first one is competitive excellence. Competitive excellence in research and competitive excellence in innovation. In Europe, competitive excellence in research will be the European Research Council. Think of that as a Nobel Prize factory. The competitive excellence in innovation will be the European Innovation Council. Think of that as a unicorn factory. And those 2 things are connected. They're not the same, but they're connected. So I'll say a few words about the European Innovation Council. First of all, its current budget is 10 billion. In the next framework programme, it'll probably be 30 billion. And it provides both grants and equity to startup companies, 2.5 million euros in a grant, up to 100 million euros in equity. The equity always leverages in private investment at a ratio of 3 or 4 to 1. So if we make a 10 million euro investment, that means the company is getting 40 million euros from somebody else. That leverage of the private sector money is really important. Why is it important? It's important because we want to grow our competitiveness in our economy, but it's also really important because the European Innovation Council wants to take a high risk. A high risk is very important. But there is a difference between a high risk and a stupid risk. But the difference between a high risk and a stupid risk is not much. Okay, so one of our ways of distinguishing the difference between a high risk and a stupid risk is somebody else willing to take the risk with you? Because if you're the only person in the world who believes that you should invest in this, maybe it is the next game-changing thing, but it's probably more likely to be a stupid risk. So that's an important point. Another important point about the European Innovation Council programs is every call always has an open component, i.e. bottom up, and it always has a top-down priority component, i.e. something that we have specified. And I think that's really important because the three things you're trying to achieve are focus, flexibility, and scale. And those three things overlap, but they sometimes contradict. So one way of getting focus, flexibility, and scale is to have both open, i.e. bottom-up, and top-down calls, sections in the same call, and clearly the amount of money you allocate to each can vary. So that's one big bucket, competitive excellence. Another big bucket is industrial competitiveness and societal challenges. That's largely existing industries. And you've spoken a lot about that, and that's about supporting the stuff that we currently have and how you get better collaboration. The societal challenges we define as things where the industry or the commercial solution is either not there or not yet there. Let me give you an example, mental health. There are very few pharmaceutical companies, medical device companies, or startups that are trying to commercialize solutions to mental health. And mental health is a societal challenge. By contrast, for example, climate mitigation or even aging, there are commercial solutions on the way, whether it's carbon capture or robotics. Personally, I look forward to being looked after by a robot in my old age. But I mean, that's on the way, and we need to try to look at that. And then, of course, another big pillar is our research and innovation ecosystem, whether that's equipment or repositories or big databases or what have you. What are some of the new proposals to address that? First, an experimental unit to think about radical new ways of soliciting and reviewing proposals. There is no question that artificial intelligence is going to change the way people both write and solicit and fund applications. So one of the things we want to do is we wish to create a database of all European grant applications, probably including those of member states. We want to link that to the global publication database and to the global patent database, both in the United States and Europe. And then we want to use that with researchers as a way of reviewing. So instead of telling people, please don't use ChatGPT, we're going to say, please use our database. And that database will tell you very quickly whether or not you're the leading researcher in the world and you're the only person using this approach. That's interesting. For the funder, kind of interesting. Maybe you can think about the most innovative teams to address a particular problem. So we need to be thinking and we need to be experimenting. Science funding is actually innately very conservative, and we need to experiment. Some things will work, some things will work better than we expected, some things won't work at all, work worse. That's okay, it's an experiment. What else are we thinking about? Radical simplification comes with that. User orientation, the system has to be geared up towards the user, not the people who are administering it, and efficiency. And we want to take a nuanced approach to international collaboration. What do I mean by that? A country outside, say, the European Union or Ireland can be a partner, they can be a competitor, and they can be a systemic rival. And the same country can be all three of those things in different domains of science. So think about it. A country could be a partner in climate change. It could be a competitor in electric vehicles, and it could be a systemic rival in high-tech chips. So that means we need to take a different approach to international collaboration, a much more nuanced approach, asking the question, why are we collaborating in this particular domain with this particular set of countries? And I think with the current geopolitics, that is going to become more prominent. It's not going to be simply a country for all domains of science. It's going to be different in different domains of science. Now, a couple of learnings from the Irish situation. I mean, Ireland is a small country, and we massively increased industrial funding and collaboration. We currently have about 90% of the population with a higher university degree, i.e. they've been to university, and more than 30 to 40% of those are in science. So that high participation in the university of the population and the high percentage of science is not an accident. It is deliberately planned, and it uses some very simple incentives. When you apply for university in Ireland, you do a leaving cert. It's like the UK A-levels. You get a certain number of points. They allow you to go to university. Frankly, you get more points if you study science than if you study anything else. So that's a simple incentive. Another simple incentive is to educate parents. Despite the fact that we have the European headquarters of all the major multinational AI and software companies, most parents in Ireland think a career in IT is the person you call to fix your computer when it doesn't work, like the person you called to fix the sound when you couldn't hear me. They don't think of a career in Microsoft. They don't think of a career in an artificial intelligence. They think about somebody who comes to fix a computer, and if their parent is a doctor or a dentist or something like that, they don't think that's a great thing for their offspring. So parental education is kind of important. We also have a Skills Council. Skills Council has heavy representation from all industries across Ireland. There is a levy on companies for skills, and the Skills Council that is industry dominated gets to advise the minister as to how that skills levy is spent. That's really important. There's a connection between the people who provide the money and they allocate it. They're very visionary. They're much more visionary than any academic group. And it's led to some very interesting things. For example, you can do an apprenticeship with any higher degree in a university. So you can get a degree in artificial intelligence and you can be a plumber. And that's interesting for the population, and it's also very interesting for advances going forward. We've got to change university promotion criteria. University researchers are human. They are driven by promotion. There are two things that always work: ego and jealousy. They always work. And so, if you want to move people along, you need to think about that. So my advice there is express your new desires in old currency. What do I mean by that? I persuaded vice chancellors of some Irish universities to adopt the following for university promotion criteria. If you have an issued European and US patent, that is equivalent to 3 first author papers in Nature or Science for promotion. If you have an issued European and US patent that is exploited in some way, either by licensing to a company or a startup, that's equivalent to 6 first author papers in Nature or Science. Now, I'm sure the researchers in the audience will say, oh, that number is all wrong. It shouldn't be 3, it should be 2, or it should be 1, or whatever. I don't care, okay? That's not important. It's not important. What is important is the statement that says, we value you discovering something new and publishing it in a prestigious journal. But we equally value you inventing something that is really important, that can be patented and licensed and drive the economy. It is an equal admiration of your talents. And I can tell you that that single, simple change of expressing new values in old currency had a big effect. Another big effect, in all Irish universities, it is mandatory to have a course in entrepreneurship. Doesn't matter what you're studying, whether you're studying Irish, theology, arts, science, you must do a mandatory course in entrepreneurship. And that entrepreneurship course is delivered at a very high level because we want everybody to have entrepreneurial skills. And some of the best social, public, not-for-profit companies started in Ireland, which are very successful, address societal needs, have been started by people who do not have a science degree. They have an arts degree. And my favorite story, one of Ireland's top venture capitalists and most successful business people has a degree in theology. He was training to be a priest. He did the entrepreneurial course, decided he'd quite like to make some money, and he has been extraordinarily successful. So he also has some moral values, which is kind of interesting. So, you know, these things have unpredictable effects, but it is mandatory that everybody does an entrepreneurial. And, you know, there's a big argument. I'm sure the researchers in the audience can discuss, you know, whether being an entrepreneur is genetic or whether or not it's something you can train people. I always answer that by saying, if you want to be a distinguished concert pianist, it is extraordinarily difficult if you're tone deaf, if you're genetically tone deaf. But it's also extraordinarily difficult if you don't have a piano. And with entrepreneurship, we are giving people a piano, okay, with the entrepreneurial training. Lastly, and then I will shut up, basically the Science Foundation Ireland Industry Fellowships create a prestigious route for people to have a sample research career in industry. More than 90% of the graduates from any university program will not, I repeat, not have a career in the university. Yet most of the programs that we run are aimed towards creating new university professors or new next generation researchers. And they're very important, but it's also important to have programs for the 90% of people who are going into industry. So something very significant that we did in Ireland was we created a prestigious industry fellowship program. If you have a PhD from an Irish university, you can get a fellowship from Science Foundation Ireland, now Research Ireland, to spend up to 1 year in a company anywhere in the world doing research, and we will pay for it. That's really interesting. There are no golden handcuffs at the end of this. So an Australian company can take an Irish postdoc and they can work in an Australian company for a year in research, has to be in research. They can supplement the salary, they can pay for the travel, and that person can join the company, can stay in Australia, can come back to Ireland, can go to university. There's no golden handcuffs at the end of it. It's an experiential scheme that says we value people going into industrial research and innovation. We want to give you the opportunity to sample that. Why? Because distinguished university professors often don't know what a research career in industry looks like. Even worse, they may have a prejudice about it. So this is an opportunity to sample it for yourself. Why do we allow people to go all over the world? Because we take a long-term view. And if you look at this over the last 10 years, many of the people who stayed overseas have subsequently come back to Ireland when that company decided to open a European facility in Ireland and employ 100 people. And guess what? Led by the person who went overseas, who had a good experience. You only need 2 or 3 of those to pay for sending out hundreds of those people on industry fellowships. Last thing I will say, since I was in the New Zealand review, I always think Australia and New Zealand is like the UK and Ireland. New Zealand is a small country like Ireland. Australia is a big country like the UK. And actually, from New Zealand's perspective, they probably need a lot more collaboration with Australia and vice versa. And I would encourage you to look at that axis just as we developed. I've said far too much. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm sorry I'm not there in person, and I'm glad you can hear me.
Mark, thank you so much. I was certainly not going to interrupt that gems of gold that were being imparted there, and you certainly got a lot of nodding and laughs along the way there. I'm going to open up to audience questions because I'm very conscious of time, but there is one question I cannot go past, and that was the statistics on science that we just heard about Ireland. Yet we've got this report that's showing the opposite in Australia. We have to do something about this. I'm just going to ask one person very quickly, and Susan, because you're sitting right next to me, I'm going to throw it to you. What do we do to fix this? And how do we ensure that this report that's been so wonderfully developed by the Academy today lands, and in 2035, we can proudly say that we are alongside Ireland with those sorts of statistics?
So if those are the statistics around the number of people who are studying science in Ireland, I think you really do need to start at the beginning, right? You need to think through how we talk about science, how we talk about education, how we talk about the careers. One of the challenges is that we have all these points of disconnect, and really being able to not just point to, as this academy has been involved with and NSTA in identifying fantastic early career researchers and show them, but actually to really think about the ambition of parents and the kinds of things that they wish their kids to do. Hard to do in a world in which we haven't challenged a lot of the misinformation and a lot of the way in which we discredit science. So we absolutely need to think in Australia about how do we make a stronger capacity to have good critical debate about knowledge claims. And I think that would be the first step for all the rest of it. But I don't think it'll be solved by 2035 in Australia.
We have to solve this by 2035. But I'm going to throw to questions from the floor. Do we have any questions? We've got one up the back here.
Thank you so much for being here and sharing your wisdom. I really appreciate hearing about it from your perspective. One thing I wanted to ask, especially about talking about redundancy and efficiency with the limited funding that we have, I totally respect and admire the candor about how some of us will suffer with the changes. But how are you, from looking at the university, I can see how that will change. Do you have any kind of vision about how you might look more intrinsically at the institutions and government that supports the universities to eliminate redundancy there?
Sorry, was that get rid of government? Was that? I mean, all governments are being asked to do that as well. I mean, I will say, I'm cutting my budget all over the place because I have to, because our budgets are also going down. That's the cycle of what happens. It's happening in states and territories. You've seen that as well. It happens in the federal government. And it's cyclic, but it happens all the time. We're being asked to prioritise what we think is important in the work that we do as well, which goes a little bit back to what I was saying before. Part of what we need to do is also across governments is decide what we think are the priorities, stop funding the things that we actually don't think will make a difference, and actually direct that in a way that's actually more important and supports the sector more broadly, whether it be industry or researchers more broadly around that. I often go through the list of things that I'm funding. I mean, my budget in my department is $74.6 billion a year. That's a lot of money. The government contribution to research totally across the Commonwealth, I think, is about 15 billion. My department's about 4.4 billion a year. That's a lot of money. I get asked a lot when I go to the budget committee of government, are we spending that money in the right way? Is there wastage? What does it look like? I'm sure, you get asked that in your own organisations every day probably as well. And they're the things that we have to do as senior public servants to go through some of those things and look at some of those things. So if I go and ask for money for university research, I have to go with the saving for the amount of money that I'm asking for. So I have to make a decision what I'm going to cut out of my portfolio to fund the thing that I'm asking for. That's a reality of every budget process that happens in government. I don't want to meet with you add at all.
So I think we have to look about where the money is. So the government gets money from taxpayers using its legal powers to steal money, effectively, from people. And you have to think about the biggest proportion of our tax income comes from income taxes, and it's coming from the middle income segment of our community. And so it's hard to see government taking more money from that community in going forward, because we've got the highest income, our income tax is already too high through lots of different metrics. So absent changing the composition of taxation from other sources other than income tax, I think we need to, there's actually plenty of money in Australia. So we have a mindset that we were an importer of capital and we had to beg the world to borrow money, but we've had an economic term, we've had a current account surplus for the last few years. And so there's plenty of money in Australia. Our superannuation system is remarkable for how much savings it's increased in Australia. And our businesses are highly profitable. So the fall in our share of research funding is not government. It's not government, it's not the higher education sector. It's actually the business sector is where the percentage fall is largest and the dollar fall is biggest. And so some of that's structural because we've got a very large mining sector and it invests less as a share of its output compared to others. Going forward, the mining sector is going to shrink because our coal sector is going to shrink and our gas sector is going to shrink because of the transition to net zero. So we really need to lean into those new industries and make sure that they are spending money on research now for the future. And so I think we have to look where the money is. It's in the super sector, it's in industry, and we need to work hard on what are the barriers to that money flowing into the research sector. And one of the really interesting stats in the report released is, and in the analysis from CERD, is where PhDs go in Australia, they do not go into industry. And you've just heard from Ireland how important they think that is.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to ask for another question in the audience, and while the microphone's coming, I'll let Peter have a very quick response.
I was just going to say, I remember when I was a young fella like you and got a lot less hair now, a lot greyer. So I've had at least 8 careers, and I think if you go around the room, you'll find that's the case. So I think it's redesigned by purpose rather than transition and redundancy, I think you said. So what are the transferable skills? What's transferable knowledge? That's what's critical, and those are core in research, so they can translate in a lot of areas. So I think we really need to focus on what's the transition. You know, the market's changing, there's a lot of change. How do we transition, and how do we do that strategically rather than get caught out by disruption?
Thank you. We've got a question over here, and then over here.
Brian was the last one. Did you have a question? Yeah.
So you first.
Yeah. No,
Hi, Sarah Bruff. I'm the Deputy Chair of the National Committee of Astronomy. I actually had a question very specifically for Mark. I've noticed, I've been seeing that Ireland has recently invested in a large number of large European scientific research organisations, soon to become a member of CERN and is investigating others. I'm really curious kind of what drove that interest in that engagement and that investment in those large organisations.
Sure, I'll be very brief. I mean, Ireland is a small country. We cannot do everything well. I mean, that's really important. We cannot do everything well. Therefore, we need to collaborate. We cannot build facilities on our own. We have to share them. So, you know, there's a bill to be paid if you have a population, or as Ireland does, of 5.5 million people. It's not the same as if you have a population of, 100 million or 30 million. So being part of those large international consortia, we always do a cost-benefit analysis. I can tell you every European country does a cost-benefit analysis of participating in European programs. If you read them, every single 27 countries say they're going to get more out of the program than they put in. That's not possible scientifically. So we need to think about where we can invest that is going to become important. I was quite skeptical about Ireland's membership of CERN. I changed my mind, and actually one of the most interesting things I've done in the last week is I reviewed people applying to university, and I reviewed them, top ones for a scholarship for a foundation. It's a not-for-profit, so I did it as a voluntary exercise. And what really astounded me was that most of the people applying for physics courses in Ireland, these are school leavers, said that they were excited to work at CERN. And that really struck me. I thought that's really interesting, because we always thought about, joining CERN as, contributing to global knowledge about opportunities for Irish industry. But it's also a kind of beacon for people who are entering into the university system. So the bottom simple answer is small country, can't do everything, want to be part of the global system, want to be best in the world, not just best in Ireland. As the head of the science agency, I'm not interested in people who are best in Ireland. I'm interested in people who are best in the world. And I'm really interested in inspiring young people to contribute going forward. So it's those kind of things. The last thing I will say, for many years, Ireland was a beneficiary of the European programs. We got more out of it than we put into it. We are now a net contributor, and we are proud to be a net contributor. If you ask people in Ireland they would say, we've benefited from being part of a larger organization, and we're now delighted that there are other countries like Lithuania and so on who can benefit in the same way that we did. I think that's really an important part of a large ecosystem. It's part of the give and take. It's very easy to take. It's probably harder to give, and you need to be able to do both of those things.
Thank you, Mark. We have a question over here.
Thank you. I guess I'd like us to consider how to think about what we're talking about here as an investment rather than a zero-sum expense. So our two secretaries are forced with the political reality. It is considered an expense and not an investment. And your language has expressed that, and I understand why. Yet, I'm on for my sins the RIEC for Singapore, which is the next 5-year plan, where it's definitely it's headed by the Prime Minister there. It connects the entire thing. They put out a 5-year plan, very much investment for it. They do it because they know they're going to increase their GDP. How do we get Australia to go through and think that way? Because I am going to disagree with you, Megan. The government expenditure in R&D has fallen, and businesses followed it. They're very closely linked, and we have dropped out since 2008. And it's been consistent. The universities have raised it through international income, and that's why we're as close as we are today. But that, I think, is going to finish up over the next decade. So it's a real issue.
I'm going to bring Rosemary in here.
Ex-finance secretary, I'll jump in on that one. When I first started this work on the health and medical research strategy, the first question I asked is, how much are we spending? Is it the right amount? And what's the impact? And it's very, very hard to get answers to any of those questions. And one of the things we haven't really talked about here today is how are we accountable for the investment, and how do we understand return on investment? And I think measuring impact is one of the things that we've really got to land. It comes in part, it's in part around communications and, trust in science. How do we communicate to the community the value of the investment that they put into health and medical research? And part of it is, how do we understand the role of the research process in driving impact and driving return on investment? And I think part of that is the pathway. So, the discovery science, basic science, it's a critical foundation part of the system. But are we mindful of how that will translate, in my case, within the health system? What are the funding mechanisms that could allow translation, into the acute care sector or the primary care sector? What are the pathways that would enable commercialisation? What's the level of consumer design, consumer engagement in developing the research questions? So, I think at every step in this process, we have to be very mindful about impact, outcome, return on investment, and speak that language. And to me, the question asked earlier about bipartisan support, I think that is the same answer. If you can see value, then if you can see that the system drives value, you are much less likely to want to tinker with that system.
Yeah. So I just want to come in on I agree we often talk about inputs exclusively, and an input is always going to be a cost. So I genuinely believe it is an investment, which case you have to say what you're getting at the end, and you have to focus on when you get the principal, what delta are you getting? And so the focus on grants and inputs, and this is how many researchers, and this is what my steps are going to be in terms of the system and the mindset, immediately pushes you into a kind of a cost base and a trade-off base, etc. So we need to move the whole system to, this is the outcome we're getting, and this is how I can demonstrate accountability to make sure those outcomes are getting. And if halfway through the projects it doesn't look like the outcome's going to happen, we're going to stop it. A discipline to stop things that are clearly off track, and then rotating things around that are adaptable in response to outcome. So the mindset of moving to outcomes is also aligned with thinking about investment, because nobody invests expecting to get zero at the back. That's a grant.
Thank you. And I'm very conscious of time, so I'm going to bring it to a close here. But what I would like to just say is the weight of the review and the potential impact of CERD is certainly on Ian, Fiona, myself and Robin's shoulders, and we're very aware of that. We very much look forward to delivering a report that's going to make a big difference, and we're certainly looking forward to your support to making a change to Australia and making sure that in 2035 we're not having the same debate again. So thank you very much, and please can you join me in thanking the panellists.
And thank you, Kate, and thank you to all our panellists and for all the work that you're doing. I know that both the CERD report but also Rosemary's report and other work that's going on is going to be really critical alongside, and we hope that this work of the Academy and today has helped inform that. While they're departing the stage, I will take the opportunity to invite our President up, Jagadish, to officially reflect on the symposium and get us back to... Oh, but we're actually perfectly on time, Jagadish, so we can have your remarks and then Anna-Marie.
Thank you, colleagues, for joining us here at the Shrine Dome today. What an incredible day it has been. An exciting day. Thank you. Today, you've seen the Academy at its best, convening experts, providing independent expert analysis, and making progress towards policy that supports Australian science. Let us hope today is the beginning of change for not only the research and science sector, for our country, to make the country better, for the benefit of all Australians, particularly the next generation, which we are focusing on. I hope you feel, as I do, intellectually stimulated, armed with evidence you need to create change, and hopeful for the future of this country. This report is a catalyst for change. In many respects, the work starts now. It's the beginning. It's not just to take this report and put in our shelves, as Ian was pointing out, and it collects dust, and that means it's not really going to do anything useful for the country. Let us hope that to use this report and start the work so that we can make the change which we are hoping for. While there are many capability gaps, there's much more to do. We still have time to turn this around. Assistant Minister Charlton this morning joined us and shared some warm words of congratulations on the release of our report. It was heartening to hear the Assistant Minister describe fundamental science and fundamental research, and I quote, is essential building block in lifting productivity. And productivity, of course, is how we raise living standards for all Australians. From Professor Stephen Garton, this morning we heard how Australia's higher education and research system has been shaped by constitutional quirks, wartime necessity, post-war national building, and later competitive grant reforms. He so eloquently described that while Australia has achieved global impact, today's system is under strain from underfunding, reliance on international students, and researcher burnout. A major rethink and renewed investment is required to safeguard sovereign capability and remain competitive in the global knowledge economy. I would like to thank Professor Ian Chubb and Dr. Hayley Teasdale for sharing with us the novel methodology and findings from this enormous undertaking that was Australian science, Australia's future. In fact, I would like to say that Ian has been dreaming and breathing, and then every day he comes and then really tells Hayley that we need to do something different, and then he's been working so hard, and the both of them and the entire team so work hard to make this report to a great outcome for the nation. He's really passionate about making a difference. Now, some parts I improvise, Ian. It's the first time we have been able to link science capability to our country's economic future and lives and future of Australians. We can see that science is not a luxury, but a necessity. And science is never alone, and we need to work across all disciplines, to all sectors, to address our challenges. And as Ailey said, we are not at the end of this initiative, rather at an important milestone in an ongoing initiative. Ian reminded us why this initiative was so important. No longer is it good enough to ask for more money for science without a plan where it needs to be spent. Capability, of course, does not appear by accident. It must be cultivated. Ian also reminded us that we must act at scale. No more fiddling at the margins of our system or adding on more small programs to fund research. Having 150 Commonwealth programs supporting research is not okay. As Megan pointed out, that we keep on adding programs, we never close any programs, that's how we end up having multiple programs and multiple portfolios as well. We need to be disciplined and then say that as a particular program has served its purpose, it's so, then let's close that one and then look for what the new opportunities are and go invest our resources in that way. We commend the strategic examination for R&D independent panel for looking at whole of system solution to this. In the first panel, we heard a lot about how skills and jobs are evolving, how careers are changing. The panel is commended the inclusion of vocational education and school education in this analysis of science capability as an important part of our national STEM skills pipeline. They spoke to the role of Australian Tertiary Education Commission in shaping a more flexible and responsive education system. Ideas were shared on breaking out of our echo chambers and recruiting allies with shared goals to create impact, shaping curriculums, removing barriers to education, modernizing how we approach careers advice, and support reskilling and upskilling, creating opportunities for lifelong learning by removing some of the barriers, including some of the economic barriers we need to remove by creating new programs which allows people to be able to reskill themselves as and when the industries are changing, they might have to change their jobs for whatever reasons. Being smart about potential alternative pools of funds for research and growing new industries, such as leveraging superannuation funds and reforming R&D incentives. Opportunities to increase business involvement in research and capability building. Again, we have heard in the second panel also some of the other countries like Mark mentioned about Ireland experience and European experience. We can all learn from others and so that we can adopt and develop our own systems as well. In the second panel, we heard more about the implications of this analysis for the strategic examination of R&D, CERD, though Minister doesn't like the word CERD, but he has to accept it, and that's been, has been what it is, and the National Health and Medical Research Review as well. We heard in this panel about how we can pick winners, we can create a center of gravity for fields where Australia perhaps has comparative advantage, but when we pick winners, it means some people lose. And we need to be comfortable with being uncomfortable to create change. Collaboration was defined by two people giving up something to achieve something greater together. We perhaps did not hear enough about how we address the research infrastructure challenges of the coming decade, particularly artificial intelligence and high-performance computing to support all of science. There's also further work to be done about how we respond to external pressures brought about by an uncertain geopolitical environment and what this means for our science capabilities. I would like to echo Hayley and Ian's thanks to fellows, National Committee members, and staff who have contributed so much time and expertise to make initiative possible. I also want to thank all the advisory committee members and everyone who has been participating in this particular report generation, and I want to sincerely thank everyone. We say that our fellows are the brains trust of the nation. That has never been as evident as today. I would like to thank our MC for the day, Professor Margaret Sheil, and Secretary for Science Policy at the Academy. We now have the evidence to chart a path forward to grow the science capability Australia needs. To become that clever and innovative nation, and Bob Hawke hoped for 35 years back, we aspire to be, we have to build a system that lets us do both. As we heard earlier from Peter, we need to forge alliances and work together to create change. I hope we can have the courage and persistence to ensure that this time we can change the dial. Action is needed now. Again, thanks everyone, and thanks the entire Council of the Australian Academy of Science and for their support for this particular project and all the work they do, and also all the staff of the Academy as well, and Anna Maria, Mel, and Lisa, and Jamie, and then Hugh, who sits there and then keeps quietly and making sure that everything is going well, all the Academy staff for the entire this week and also all through the year as well. With that, thank you, and back to you, Margaret.
So thank you, Jagadish, and thank you all again for your attendance, your participation, the various people that Jagadish has also thanked for the work that's gone into today. It's I've literally got some big shoes to fill in taking over from Ian as Science Policy Secretary, and I'll look forward to working with all of you as to advance some of the issues that we've addressed in today's report and to take that conversation that we've had today forward. So we're at the end of our symposium, but we're also at the end of Science at the Shinedown, and to round out proceedings, I'll invite the Chief Executive, Anna Maria Arabia, to formally close this week, and then look forward to seeing you all at another time and continuing these conversations. Thank you, Anna Maria.
Thanks, Margaret, for guiding today's event and for all of your work as Secretary for Science Policy. That brings us to the conclusion of Science at the Shinedown 2025. What a week. We've had 4 days, 3 nights and 21 different events. We've admitted 26 fellows to the Fellowship of the Academy, and they've all signed the historic charter book. 26 awardees have received their medals and been recognised. 600 people through the doors of the Shinedown and our gala dinner. 155 people watching online, 111 early and mid-career researchers attending, 26 international delegates from 11 countries. We've selected 3 young innovators who are now booking their flights to Berlin to participate in the International Falling Walls competition. We've had countless numbers of cups of coffee and scoops of gelato with a few jokes at the gelato stand to keep us entertained. Wonderful networking in the queues for those. We've heard from decision makers from across the system, from ministers, departmental secretaries, industry leaders, heads of all of the national reviews, and leaders from our Learned Academy network here in Australia. Thank you once again for celebrating scientific excellence with us. None of this is possible without our event partners, and I would like to personally thank each and every one of them for their contribution to Science at the Shinedown 2025. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We really can't do this without you. We are interested in all of your feedback, so please do fill out the survey when it lands in your inbox. We are nothing but evidence-based, so next year's event will be based on the evidence you give us in the survey. Thank you to the Academy's council members, President Jagadish and all of the team. You worked tirelessly over these days, preparing for it and during it, so thank you very much for your enthusiasm. To Mark Santos and Kath Seabrook, who run the amazing Shinedown venue team. They've delivered us great food, juice, coffee and smiles all week. Thank you very much for keeping us nourished. Thank you to every Academy staff member who supported absolutely every aspect of this event, from registration desks, mic running, AV magic, and so much more. To those who have stored their luggage with us, it's available to collect in the main foyer. Those who need to get to the airport, coaches will be departing from outside the Shinedown shortly, so you'll need to make your way to the main entrance and board the bus. I hope you leave today inspired by the depth and breadth of extraordinary science across our great nation. I hope you leave with new acquaintances and new collaborators. I hope you leave motivated to make positive change based on the evidence that you've heard today, positive change that helps shape our future and our nation. I hope you leave motivated to celebrate your many successes in science that are able to show the value of research to all. On behalf of all of the Academy, thank you. We hope to see you at Science at the Shine Dome 2026. Until then, safe travels and good afternoon.